cloudless sky. He looked as though he might smile or cry at any moment, and in him Imre saw that fragile, bright crystal creature he'd known so very long ago, full of a million beautiful emotions he couldn't contain. "The way I felt when you were teaching me to ride," Luca murmured. "Teaching me how to care for Gia and Myrta. Is that passion?" "Only you can really know that. Was it something you loved?" "It fascinated me." Luca's mouth twitched pensively. "I felt like I could do that forever, especially caring for the goats, feeling like there was something in my hands that made them feel better, knowing my work helped them be healthy again, like it was something only I could do." "Sounds like passion to me." Luca sighed heavily, then glanced at Imre. "Myra, then?" "I'll get you her number, if you want it." "I think I do." They remained that way for some time, silent side by side, watching the sky together, and Imre wondered that he was questioning himself now. Luca had perhaps found a path, but Imre was suddenly wondering if, now, Lohara was enough for him. If Lohara could ever be enough for him. When come January it would be empty once more, and he wasn't certain the work would fill that quiet absence ever again. "Imre?" Luca murmured. He pulled from his thoughts, looking at Luca sidelong. "Thanks. For the earbuds." Luca bumped Imre's elbow with his own, jostling him lightly. "And for being my friend." "Always, Onyuka." "Always?" Luca repeated, and his voice cracked on a strange note. It was that strange note that prompted Imre to shift over, lean closer, settle with Luca shoulder to shoulder, warmth given and warmth shared, as he answered, "Indeed. Even when you leave, and just like your father, never look back." 58. After dinner, Luca's phone buzzed. He glanced up from his laptop. He'd been researching local veterinary schools, curled in a corner of the couch while Imre sprawled in the opposite corner with a book, reading by firelight. He caught the arch of Imre's brow over the top of the pages, then sighed and dug in the pocket of his jeans for his phone. A new text notification popped up from his mother's number. "Happy birthday, dearest," she wrote. "Your father sends his love, too." Luca groaned. He'd done his best throughout the day to just forget, not think about it. He had better things to think about, even if he wasn't looking forward to hearing his father's opinion on Luca's notions about working with animals. Marco Ward would probably call him a child, hoping to spend his life playing with puppies and kittens. And if he didn't answer the bloody text, Lucia Ward would probably call him 10 times until he either picked up or she got annoyed enough to call out the bloody cops to haul him up on charges for ignoring his mum. He didn't know what to say to her. Maybe his dad had been the most vocal in pushing him every way but the one he wanted to go, but his mother was just as passively complicit and infantilized him even more than his father. He twisted his lips up, tugging at the lower, then settled on a simple, "Thanks." There, he was minding his manners without having to say more than necessary. He'd hoped she would leave it at that, but a few moments later his phone buzzed again, and a new text popped up. "Are you doing all right there? Are you working hard?" Luca thinned his lips, eyeing his phone, then shoved it back into his pocket without answering. Imre set his book down in his lap, watching him. "Everything all right?" "Just fine," Luca answered, and dragged his laptop across his thighs once more. Never fucking better. He was grateful when Imre, unlike his mother, held his silence and let it go. 59. "I never thought I'd say this," Luca announced, "but I'm really fucking starting to hate snow." He sprawled on his back in front of the fireplace, Vila and Shetty's heads draped over his stomach. The dogs watched him with mournful eyes, and he imagined they felt just as penned up as he did. Wild animals who needed to be outside running, but the outside was a wall of snow piled almost to the second floor of the farmhouse. The walkways had blown over the night of Luca's birthday in blizzard winds, and they'd been out there pushing them back up in the dark, wrapped up from the tops of their heads to the tips of their toes, finding their way by lanterns and roped together with lengths of cord to keep from wandering off into the fields and never finding their way back. They'd barely made it into the barns to make sure the animals were mewed up tight and the heaters were venting properly to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning before the wind had kicked up to shrieking levels, chasing them back into the farmhouse and locking them in. And this time, Imre had refused to listen to Luca's arguments the following mornings when he'd ventured out into the blowing cold and walls of snow to feed and water the animals every day. Imre had gone alone, leaving Luca inside by himself, worrying himself sick until Imre appeared in the doorway again, stomping snow from his boots and his beard crusted with ice, and his gloved hands shaking as he took the hot mug of tea Luca had waiting each time. Imre glanced up from his laptop, eyes thoughtful behind the reflective gleam of thick, black-framed reading glasses. He'd been working at something all day, and when Luca peered over, it was just an incomprehensible mess of spreadsheets and numbers and dates, though he'd recognized the names of several of the goats, picked out Gia and Myrta's names blocked out in red highlight. Imre had been so absorbed in his work that he'd only mumbled something unintelligible when Luca asked what the red meant, so Luca had tactfully let him be. Now, though, Imre chuckled, closing the laptop lid and setting it aside on the end table. I think it's quite lovely. There's something soothing about settling warm and quiet before the fire, while the rush of wind and snow sucks the sound out of the world. It was soothing the first day, now I'm just bloody bored. Nothing on Netflix, then? Balls to Netflix. Groaning, Luca sat up. The dogs tumbled with little yips, then rearranged himself at his hip, Vila's head stacked atop Shetty's. I got 2 days outside, what with you mewing me up like I'm at convent just over some blisters. 2. And then the snow's all down and I'm stuck up in here and going bloody sideways. We've not even gone to effing market. Imre propped his fist against his temple with an indulgent laugh, blue eyes glittering with a touch of taunting humour. Surely there's winter in Sheffield, or has the city done away with such archaic inconveniences? Don't you start with the sass, Luca growled, jabbing a finger at him. You could go outside in winter in Sheffield, because you have street sweepers and people who salt the roads in Sheffield, Imre pointed out. On the farm we make do on Yorkshire. Is it truly so terrible? No, Luca deflated, sighing. I just don't feel like reading, or watching the telly, or just sitting here. I want to get up and move. I suppose if I tell you to go take the stairs up and down a few times, you'll say I'm sassing off again. You are. Duly noted, old man. I shall keep my whippersnapper's impudent tongue to myself. Oh, you're a fucking riot, Imre. Lucas sprawled back against the rug and idly scratched behind Vila's tufted ear, burying his fingers into warm fur until he found soft, pliant skin. Is this what it's like for you every winter, just sitting, making shite and then lounging around like a great bloody bear in hibernation? Sometimes. Imre shrugged and tugged his glasses off, then folded them neatly and set them atop the laptop. I never really noticed. Always seems something to do. House repairs, things to make. Took half the time with you here, though. Reminds me of when my parents were alive, and we'd all work together and be finished and out of things to do in rather short order. His chuckle made his eyes gleam in the firelight, the corners crinkling. You sound like my mum when she'd get tired of weaving blankets or stitching quilts. She was a restless woman. What did she do then? Well, Imre trailed off, gaze growing distant, thoughtful, his voice soft with something almost like reverence for these memories. Da would fetch his violin, and I'd fetch my guitar. My mum played pipes and tambourine. She'd wrap herself in bells. That scarf over your bed was hers. She'd tie it round her waist over her skirts, so that it chimed every time she moved, and we'd play and sing and dance together, until we were breathless and tired and happy with it, and suddenly not so bored at all. Something about listening to Imre like this was almost breathtaking when Luca could see it. Imre, as a boy, younger than Luca's age, though Luca thought he'd be strong and wiry even then, and in Luca's imagination his mum and dad were shadowy figures with his same dark skin and tumbles of dark hair and thoughtful, intelligent eyes, all earthy clothing accented with bright colours, and that subtle inflected accent to their voices, singing and laughing and happy. "That's why you always told me to be careful with the scarf," Luca murmured. "Because it was hers." "Ah," Imre answered softly. "I've many of her things in the attic, but that one was her favourite. I think I'm jealous that you had that, a close family, two parents who loved each other. There's no such thing as the perfect family on Yucca. They fought too, but yes, I was lucky, I think, that they loved each other, and me, and that they gave me enough slack in my lead to find my own way." A subtle note of longing in Imre's voice made Luca wonder how much he missed them, how much he missed those winters, laughing together and singing. And he wondered, too, if it hurt more to have never had that kind of family at all, or if it hurt more to have had them and then lost them, to time and the endless march and movement of life. God, winter thoughts were depressing. Luca pushed himself up again, untangling himself fully from the dogs and digging his phone out of his pocket as he stood. "Look, I can't play a musical instrument for shite, but I've got iTunes and pretty much any kind of music you could imagine, so nothing saying we can't dance now." Imre's brows rose. "I suppose I wouldn't mind reviving an old tradition." "Good." Luca grinned and scrolled through his playlist, then settled on a track. "I love this song." He tapped play, and a slow R&B beat with a perky reggae influence came piping out of the phone. He dialed the volume up to max, then set the phone down on the coffee table, then promptly shoved the coffee table to the side, clearing space in front of the hearth and kicking the rug aside until he stood in his bare feet on the fire-warmed stone floor. Vila and Shetty skittered out of the way, chasing the rug and then tumbling down into a puppy pile on top of it. Imre stood slowly, his movements contemplative, his head cocking to one side curiously. "Walking side to side. Does she mean—" His brows drew together, and he shot Luca a look. "Luca!" Luca burst out laughing and held both hands up. "What? I didn't write the song?" Imre's incensed look only set him off into fresh snickers. "Oh, come on! You can't be that scandalized." Imre sniffed haughtily. "I've heard worse." "Uh-huh." Luca let himself sway a little with the beat, rolling his shoulders. "Come on, let's dance." "I don't know how to dance to this." Imre cocked his head in the other direction, frowning deeply as he shifted his feet. "The beat is too slow. It's not the kind of music where you move around fast, stomping and clapping and twirling to the beat." Luca bit the inside of his lip, just listening, feeling the slow rolling beat. The sound had a different kind of energy, bright but not fast-moving. "It's more like the kind of music you feel in your hips and the pit of your stomach and the column of your spine, like this." He tried to show Imre, lifting his arms over his head, letting his hips roll side to side, following both the beat and the vocals. He slid his arms together, the roll starting in his fingertips, flowing down his arms into his shoulders, until his back arched as if his spine slipped and rolled in molten oil dripping down each vertebrae, letting himself feel it in the drawing pull in the pit of his stomach, and the way each beat seemed to hit right in time with his pulse, little faster moments of swift wordplay prompting a quick, sharp snap of his hips. As the song blended into another verse, and the rolling movement played out in a bend of his knees, he straightened, to find Imre watching him oddly, gaze intent, expression unreadable. "I see," Imre said neutrally, Luca flushed, clearing his throat, looking away, suddenly feeling awkward, silly. "You try." He risked a glance back, but Imre was still watching him oddly, not moving. Luca bit his lip again. "Not even once?" Silence, until Imre shook himself, blinking and shaking his head. "I'm sorry. I was distracted trying to understand what they're saying." He stroked his beard, then repeated, grave and slow, "I give 0 fucks, and I got 0 chill in me." He trailed off into a thoughtful rumble. "I could see that being a viable life philosophy." Luca's awkward tension dissolved as laughter hit him sharp enough to gut-punch his breath out in a whoosh. He doubled over, digging his fingers against his chest as he struggled to drag in enough breath to even get it under control. When the more he tried to shove it down, the more it just squeaked out in wheezing, chirping giggles. Imre stared at him, utterly deadpan. "What?" Nothing, Luca wheezed, scrubbing at wet eyes and choking on a snicker. "Oh God, Imre, you're the best." With a few more broken chuckles, he managed to rein himself in and took several more deep breaths before straightening and reaching for his phone. "One sec, let me start the song over." Imre looked confused but just shrugged. Luca stopped the music, then set the track to repeat on loop before setting the phone down as the opening bars began again. "Okay, can you get the beat?" "I think so." Imre lifted his arms stiffly over his head like he was about to do pull-ups. "Like this?" Luca choked out another snicker, then cleared his throat and swallowed it back. "You don't have to raise your arms if you don't want to. Focus on moving your body first." Imre frowned but lowered his arms. His head began to bob slowly, tracking the rhythm before he started to sway back and forth, his shoulders moving with a touch of grace, but the rest of his body stiff as a bloody plank. "This feels rather bizarre, to stand and dance without moving my feet." "Come on, you have to move your hips like this." Luca rolled his again, a movement that made him feel like he was belly dancing with the figure 8 his hips traced in sharp side-to-side motion, pulling first on one side of his waist with a pleasant stretch of sinew, then the other. "Try it, just your hips." With a scowl, Imre managed a kind of jerky left-right hip pop before stopping. "My hips do not move like that. Everyone's hips move like that." Luca moved to stand behind Imre and gripped his hips. "You're too stiff. Follow my hands." He tried to guide him, tried to nudge him in at the waist to urge his hips one way, then the other, catching those stiff movements and shaping them as best he could as powerful muscle flexed under his hands, pulling in a rough bunching and stretching of corded blocks that rippled all the way up Imre's back, making his shoulder blades writhe under the tight Henley. Imre endured it a few moments longer, then stopped, not budging another inch, and tossed a glower over his shoulder. "I was not meant to dance this way." "Try, come on, oh!" Growling, Imre turned in Luca's grip and hooked a powerful arm around his waist, jerking him close against Imre's body. Gasping, Luca froze, grip shifting to clasp onto the hard iron flex and flow of Imre's biceps as he stared up at him, a thunder and riot churning through his chest. "Enough, Brad," Imre rumbled, glowering. "No amount of poking and prodding will make me understand what you are trying to make me understand." His grasp eased around Luca's waist, then fell away. Luca stumbled back quickly, struggling to catch his breath. For a moment he'd thought— It didn't matter what he'd thought, but there was something odd about Imre right now, something almost dangerous, a certain quiet, vibrant tension about him, and Luca didn't know what to do with it, or with himself. And so he only turned away, swiping up the phone and turning off the song. "Fine," he mumbled. "You have a better idea. I will show you how I dance. Give me that." Imre swiped the phone from Luca, leaving him blinking and staring while Imre thumbed through the listing of tracks. He tapped one, listened to less than half a bar of snare drum trap music, then frowned and moved on to the next, a poppy little Ed Sheeran tune. Imre made the most adorably disgusted face, then moved on to the next, and hardly listened to 10 seconds of Jason Derulo before he was on to the next, and the next, and the next, skipping through K-pop and R&B and J-rock and rock, and even a couple of Disney tunes before he settled on opening bars of delicate strumming Spanish guitar that fell quickly into Spanish-influenced pop, enticing some unnamed singer to "Come in the singer's direction, blessings, heaven." Imre listened thoughtfully for several long moments, then nodded solemnly. "This will do." Luca blinked. "That's Justin Bieber." "Who?" "Oh, God!" Luca dragged a hand over his face, laughing helplessly. "All right, I'm game. Show me. What do I have to do?" Imre said nothing, just listening as the song rolled into nearly purring Spanish, lyrical and blood-stirring, the beat sensuous and bright. Luca could only recognize a few words from old A-levels classes, acercando and armando and pulso, but he could sing the chart-topping lyrics by heart. Imre nodded as if he'd confirmed something for himself, then stopped the song, started it again from the beginning, and set the phone down on the coffee table. Then he hooked his arm around Luca's waist again, dragging him close so swiftly and so roughly that Luca's stomach turned cartwheels, breath tumbling out of him as Imre spun him into his grasp. One rough hand clasped Luca's, holding it to one side as if for a waltz, while the other guided Luca's other hand to Imre's shoulder before his arm once more wrapped around Luca's waist, scorching him through his clothing. Fuck. He was a mess inside, worked up into electric knots, and he'd been telling himself for weeks and weeks not to want it, but it was so fucking hard when Imre was so close, brilliant cobalt eyes burning into him, steel strength holding him tight against that fiercely, powerfully hard, overwhelmingly large body. And Luca's mouth went dry as Imre growled, and he felt it, every word vibrating between them in a rumble that shivered through him and lit up his every nerve, ending with fire-spark shimmer. "Follow my lead," Imre rumbled, and then spun them both into motion. If Luca followed, it was only because Imre's body led, pressed chest to chest, hip to hip, thigh to thigh. It was impossible not to move with Imre when every luxuriant movement of corded sinew pushed and pulled, flowed and swayed, moulding to Luca's body and showing him where to go. It wasn't quite rumba, wasn't quite salsa, wasn't quite samba, but it was fast and spinning, and Imre's swift, deft steps guided Luca until he was swirling across the living room, clutching at Imre, heart racing and blood roaring, and his body feeling lighter than feathers and ash and fast-rising sparks with how easily Imre handled him, strength and grace and wildness all in one. His head swam, intoxicated on nothing more than this, when Imre never looked away from him, held him, captured with every step, until each movement centered on bright burning blue eyes and the heat of their bodies crushed together. The room flashed by in a wall of colour as Imre spun him, nearly flinging Luca out to the length of their stretched arms, then tumbled him back in, spinning him close and clasping him tight as a little front-back step rolled Imre's hips into Luca's, then drew back to pull Luca's into Imre's, fluid and sinuous and making his spine slip until a pleasant little knot of sensation built in the very hollow of his back. Luca's knees went weak and soft, and he dug his fingers into Imre's shoulders to stay upright. "So your hips do move that way," he gasped. "When given good reason," Imre purred, then dipped Luca back, tearing a soft sound from him as Imre bent him nearly down to the floor, the sudden rush and the stretch of his body making something molten coil inside him. Molten and melting deeper as the angle forced him to bend a leg to maintain balance, his thigh nearly wrapping around Imre's hips, spreading him open until Imre fit between his legs, and something far harder than the ridge of Imre's zipper pressed into Luca. For a moment they held that way, Imre's face nearly buried into Luca's throat, lips hovering above his collarbone, beard scratching and nestling gently against his thundering pulse. "I find this good reason," Imre whispered, then swung them both upright, pulling Luca back into his arms. Imre clutched him tight. Luca clutched just as tight, holding fast, not a breath of space between them, leaning closer and closer while his stomach wrung into aching knots and every inch of his body flushed hot, too hot. He didn't know how they'd come to be like this, resting brow to brow, noses almost brushing, and he was so afraid any moment now Imre would break it, would shatter Luca like he'd shattered him again and again, instead of just holding him close and looking at him with those darkening eyes that seemed to fill Luca's world, stormy and burning into him as if he actually saw him, and not just a problem to be ignored until it went away. And when Imre twirled him into another dizzying spin and back again, Luca's chest seized as he pressed harder into him, taking in every breath Imre exhaled, burning inside from the hovering closeness of Imre's parted lips, from the roughness of his panting breaths, making his thickly muscled chest swell against Luca's. Imre. He curled his fingers against the nape of Imre's neck, buried in the lustrous softness of his hair. But that whisper of his name, that touch against his skin, seemed to pull Imre back to himself. He sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze clearing somewhat. But he didn't pull away, didn't stop the sinuous back and forth of their steps. "Luca," he breathed raggedly. "Luca, I cannot." Yet he was hard against Luca. And even as he said, "I cannot," his fingers clenched against Luca's back, fingertips hot brands pressing in, shirt bunching against Luca's skin and searing through him with the pressure, the friction, the possession in the touch. Luca clung to him and silently prayed that grip would only hold tighter, that Imre wouldn't thrust him away. "Why not?" he begged. "Why can't you?" A low, tortured groan escaped Imre's lips. I'm trying to remember. Let me remind you why you can." Luca pulled his hand free from Imre's and captured that rugged, sensuously beautiful face in both his palms, leaning into him. They were still moving together, but it was almost an afterthought, an aching rhythm of motion that suggested and promised and begged for more. He leaned hard into Imre, into the heat of him, melting into his flesh and whispering desperately, "You don't have to say no. Not if you don't want to." "Luca." Imre drifted to a halt, but if anything his grasp on Luca only tightened, both arms around him now. Against Luca's body Imre trembled, drawn so taut his muscles were slabs of stone that shivered in a quiet earthquake of tremors. Haunted blue eyes consumed Luca, watching him with something so raw and hot in their depths it could only be desire. Luca wet his lips, struggling not to give in to the terror and longing and need raking his heart to fluttering shreds. "Is it so wrong that I want you to look at me the way you are now?" he breathed. "That I want you to look at me and only me?" He stroked his fingers through Imre's beard, trailing back to bury into his hair. He could hardly breathe, his heart blocking his airways, but he still managed to force out, "I don't want to beg, Imre." Then he risked it, risked the most terrifying thing he'd ever done sober, only wishing for a sip of that sweet apple beer to give him courage, as he leaned in and pressed his mouth to Imre's. Only for a moment, but it was enough to taste the hot cider they'd had with dinner on his breath, enough for the firmness and fullness of Imre's lips to imprint on Luca in perfect caresses of smooth, heated skin, enough for the scratch of Imre's beard to flow over Luca's cheeks, teasing friction against his mouth that made his flesh burn and sensitized him to every tiny taste of Imre. He pulled away, struggling with himself, struggling not to break down, to cry, to He didn't know. But his heart was breaking when he'd tried to stop loving Imre, tried to be his friend, but every day of silence had built inside him into an awful fullness, a thing he couldn't hold in any longer, or it would overflow his banks and shatter him, sweep him away until he was nothing in the face of the enormity of it. "But I will," he finished. He would beg, he would plead, he would do anything, if only Imre would see him. But Imre only closed his eyes, swearing softly under his breath, leaning harder into Luca until their noses brushed. "Bloody hell, Luca. I know you can only be with someone if you can love them, but isn't there anything about me that you could love?" Luca pleaded. "Even one thing." Imre's eyes slipped open. He stared at Luca intently, something fierce burning hot enough to turn cobalt stones into brilliant blue fire. "Don't ask me that," he growled. But rather than push Luca away, he only grasped him tighter, until Luca could hardly breathe for the pressure of powerful arms, of possessive hands. "If you won't tell me, then—" His lips trembled. He could barely force his voice past his lips. Small, not even a whisper. "Then will you kiss me?" He steeled himself for the no, steeled himself for something about his father, about his age, the million other reasons Imre had when Luca could feel that desire, that arousal that said Imre must feel something for his body to stir for Luca. And from the haggard, tormented way Imre looked at him, any moment now, Imre would pluck Luca's heart from its frightened, dizzy, foolishly hopeful high and dash it down low to shatter it once more against his implacable logic and honor. Silently he pleaded with him not to, because Luca's heart couldn't handle breaking one more time. But maybe it should. Maybe Imre should break his heart this one last time, so Luca would remember his place, forget how to feel this destructively painful love, and be able to accept that Imre couldn't, wouldn't, and didn't want to love Luca the way he craved to be loved. Imre's lips parted. Luca closed his eyes, tensing all over, biting his lip hard to give himself a focal point, pain to distract him, something to center his world on so when those words came he wouldn't cry, not where Imre could see him. But Imre said nothing. Luca felt him moving, and then sucked in a breath, pulse jumping, as Imre's beard brushed against his throat, softly scratchy bristles teasing against his skin, until prickles stood up all over him and he couldn't breathe. Then heated lips brushing over his neck, and his mind spun as a little sharp, shocking thrill rushed through him. The hard edges of Imre's teeth bit down. Luca cried out softly, rising up on his toes, fingers digging into Imre's hair. Gently, so gently, Imre drew Luca's flesh into the heat of his mouth, capturing his skin against warm lips and the fiery well of dampness that was Imre's mouth, his teeth, a teasing and circling tongue that traced burning rough circles against Luca's throat. He whimpered, curling forward, raking at Imre's hair as the man bit down just hard enough for a subtle spark of pain, just enough of a sting to whip the pleasure of that sucking, teasing mouth into a sweet, sharp lash, a bolt that struck deep in the pit of Luca's stomach. "Oh, my God," he gasped. "Imre." Imre slowly released that captured bit of flesh, leaving Luca's neck throbbing. His breaths curled in hot washes over Luca's throat as he rumbled softly. "I have wanted to do that for some time." He lifted his head then, looking down at Luca, watching him with a strange mixture of that quiet, graven calm that was so Imre, and a kindling, smouldering hunger that made him seem someone wholly new, an Imre that Luca had never known. "Now I will kiss you." Barely a moment for the flood of emotion to rock Luca with an earthquake's force. Shock, disbelief, elation, hope, joy, before that firm, hot mouth crashed down on his. He'd never thought Imre could kiss like this, consuming, deep, as if Luca were an ocean and Imre would submerge himself utterly in his depths. He felt like the sea, a thing of ebbing and flowing tides, of power and strange wild mystery and silent secrets, as Imre's kiss throbbed him from head to toe, filled him with a rushing and crashing desire. Nothing had ever made him feel at once weak and powerful, small and strong, desiring and desirable as the way Imre kissed him, like a man willingly surrendering to something all-consuming, lips locked and caressing against Luca's, as if Imre were drugged and craving, teeth-nipping and teasing, tongue-tracing and delving in delicious sweeps. As overwhelming as Imre could be, more overwhelming was the knowledge that Imre wanted him, and the power of that left Luca nearly drunk with it. He had driven Imre to this, to the rough, desperate clutch of his hands, to the low groan in Imre's throat, to the hard, fierce, bruising pressure of his kiss, to the burning, shuddering tension in Imre's body. And there were few things more powerful, more sensual, Luca realized, than feeling desired by someone you loved. He moulded himself against the towering bulk of Imre's body, whimpering in the back of his throat as Imre's teeth toyed with his lower lip, sinking in and teasing it to sensitivity, tingling his mouth and sending ripples of heat radiating out to the tips of his fingers and toes. Luca retaliated by capturing Imre's upper lip, tracing it with his tongue, tasting Imre, and was rewarded by a broken, gasping snarl, a crushing grasp, the rush of a heady high that he could make Imre react that way. Then solid ground tumbled away and they were falling. Imre dropped back onto the sofa and dragged Luca with him, pulling him down until Luca sat across Imre's lap with his legs stretched to one side, and that hard ridge in Imre's jeans pressing up against his bottom. Deliberately Luca shifted his hips, moving against him. Imre tore back from his hips with a rough, gasping groan, eyes half closing, hips lifting as his head fell back against the edge of the couch. Luca's own cock throbbed in response, and he slid his fingers over Imre's chest, following the hard contours underneath his shirt, reveling in the way taut shudders seemed to follow his fingertips. He hadn't known how desperately he needed to feel wanted until Imre was hard against him, holding him tight, dragging rough palms and long spread fingers over Luca's back, and breathing like a beast out of control. "Imre," he whispered, kissing the corners of Imre's mouth, then daring to kiss him fully again, sinking himself into the depths of Imre's lips and burning all throughout as that hot mouth claimed him again, as Imre tangled his fingers in Luca's hair and cupped the back of his head and dragged him down, until firm lips dominated and possessed and destroyed him. Utterly wrecked, trembling, his limbs liquid, he shifted to straddle Imre's lap, heat to heat, moving against him with wonderful surging jolts of pleasure and friction that pushed up inside him, hollowed him out, left him empty and aching and wanting, a needy dark pleasure that begged to be filled. He arched his back to the heavy hand that stroked slowly up his spine, grinding his hips harder to Imre's, and Imre jerked with a low growl. His cock pulsed hard against his jeans, hard enough to thrust roughly between Luca's legs, and a trembling, luscious, terrified heat started in the pit of Luca's stomach, running liquid and swift. His lips went slack and soft against Imre's, unresisting as that wild mouth tormented him. His fingers twitched with the sudden want to touch, to slip his fingers inside Imre's jeans and trace his fingers over his cock, to find out if his skin was soft or slick, to see if that hardness was as hot against skin as it felt through denim, if it was as thick and heavy as it felt. And he flushed with a rush of embarrassment and need that he could be so wanton. Yet he still craved. It was hard not to when Imre's touch, his kiss, made Luca feel more sensual, more beautiful than he ever had in his life. But Imre broke back gently, shifting his grip to catch Luca's arms loosely just below his biceps, stilling him. Imre looked up at him, head resting against the back of the sofa with that glorious corona of silvered hair spread and tumbling around him, his mouth wet and red, eyes so dark they were nearly black. "Shh," he said huskily, around swift, panting breaths. "Shh. Slow down. It doesn't have to be more than a kiss. Not now." Luca closed his eyes, slumping forward with a groan, resting his brow to Imre's shoulder. His entire body felt like a livid heartbeat, pumping too much blood to every point of contact until he felt swollen and sensitive everywhere. Sorry, He swallowed, wrapping his arms around Imre's neck. "I want everything, and I'm afraid of it at the same time." But the little scared knot inside him loosened its grip as Imre settled his arms firmly around him, holding him close. He breathed out shakily, trying to calm himself. I don't know what it means, but you're kissing me right now. That you aren't telling me no, just slow down." Imre's voice thrummed against his ear, a quiet, sighing hum of breaths. "What do you want it to mean?" Luca held him tighter, fingers curling in the back of his shirt. "I want to just be with you, Imre. It doesn't matter what we call it, boyfriends or whatever, or nothing at all. I just want to be together." He swallowed the lump of fear in his throat. "Couldn't you ever see yourself being with me?" "Ah, Luca." Imre's hands slid in warm, soothing strokes up his back, kneading into his body. "Easily. But you know it's more complicated than that. If your father ever finds out—" "Screw my father," Luca flared, then scrunched his nose. "Well, not literally, but—" Imre let out a short, startled bark of laughter, his body shaking under Luca's. "The idea never crossed my mind." "Oh, thank God, that's just naff." Worrying at his sore, aching lower lip, which tasted metallic sweet in a way it never had before, Luca pushed himself up, bracing his hands on Imre's chest to look at him eye to eye. "Look, I'm only here for a few more weeks, a month at most." He ducked his head, looking away from those curious, gentle cobalt eyes. "I like kissing you. I like touching you. And you seem to like kissing and touching me." "I do." "Then can we just stop pretending we don't want to, until I leave? You can't pretend we haven't been circling around it like bloody Burks for weeks." A tired smile flitted across Imre's lips. "Closer to months." "And all it's done is make things tense and upset both of us." Luca sighed. "He never has to know. We don't have to have sex, we just don't. But I just want to be with you and like you this way, and not have it be wrong." Imre regarded him frankly, shaking his head slightly. "Do you know what you're asking me, Luca? Do you know how hard it is for me to be casual about things like that? Believe me, there's nothing casual about this, about how I feel." Just those words struck roughly as a slap, as if this thing that had been eating him alive with every waking moment, every waking thought, was something that he could easily brush aside. His eyes stung. I'm just being realistic. If all it can be is the next few weeks, then just let it be this, instead of nothing at all." He smiled, but his mouth quivered no matter how he tried to hold it straight, his vision starting to blur wetly. This shouldn't hurt so much. He was getting what he wanted, sort of, so shouldn't he be happy? Shouldn't he... I mean, how could it be more, right? I'm just some useless, barely legal prat, right? No, Angyulka, you're not that. You're not that at all. Come here." Imre's hands were as gentle as his voice as he drew Luca down and shifted him in his lap until they were no longer wrapped around each other, with their bodies crying rough and heated counterpoint to this quiet, aching pain. Luca curled up against Imre's chest and let Imre guide his head to his shoulder. He drew in a hiccuping breath, fighting this bittersweet wanting, this trembling need, while Imre stroked through his hair and pressed kiss after kiss to his temples, the corners of his eyes, his cheeks, the bridge of his nose, his beard a comforting roughness and his lips a soothing warmth. With a sigh, Imre leaned his brow to Luca's temple. "Is this really what you want?" "No," Luca admitted, closing his eyes. "But it's all I can have." "All right." Luca's next breath lodged in his chest, sticking in his ribs. You mean it?" "Yes," Imre answered in that simple way that was so very Imre, that honesty that could never be anything but what it was. "I care for you, Luca. A great deal, and even if I know we are treading lines we should not cross, I cannot bring myself to deny you any longer." Rough fingers caught Luca's chin, tipping his face up, and he opened his eyes just in time to meet Imre's before firm lips touched his, plied gently, melted through him with a warmth that was as much pleasure as frustrated, keening pain. That kiss lasted only moments before Imre exhaled and let go, leaning into Luca again and holding him so very close. "Or myself. It only hurts us both, to no good end." Luca searched Imre's eyes, looking for the lie, the deception, the condescending indulgence one would spare a child. But there was only the man he loved, looking at him with warmth and weariness, sweetness and sorrow, honesty, and a hurt as quiet and enduring as Luca's own. "Until January, then," Luca whispered, and Imre let out a low rumble of agreement. "Until January," Imre repeated, then drew Luca up into a kiss that set his world on fire. 60. Imre had no fucking clue what he was doing, and that was not a feeling he was accustomed to. Even when he had been Luca's age, he had been accustomed to deciding what he wanted and maintaining a path until he arrived at his destination, or, on further consideration of the situation, chose a new path. Even when he was inexperienced, he was certain of his decisions. It was how his parents had raised him, to own what he chose and uphold what he did, accept when he made mistakes and move forward from that. "We are not people who flinch," his mother had told him when he was very young. He remembered Imre Claybourne leaning over him with her long dark hair rippling down her chest, playing over his shoulders as she cut apples into slices with a pocket knife and deft hands. "Not from the difficult things, not from the pain. We are Claybournes, born of the clay and earth, and we will stand as firm. If you choose something, you do not waver, do not flinch. If you make a mistake, you face it, and you have the honor to admit it. If you do something, you do it with everything in you, because we don't fucking half-ass." He'd rarely heard his mother curse, and his eyes had rounded while he'd frozen in his chair, unsure if he should laugh or accept the situation with the gravity it seemed to deserve. But then his mother had laughed herself, her eyes warm and bright and as blue as his, and ruffled his hair before offering an apple slice. "You don't need to be told this, I think. You're a good boy. A kind boy. Sometimes too kind, I think. But stay kind, my love. There are not enough kind people in this world, and I would rather raise a son to be kind than to be the sort of strong that most men seek. True strength comes from kindness, Imre, not cruelty. Remember that." Yet Imre had trouble remembering anything. His resolution, his strength, his focus. When Luca was in his lap, his lips melting like candy underneath Imre's, and his heartbeat fast and frightened as a bird's underneath Imre's palm. The sort of man his parents had raised him to be wouldn't be in this situation. The sort of man his parents had raised him to be would remember that Luca was only 20, and that Luca's parents were Imre's trusted and dearest friends. The sort of man his parents had raised him to be would never betray that trust, no matter the ache of desire, of longing, that drew him to be impulsive, to be reckless, to give in to things he never should have wanted. But his heart seemed to belong to a different man, and that man cradled Luca close and kissed him as though he might well lose him tomorrow. He very well could, if the slightest whisper of this reached Marco. But then Luca let out a tiny moan, sweet as a drop of sugar on the tongue, and Imre forgot Marco, forgot Lucia, forgot everything except Luca's slender fingers buried in his hair, and the rough, soft heat of Luca's tongue twined with his, lingering in strokes as luxuriant and slow as a cat's purring stretch. There was something addicting about how Luca tested and feinted, one moment bold and arching into Imre with little teeth teasing at his mouth, and plying lips demanding every caress and slick-locked taste, the next going limp with a shudder the moment Imre stroked his fingers down his fluttering throat, or teased the tip of his tongue with scraping teeth. He tasted so bloody perfect, all wet berry lips and bruises, and Imre was a very, very bad man, because all he wanted to do was pin Luca back against the couch and drink of those lips for hours, until Luca was boneless beneath him and that slim, lovely body turned so very supple and hot. Only Luca, where 100 hot-eyed glances and invitingly curled lips had done nothing for him, where the coy looks and flirtatious sallies at the market had left him cold, only Luca could do this to him, no matter how many reasons Imre conjured for why he shouldn't. His breaths burned as though he'd run 100 miles, aching inside his chest. He tore back, stopping himself before he crossed his own boundaries, those invisible lines that said, "Slow, slow, no need to rush." Luca set his blood on fire until he couldn't think straight, couldn't make choices with the slow, careful consideration he preferred. Bloody hell, this boy was going to ruin him. He opened his eyes, looking into a hazed, too bright green gaze. Against Luca's pale skin his mouth was a bright, lush red, almost obscenely soft and wet, and Imre shuddered at the hot, possessive bolt of rough and hungry desire that shot through him. He'd never thought of himself as the sort of man with such urges, such tendencies. But then he'd never had a pretty sylph sitting flushed and breathless in his lap either, watching him with an adoring gaze, and awakening long dormant things Imre thought he'd buried ages ago. Luca's gaze flicked back and forth over Imre's face, before his flush deepened and he ducked his head with a shy smile. In the silence, the phone had fallen still long minutes ago to leave only the rush of their breaths and the whispered wet sounds of lips mating and parting. Imre touched his fingertips to that swollen mouth, tracing its tenderness, and groaned as flesh as soft as cotton candy gave underneath his fingertips, nearly wrapping his fingers in yielding, inviting warmth, caressed by the heat of Luca's breaths. Delicately Luca touched his tongue to Imre's fingertips, wet and taunting, then kissed his fingers, watching him through his lashes. Imre's gut tightened into a burning knot, his inner thighs turning hot and taut and pulling hard at that sensitive center of arousal that built at the very base of his cock. His mouth ached, his tongue tingling in a sensitized echo of contact, wanting to claim and taste and delve deep all over again. But if he did, he might well forget himself entirely, with those glimmering green eyes watching him so sweetly and enticing the most deviant things. He needed a diversion, anything to clear his head and cool his blood. And so he let his hand fall away from Luca's mouth, swept the boy up against his chest, stood, and headed for the stairs. Luca let out a startled yelp and wrapped his arms around Imre's neck. By the time he'd stopped reflexively kicking his legs and relaxed his slight weight against Imre's chest, Imre had crested the stairs and strode down the hall to the bedroom. He elbowed the door open, then tumbled Luca down onto the bed, spilling him against the handmade patchwork quilt in varying squares of deep rich blues. The room was dark, save for the fire Imre had kindled after his evening shower, leaving it to warm the room until bedtime. The firelight cast edges of gold against the splayed tendrils of Luca's hair, turning it to smoke-black cinders and flame. Against the dark colour of the quilt, Luca's pale skin nearly glowed. Wide cat's eyes looking up at Imre, smoky pupils dilated. "Imre," he whispered, licking his swollen lips. "Only to sleep," Imre murmured, reminding himself as much as Luca. He leaned over him, caging that slender, fragile body between his arms as he braced his hands on the bed, the mattress sinking under his weight. "But I want you in my bed, Luca." Maybe that would silence the possessive thing snarling and twisting under his skin when he refused to allow it anything else tonight. Oh. Luca's eyes widened further, and he mumbled in a small voice, "I'm wearing my clothes." "You should do something about that." Luca bit his lip. That damned lip, that overripe raspberry lip that was going to drive Imre beyond reason with its slickness and softness, then dropped his hands to pull his T-shirt up, baring the waist of his jeans. Imre watched, riveted, blood slowing to a volcanic flow of liquid fire, as Luca flicked the button of his jeans open, every movement pushing his shirt to expose little bite-sized glimpses of pale skin as he drew his zipper down. A lithe twist of his hips and his jeans slid down over short, loose, pale blue boxers, slim, svelte thighs, graceful calves. He kicked the jeans off when they hit his ankles, knocking them off the foot of the bed, then sprawled out beneath Imre once more, lifting his chin almost defiantly to bare his vulnerable throat and the faint red mark left behind where Imre had bitten him. "Mine," that possessive animal seemed to snarl, and "Shut up," Imre snarled back. He was not a fucking animal. He'd wanted to be safe for Luca before traded kisses and whispered temporary promises, and he damned well meant to be safe for him now. But he wasn't sure Luca was safe for him, especially when the boy reached up to catch one of the braids in Imre's hair and twine it around his fingers, throaty voice nearly purring. "Better," Imre agreed, and pulled out of reach before he did something. He caught the edge of his own shirt, pulling it up over his head, only for Luca to make a strangled sound. "Oh!" Imre pulled his shirt off, peeling it down his arms, then glanced at Luca, who stared at him with his eyes rounded, cheeks a deep, burning red. Imre grinned, tossed his shirt over the high-backed chair in the corner, and unbuttoned his jeans. "Close your eyes, if a naked man is so very scandalous." Luca's eyes narrowed before he hissed and jerked his gaze away, fixing it on the headboard. "Oh, you asshole." "Guilty as charged." But Imre made short work of stripping down to his boxer briefs, then fetching a clean pair of cotton pajama pants from the trunk at the foot of the bed, pulling them up around his hips and cinching the drawstring. When he sank onto the bed on one knee, Luca peeked back at him from under the wild tumble of his hair. Imre settled down against the headboard, leaning back, then caught Luca's chin lightly, tilting his face up. He wanted to see those pretty green eyes, wanted to... To what? Luca was his, but only for the rest of the month. But he'd been refusing to let himself see the desire in Luca's eyes for weeks, refusing to let himself feel the things that desire roused, burning as much in his heart as in his flesh, and if he was going to do this, he was going to be a Claybourne, and not damned well half-arse it for the little time he had. He leaned in and stole another taste of those lips, just enough to remind himself why he should keep his hands to himself, and why he very much didn't want to, then murmured, "If I'm an arsehole, what does that say for your taste in men?" Luca drew up to settle against the headboard next to him, leaning against his arm, swaying into his kiss, his eyes lidded and smoky. "That it's absolutely fucking terrible. I'll have to agree with you there." Imre traced his thumb against the corner of Luca's mouth, absorbing the sensation of soft skin, then released his chin to slip his arm around slim shoulders, drawing that lanky frame into the crook of his arm, and sighing. "I am terrible, Luca, in ways you cannot begin to fathom." "I have trouble believing that." Luca nestled against him, resting his head to his shoulder. Wisps of dark hair tickled against Imre's collarbone. "You're the kindest, most honourable man I've ever met. You're practically a saint." "Saints do not have the thoughts I have." A teasing smile split Luca's lips, and he rested his hand to Imre's chest. Skin to skin, the slight hints of new calluses on Luca's fingertips raising sparks of sensation. "I thought you were pure and chaste and romantic." "Romantic," Imre growled. "Not pure. Most definitely not chaste. I'm demisexual, not a bloody monk." Luca laughed, snuggling against him and closing his eyes, and repositioned himself as Imre slid down the headboard to settle against the pillows, stretching out on his back with Luca melded against his side, one slender leg shifting to tangle with Imre's brazenly. Imre sighed, watching him with fond exasperation. "Little cat," he thought, but closed his eyes and settled back against the pillows. Perhaps sleeping skin to skin with Luca wasn't the best way to rein himself in, but right now, after the haunted, hurt way Luca had looked at him, that fragile whisper of "until January," he couldn't bear to let Luca sleep alone. And maybe, just maybe, Imre didn't want to be alone himself. He'd thought Luca would just drift off, but after long minutes he shifted against Imre, venturing softly. "Imre? Have you ever been in love before?" Imre opened his eyes, turning his head. Luca watched him over the curve of Imre's shoulder, one pale hand curled in front of his face. Imre studied him, then answered, "A couple of times." Something darkened in Luca's eyes, his brows knitting. "Why didn't it work out?" "We just wanted different things." Imre could think of two men he could say he loved, perhaps. Juarez, a young gamin Japanese-Peruvian man with a lost and haggard look, and a secret he would never say to Imre, who'd stayed a season to help with the harvests, and then taken his secrets and his pain away on the same wind that had blown him into Harrogate, because whatever he'd needed, Imre hadn't been it. And Thomas, thin, bookish Thomas, who'd hated goats and farm life as much as Imre had hated the idea of living in close concrete walls and walking paved streets away from the pastures of Lohera. He could remember the taste of each of them, the way they'd smelled in those soft, warm moments just out of the shower. Yet it was as much of an echo as the impression of them in his bed. And he wondered now if he'd loved them, or if he'd just told himself he did, to keep himself from shutting them out and refusing to let them invade him with their lips, their bodies, their touch. "Sometimes," he murmured, "you can love someone with all your heart, but you're just not meant to be together." "What were their names?" Luca asked faintly. "Is that really something you want to know?" Luca parted his lips, then stopped, lowering his eyes. "No, maybe not." He curled his hand enough to pluck and pull at his red-sheened lower lip. "Do you still love them?" "In a way." "What kind of way?" Imre thought for a moment, searching for the words to explain, then said, "The way you love a memory, something that isn't real anymore and can never be real again. It's a fondness that belongs not to the person or thing, but the place they occupy in your history and the fingerprints they left on the glass walls of your heart." That was how he thought of hearts so often, as glass-walled lanterns with soft firelight flickering inside, burning in many colours. Fingers reaching for that light could leave smudges on the glass that dimmed it, or only filtered it into delicate new shapes. But he pulled himself from the past into the present, meeting Luca's shy, watchful gaze once more. "But if you're wondering if I'm still pining for the one that got away..." He smiled slightly and tucked a lock of Luca's hair behind the delicate curve of his ear. "No, there is no one that got away. There were just lives, moving on divergent paths." "Is that what I'll be when I leave?" Luca's voice was thick and low. "Fingerprints on your heart, Onyulka." Imre shifted onto his side, propping himself up on one elbow and facing Luca. He curled his hand against the back of Luca's neck, drawing him in to kiss his brow, cool, fine skin against his lips. "Don't you know? You've been part of my heart for the past 20 years. There is no one whose memories are deeper engraved into me." But Luca pulled back, staring down at the deep midnight sheets, clenching his fingers against the cloth. "Except Dad's, except Mum's. They aren't here right now." Imre wanted to coax those pretty green eyes up to his again, but Luca had drawn in on himself, and Imre wouldn't force it. So he only kissed the top of Luca's head, then rested his hand atop that inky crown. "You are." "Yeah, I guess I am." Luca offered a wan, faltering smile. "Will you hold me until I fall asleep, Imre?" "Of course." It wasn't hard to tell what Luca was thinking, asking about Imre's past lovers, thinking of when he would leave. And if Imre couldn't quite ease his fears and insecurities when Luca didn't speak of them directly, he could at least offer him physical comfort. He stretched his arm along the pillows, once more making room for him. "Come here, little cat." Luca grumbled, but scooted over and tucked against him again. "I'm not that little. I would wager I'm approximately 4 times your body weight, possibly 5. Because you're an ox." "Why that little?" Imre narrowed his eyes, then rolled over, pushing Luca down to the bed underneath him and pinning him there with his body. He stretched out fully atop that slight frame, struggling not to shudder at how Luca's lithe angles and slender lines moulded against him, finding space in every crevice and hollow, until they locked together as if they'd been carved to fit. Moving carefully, he settled his full weight against Luca, while Luca gasped and squirmed, bursting into breathless laughter. "Oh, get off, Imre!" His laughter peaked in a high shriek, almost a giggle, and he thudded his fists ineffectually against Imre's shoulders, the impacts barely registering. I can't breathe." "Well, that just won't do." Chuckling, Imre braced his elbows to either side of Luca's shoulders, lifting himself up enough so that he wasn't crushing his little cat. "So, missionaries right out then?" "Imre!" Luca made a spluttering sound, flushing up to the tips of his ears. His gaze flew to the side, fixing on the fireplace. I wouldn't mind, He darted another glance at Imre, then scowled, poking his tongue out. "Oh, you're just fucking with me." "Am I?" Imre leaned down and nuzzled his nose to Luca's. "I just wanted to hear you laugh, Onyulka." Luca's scowl relented, easing into a pout. "Did I seem so sour? Miserable as a stormy day?" Imre shifted to slip an arm around Luca's waist, lifting him off the bed a little, then held him close as he rolled over, twisting onto his back and pulling Luca atop him. Luca made a startled sound, but settled quickly, stretching out over Imre's body with his arms folded on his chest and his chin propped on his crossed wrists. "Better?" Imre asked. "Then go to sleep, Luca." Luca sighed in assent, eyes lidding, but then asked, "Imre?" "Yes?" "How do you say good night in Romungro?" Imre paused, searching his memory, then frowned. "You know, I don't know." and it was strange for him not to have a word on the tip of his tongue, natural and ready, but that one just wasn't there. Romungro is a very specific Carpathian dialect of Romany, and not even my parents spoke it completely, after generations in England with English as our primary language. But in general Romany you might say, Lachi tirat. He stopped as a memory struck him, then shook his head. No, Lokirat might work better. Lokirat, Luca tried, attempting to mimic Imre's accent, then again slower. Lokirat. Warmth bloomed in Imre's chest, and he smiled. It eases my heart to hear that language spoken in this house again, Onyulka. It does? Luca's answering smile lit his eyes. Will you teach me more? I think I still remember some things you taught me when I was little. Hungarian, too. As you wish. Imre chuckled and pulled the covers up over them both, settling the duvet snugly over their bodies. In the morning, Lokirat, Luca. Loko soibe. Lokirat, Imre, Luca answered, looking far too pleased with himself, then burrowed down against Imre. And within 5 minutes he was asleep, this feather's weight laid atop Imre's body and moving in slow, soft breaths, his warmth trapped between Imre and the duvet and building higher and higher, sinking deeper and deeper. Imre sighed and closed his eyes, until there was nothing but the dark, the heat and softness of Luca's body, and the lonely snow-scoured wind, its mournful howl asking Imre again and again if he could ever be ready for the day when Luca left Imre behind for the life he was meant to have. 61. The very next morning, the first of the goats went into heat. Luca wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. They'd already moved the bucks into a separate pen in the big barn a few days ago, anticipating what Imre had called the usual annual heat cycle, but mostly the goats had been normal when they'd been checked each morning. But this morning he heard them bleating and crying all the way from the back door of the house, echoing over even the blizzard winds. He glanced at Imre worriedly. Are they okay? Do you think something got in with them? No, Imre said grimly, pulling his coat on. I know that sound. At least one of the does is starting estrus, and the billies can smell her. Let me come with this time? Imre gave him a skeptical look. It's still coming down pretty bad out there. So hold on to me. Luca grinned and hooked his arm in Imre's, leaning into him, still high on the fact that he could. High on waking up tangled in Imre, when the last time he'd been in Imre's bed he'd woken to the sheets already cold and Imre gone. Not this morning. This morning Imre had looked up at him with sleep-warmed, darkened eyes, this great lazy lion of silver and sand stretched out in his bed, and so breathtakingly gorgeous, a smile on his lips as he'd rumbled, "Good morning, Onyulka," and drawn him in for a lingering, drowsy kiss that left Luca's mouth tasting of Imre and the sweet, heady wine of slow-burn longing. He leaned up and stole another kiss now, pushing himself up on his toes and still barely able to reach high enough to brush his mouth across Imre's. I trust you, he murmured against Imre's lips. You won't let me get lost, and you might need help if the goats are being weird. I've never needed help before, brat. Imre chuckled his deep thunder-rumble chuckle, resting a massive hand on Luca's waist and nipping his upper lip. Put on a proper jumper under your coat. Layer up under your jeans. I won't let you get lost, but I can't do much against frostbite. You mean it? Luca laughed, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Okay. He turned and sprinted from the kitchen, up the stairs, before Imre could change his mind. In his room he stripped in record time, then wiggled into a pair of knit leggings and a thermal undershirt, before dragging his jeans and shirt on again. His hoodie, his winter jacket, 2 pairs of socks, gloves and his boots later, and he was tumbling down the stairs to meet Imre at the door, answering Imre's patient amusement with a grin. "Ready?" "You're rather excited about goats mating, Onyuka." "I'm curious," he said, and caught Imre's hand, tugging him to the door. "And I want to go outside." "You may regret that in a moment." "I won't." He did. The moment he stepped past the threshold, frigid wind slapped him in the face hard enough to dash his head to the side. Icy granules drove into his cheek, focused into a shooting funnel by the half-open sides that kept the force of the wind from blowing the walkways over more often. He gasped, but the air hurt like swallowing razor blades. He'd thought it was bad when they'd had to come out in the storm to push the walkways back into place, but he hadn't known what bad was until he was struggling to even breathe the painfully cold air that felt like it would freeze him into permafrost from the inside out. Imre had already pulled the collar of his coat up over the lower half of his face, but he gestured to Luca, pantomiming pulling something over his head. Luca fumbled for the hood of his hoodie, pulling it from under his coat, and dragged it up over his head, then zipped his coat up higher until the collar closed over his mouth and nose, insulating them and trapping the air until it warmed before he breathed it in. Imre reached for his hand. Luca slipped his into it, and Imre's strong fingers grasped him tight, a solid reassurance that it would be all right. Then, together, they trudged toward the barn, the blatting goat calls leading them forward, following the wooden barriers of the walkway, the snow piled so high it nearly spilled over the 4-foot walls and through the gap into their narrow pathway. Even with the shielding walls and roof, the wind still buffeted them, and it was slow going to the barn. Luca held Imre's hand so tight he thought he would break it, though after the first few minutes he couldn't even feel it when the wind bit through his gloves and chilled his fingers. He couldn't believe Imre had been going out in this alone every day. Like fuck Luca would let him do it any more. Stepping into the heated barn was like stepping into a furnace, heat blasting him even as the wind eased off. Luca gasped, dragging his collar down and hoodie back, scrubbing at the snowflakes crusted and iced to his eyelashes before rubbing his hands together, trying to rub the feeling back into them. "Bloody fuck! Is it always like that?" "Never," Imre answered grimly. "Weather's been shifting strange the past few years, getting worse every year. Seasons are off. Lucky it's not affecting the crops yet, but it will." Luca bit his lip. "What will you do then?" "Find a way." Imre unzipped his outer coat and shrugged out of it, his lips setting in a hard line. "I always find a way." "I wish I could help," Luca thought, but bit his tongue and followed Imre deeper into the barn. The pen where they'd isolated the 5 billies of the herd was a mess of poured-up straw, feed troughs kicked over, even the water trough knocked on its side. The bucks themselves were fractious and milling about, occasionally butting at each other half-heartedly, but mostly gathered in the corner of the pen closest to the larger pen for the does, bleating and flapping their tongues and rolling their eyes, stomping about. The smell from the pen was foul, bitter urine everywhere. They'd rather clearly rammed the wall of their pen. It bulged outward in several spots, the chicken wire stretching between the boards warped and almost torn. "So that's why you use the chicken wire," Luca said, eyeing the bucks. "They'd jump the fence otherwise, or tear it down. The chicken wire snares their horns and they don't like it, so they leave it alone after a few butts." Imre moved past to the doe's pen and levered himself over the fence to drop down in the dirt and hay among the milling nanny goats. "Come on, I'll show you how to tell if a doe's in heat." Luca arched a brow. Well, that's something they never covered in A-levels. But he climbed the fence, swinging himself over and dropping down at Imre's side. Imre wasted little time in corralling a young-looking doe who was barely more than a kid herself, but she was standing oddly and panting with her head low, her tail wagging sharply, soft bleats spilling constantly past her open mouth, while the underside of her tail looked wet and red and swollen. With a gentle, capable touch, Imre held her still, soothing her with gentle pats while showing Luca the physical symptoms, the swelling and discharge, sticky tail, frequent urination, while explaining the behavioral signs, from personality changes to noisy vocalization. "This'll be little Darrow's first heat," Imre said. "Looks like about 9 of our other girls are gearing up too. Can you tell which ones?" Luca felt a bit naff wandering among the goats and peering at their hind quarters, but when he caught a hint of red and a wet, wagging tail, he pointed. "Her. Cara? Spot on." Imre stroked between Darrow's ears, then moved to check Cara. "I wasn't sure if she would go into heat this season, as old as she is, but girl's still ticking. So, how does the whole thing work?" "Basically," Imre said, leaning over to check Cara's tail, "we put them in a separate pen with the bucks and let nature do its work. If they don't rot this estrus cycle, they will again in a few weeks when the girls come to again." "Lovely. Part of the work." Imre caught a rope lead hanging on the wall and deftly looped it around Cara's neck. "Let's get them moved into the breeding pen." "Right then." Luca had no idea what he was doing, but he'd never let that stop him before. And there was some part of him, too, that wanted to prove that no matter the season, he could help Imre. Be useful. He didn't want to give full voice to the thought forming in the back of his mind, not when he was already tempting fate and pushing his luck by begging for these short few weeks. He couldn't let himself think about longer. Imre wouldn't have it anyway. Imre wouldn't have him. So he threw himself into working, so he wouldn't have to think about it. Together he and Imre roped the 9 does and led and herded them to an empty, high-walled pen in the back corner of the barn. They made them comfortable with feed and water, then left them shut in the pen and went back for the bucks. The bucks were harder to handle than the does, leaping and twisting and rolling their eyes and bleating, and one even tried to ram Luca, only to trip over its own feet and stumble to the side. "God, I hope I'm not like this when I've got a bloody hard-on," he muttered, tugging at a buck's lead while the billy goat dug its hooves into the barn floor and pulled back, then turned its head and chewed on the rope. "Only—" Imre swore and shouldered a kicking buck over, deftly catching it by the hooves and lifting it up in both hands, dangling like it was trussed from a spit. "Only a little." "A little? Would you rather I say a lot?" "Arsehole," Luca muttered and gave the rope another tug, ignoring Imre's gently taunting laughter when he was more focused on getting the buck to the pen without touching it, when it smelled absolutely wretched. For goats that had been charging the fence to get at the does before, the bucks were hell to herd across the barn, fighting just for the sake of fighting. But after nearly half an hour of shoving and tugging and chasing and hauling, they managed to get the 5 bucks into the pen, pushing them through a gated chute one at a time and immediately slamming the chute behind them before maneuvering the next into place. By the time they were done, Luca was out of breath, sticky, sweating, and more than happy to pull himself up onto the fence of the pen to rest and watch. Imre leaned next to him, folding his arms on the fence and propping his chin on them, waiting in companionable silence. Within less than 5 minutes, that companionable silence was broken, as a good deal of ritual sniffing and posturing and bleating turned into— Oh, God. Luca tilted his head. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't look away. "That is the most fascinating and disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life." "The miracle of nature," Imre murmured blandly. "It's so loud." Then one of the bucks— Oh, gross. Oh, God, and sticky." Imre's almost bored expression never wavered. "That just means he's done," he said, and if Luca didn't know better, he'd think Imre was mocking him with that flippantly neutral tone. "How many times do I have to watch this?" "As many times as it takes. Probably have to mate them a good 100 times for the whole group to make sure it takes." Imre shrugged. It's quite beautiful, really. The hell it is. Imre? Imre arched a brow. Yes? You nasty. A brief laugh shook Imre's shoulders. Wait until you're apprenticing with Myra. He paused, then added pointedly, and collecting semen samples from breeding bulls. No way. Being a veterinarian isn't just about keeping watch over sick animals and splinting broken bones. Imre turned his head, resting his cheek against his forearm, lazy eyes watching Luca over the jacket bunched against the hard rise of his bicep. It's about making sure every animal in your care is as safe as they can be during every process of their life, whether it's breeding or birthing or nursing the ill. Luca blew his cheeks out, kicking his feet lightly against the fence and leaning back, looking up at the rafters and the flickering banks of fluorescence. I know that, logically, just thinking about the reality of it. It's scary. Bull semen is scary? Yes, but that's not what I meant, and you know it. Luca bit his lip. Apprenticing with Myra, I still haven't called her. I know. That'd be making a decision, wouldn't it? It would, Imre agreed softly. That's the scary part. Whatever you decide, Onyilka, I will support you. Imre couldn't look at Imre as he said, voice strangling a bit too much to pull off the light note he was going for. What if I decide to stay here and just be a farmhand for the rest of my life? Say it, he begged. Say you want me to stay. Then, Imre said dryly, I will provide you with earplugs to mute your father's screaming. Luca choked on a dry, brittle laugh. It wasn't a get the fuck out, at least. Thanks. They fell silent, even if the goats more than made up for it, bleating, squealing, even outright screaming. Luca watched them for a time, then looked away. He was trying to make himself get used to it, but he'd have to take it in stages, and enough was enough for one day. I'd like to say they're giving me ideas, he muttered, but after seeing that, I think I'm like to remain a virgin for life. Imre's brows rose. You're not. Heat crawled up Luca's throat. Oh, no. He ducked his head, curling his hands in his lap and fidgeting them with a rough laugh. I know. 20-year-old virgin when everyone else is fucking around by the time they're 15, eh? Nothing wrong with that. I was 31 my first time. Bloody hell, Luca thought. And a man who looked like Imre, who was as good and kind and considerate as Imre, as passionate and dedicated. He could have anyone he wanted, wrapped around his little finger and begging for more, even if the fact that he'd never do that to anyone was part of his appeal. And secretly, Luca thought he liked that a man anyone would expect to be the kind of person who could easily use others for his own gratification without consideration, just didn't. Because he was noble like that, Luca thought. Because he was gentle. And he thought even if Imre wasn't demisexual, even if he was into just being casual, he'd be the kind of person who'd make even a one-night stand feel cared for and safe. Or maybe that was Luca's wishful thinking, wanting to know how even one night with Imre would be. Was he one of the ones you loved? Luca ventured. Your first? One of the ones I tried to love. Imre's eyes lidded, darkening with a shadow. That was how I learned trying wasn't enough for me. I guess no matter how old we are, sooner or later we've got to fumble around to figure out what works for us, eh? Indeed. Sometimes you just know. But now and then you've got to hack about a bit to figure out how to put it into practice. Imre smiled slightly. So, you've done a bit of fumbling? Sort of. My friend Zave let me kiss him when I was trying to figure out if I'm really gay. Luca grinned sheepishly. Then he said I taste like penny candy and asparagus, and told me to brush my teeth if I'm going to kiss him again. Imre snorted an amused sound. "Were you together?" "Xavier? Nah, he's straight, and we're just not like that. He was just trying to help me. He's pretty chill and not the type to flip out about catching the gay or some shite." Luca looked down again, fidgeting with the zipper of his coat. Should he tell Imre? But Imre had told him about the men he'd loved. Luca took a deep breath, then blurted, "There was this one guy." He stopped then. How did he explain it? "We fooled around a little when I was faffing about with my gap year. We were at school together during A-levels, but I never noticed him until after, when I was trying to figure out why I recognized him at the coffee shop. He'd give me free cappuccinos, and we'd hang out in the park after his shift and kiss a little, maybe fumble around under our clothes. Nothing else. We weren't really boyfriends or anything like that." "Why not?" Luca shrugged. "We felt like each other's holding periods, like we were both waiting for something else, but at least we were waiting together." He twirled the tongue of the zipper in his fingers. It felt more loose and nimble than his tongue, when his words came out thick and awkward. Some part of him wanted to tell Imre that it wasn't anything, that it had never been anything, but why would Imre care? "He was nice, though. Will. His name was Will. We were kind to each other." He fumbled. "I think he's why I didn't want to go to uni just yet. Not that I was skipping to be with him, but he made me realize I was waiting for something, and I needed to figure out what before I decided what direction I want to go." Imre rumbled. "So that's who was texting you last month?" Luca stiffened. "You read my texts?" "Not on purpose," Imre answered quickly, then cleared his throat. "You left your phone on the table when we weren't speaking. I saw something about 'I got time hotness' and tried not to read the rest. My apologies." The very precise, formal distaste with which Imre said, "I got time hotness," articulating every syllable with slow and exacting pronunciation, wrung a laugh from Luca. "Don't ever say that again." He trailed off, exhaling. Yeah, I guess that's how it was. I never texted him back, though." "Not my business." Imre fell quiet, and Luca thought he was done with it, until he added almost under his breath, "But I'm glad." "Aye?" "Eh." Luca grinned and kicked his heels idly against the wall of the pen. "Okay, then." Imre pushed himself upright, gaze sharpening as he watched the goats. "Looks like they're going to need help." "Help?" Luca gulped, staring from him to the goats, where one of the billies was struggling to mount a patiently standing doe, clumsy and wiggling his hips without doing anything at all. "Happens." Imre pulled the gate open, then paused and glanced back. "Coming?" "Oh, God," Luca groaned, but pushed himself forward and dutifully slipped off the wall. Breeding goats wasn't supposed to be so literal. Thankfully, it wasn't quite as disgusting as he'd been expecting. He held the doe steady while Imre helped the buck position himself, and once the deed was done, they retreated to the fence once more. They leaned against it together before Imre glanced at Luca and bumped him with his elbow gently. "We can likely leave them overnight," Imre said. "I'd wanted to watch, just to be sure they were getting on, but now that they've had a go once, they'll keep at it for a few days. By then the next few should be in cycle, and we can change them out." He tossed his head toward the gate. "Let's muck and feed the rest, then head back up to the house." "Oh. Ah." This at least was familiar, cleaning out the pens, putting down fresh hay, putting out food and water with the nannies butting around him and leaning in close. A few nosed at him a bit too hard, biting at his shirt and jacket, eyes wide, and he laughed, prying free. "What's gotten into them?" "They smell the billies on you. The ones having a go at you will probably go into heat in the next day or two." Across the aisle, where he was cleaning the empty buck's pen, Imre hauled a massive bale of hay down from his shoulder and ripped it open with his pocket-knife to send the hay bursting free. "Hopin' this season will go easy, and none will take heat out of cycle." Luca watched him, idly scratching behind one of the nanny's ears, only to realize it was Myrta, thrusting her hand under his palm like she recognized him. He liked to think that she did, after how long they'd spent together in the sick stall. "What about Gia and Myrta?" "I can't breed them. Not after giving them steroids. It passes into the offspring and into the milk." Luca looked down into her rectangular pupils and scratched under her jaw. She responded by catching a mouthful of his sleeve and gnawing. "So they're just here, not doing anything for the rest of their lives?" "They're alive, that matters." Imre kicked a tipped feed trough upright, setting it back into place, then dragged the hose over and turned it on, gripping the spray nozzle and showering it over the entire reeking pen. "They'll be cared for, and they're still part of the herd. They still help with the kids and with keeping the others safe. Goats tend to rear communally, so they'll have as many kids as they want come spring." "Oh!" Luca smiled and leaned down to muzzle between the stubby lumps of Myrta's filed horns, breathing in her furry, warm scent. "I like that. Do you like that, girl? I do." "Bah!" Myrta said, and Luca laughed. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." "I like that," he'd said, when what he'd really meant was, "I like you. I like that you didn't care about losing a product. You cared about saving their lives." And he couldn't tear himself from watching Imre as he worked with that quiet confidence that bled into the smallest of gestures, the most insignificant of actions. It was strange how everything was exactly the same, even though everything had changed with a gasping, needy kiss freely given, freely shared. "I like you. I love you," Luca thought, and hugged Myrta close. "And I don't know how I'm going to let you go." 62. Even Imre was frozen down to the bone by the time they detoured by the smaller barn to take care of the horses, then made the last short dash from the rear barn to the side door of the house. Vila and Shetty crowded around them, yipping and nosing, as they stomped snow off their boots and shed their coats. "Here," Imre said, reaching for Luca's coat before he could hang it from the wall pegs. "I'll toss that in the wash. In fact, everything we're wearing should go in." Luca grimaced, peeling out of his gloves, then staring at his splayed hands. "I think I have goat semen frozen between my fingers, and I am not happy about that fact." He brought his hands in close and sniffed, then gagged, squeezing his eyes shut and turning his face away. "Oh, God, it smells so rank." Imre chuckled and took the gloves too. "I confess I take an increasing number of scented baths during breeding season." With a horrified look, Luca wriggled out of his hoodie, then ripped his shirt off over a clinging black thermal that hugged every line of his body. "Scented with what? Bleach?" "You may have the bath first, if the smell is so very offensive to your senses." Luca paused, hands curled in the hem of his thermal. "We don't really have to take turns, do we?" he asked, with a pink tint to his cheeks that Imre doubted was wholly the cold. "I mean, we could probably both fit." "But that would—" Imre stopped himself before the naturally logical response came to its completion. But that would make actually getting clean very difficult. From the shy, hopeful way Luca watched him, Imre doubted he was thinking very clean things at all. Imre considered, tilting his head. "I suppose it would be more efficient to bathe together." Luca rolled his eyes, laughing. "Efficiency? That's what you care about? You—" He broke off as Imre caught his chin lightly in his fingertips, and rewarded Imre with widened eyes, trembling lashes, a softly enticing hitch of breath, and the silent part of cold, pinkened lips below warmly flushed cheeks. Those little moments of innocent surprise and uncertainty beneath Luca's biting sarcasm made Imre feel like a very bad man indeed, for it roused something growling and hungry inside him to reduce Luca to such a state of trembling vulnerability, all because of his touch, his words. He had no damned clue how he'd fought this as long as he had. "I told you," he murmured. "Slow. I prefer to take my time, Angyolka." He stroked his thumb down to the delicate line of his jaw, letting its sharp, defined angle crease into his flesh, feeling as though he was defiling and leaving his mark on that pale skin with the coarseness of his touch. "Do you honestly think I am so entirely immune to the temptation of a beautiful young man naked in the bath with me?" I... Luca's throat worked in a swallow, drawing Imre's gaze down. His mouth ached, lips tingling, itching to leave another mark on pale skin. He made himself pull away, giving both Luca and himself room to breathe, lingering only long enough to brush his knuckles down Luca's cheek before turning away. "Remember to blink." He tossed over his shoulder, chuckling. "I'll start the bath." "Ass," floated after him weakly, but he only laughed and ducked into the downstairs bathroom. He dropped their coats atop the hamper and set the water to running as hot as he thought either of them could stand it, then dug in the cabinet, reading through the labels on the various salts and oils for something that would help ease the smell of goats in rut without overpowering. Just something to make them both feel clean. He settled on one of his favorite blends from an herbalist who often set up a stall at market, a deep, smoky mix of amber, leather, cinnamon, and teak wood with a delicate floral undertone of roses and hollyhocks. He poured a judicious amount of the bath oil into the water, swirled it in, then followed up with a hefty handful of faintly aromatic bath salts. Anything to distract himself from the fact that he'd just agreed to bathe with a little cat who had his claws sunk in deep under Imre's skin, and digging deeper, deep enough to draw heart's blood. "That's Marco's son," his inner voice reminded him, and "that's not all he is," he shot back. "I'm not going to reduce him to that instead of letting him be his own person. For fuck's sake." He was really down to arguing with himself. With a sigh, he pulled his shirt and undershirt over his head and draped them over the hamper, then kicked his boots off and stepped out of his jeans. He was just hooking his thumbs in the waist of his boxer briefs when Luca slipped in, then froze in the doorway, eyes wide, staring at Imre with a stricken expression on his face. Imre arched a brow but tactfully kept his underwear in place. "Did you forget what I just said?" Vivid color returned to Luca's skin, and he looked away, dragging his fingers through his hair. "No, I didn't. It's okay." Was it? Imre wondered. But he stepped out of his boxer briefs, peeling them down his legs and adding them to the pile atop the hamper. When he stepped closer, Luca went still, looking down at his feet, his tongue caught between his teeth, the pink tip just barely showing. Imre brushed his fingers to Luca's cheek. "Is this too much, Angyolka?" No, I—" Luca shook his head, then caught Imre's hand and pressed his cheek into his palm. "I've just never seen you completely before." The shy look Luca fixed on him from under his lashes nearly destroyed Imre, sweet and warm with a sort of trembling longing that pulled on him deeply, drawing him through some irresistible force to step closer, and to step into Luca's touch as he reached out to rest one pale hand to Imre's ribs, fingers splayed hot against his skin. "May I?" It took a moment for Imre to realize what Luca was asking, but when he did, he almost said no. Not when he wasn't certain he could resist those soft hands on his body, exploring him, touching him. But nor could he resist that quiet, earnest gaze, and against his better judgment he nodded, swallowing hard. "If you wish." Luca said nothing. He ducked his head again, then lifted his gaze once more, pale eyes travelling over Imre's body as intimately as a touch, drifting from head to toe, darting away as they dipped low, then flicking back shyly in a sidelong glance before skittering away as Luca blushed, his lower lip creeping between his teeth so enticingly that Imre was forced to curl his fingers into slow and tightening fists to keep from dragging him up and claiming that mouth in a kiss. Especially when Luca's fingers followed the path of every look, fingertips touching at the hollow of Imre's throat, skating down in feather-light touches over his chest, each one tracing sensitive lines, like arrows pointing straight down to the coiling tightness in the pit of Imre's stomach, heightened by a touch of damp coolness that said Luca must have washed his hands in the kitchen sink, for he trailed droplets that kissed soft, cold bites against Imre's skin. He fought himself to hold still as a stone, to let Luca explore as he pleased, but each touch, as the splay of Luca's palm turned feather-light brushes into caresses, as every stroke ventured lower over Imre's ribs, his abdomen, his waist, his hips, stole another gasp of air, until he was barely breathing in shallow draughts, while heat pooled lower and lower until he couldn't stop the throb of his cock, swelling against his thigh and rousing no matter how he tried to ignore it. And when Luca's fingertips brushed against his length, sweet fire pleasure dug deep, burning hooks into him. He clenched a groan behind gritted teeth, closing his eyes, tilting his head back. For 3 short, agonizingly wondrous breaths, he let himself savor it, the way that smooth, warm palm cupped his cock, fingers curling over him, enveloping him in delicious heat that traveled over hardening flesh in silky drags of sensation, tentative and slow. Then he caught Luca's wrist, gently prying his hand away, breathing roughly, every inhalation straining against the bars of his ribs, as though they were his rapidly shredding self-control struggling to escape its self-imposed prison. "Ah, be careful, curious little cat," he whispered, opening his eyes. Luca looked up at him guiltily, his eyes wide and dilated, his tongue darting over his lips. He curled his fingers against his palm. "Sorry." His breath shook audibly. Is it weird to say you're beautiful?" "No." Imre released Luca's wrist and cupped his face in both hands, drawing him up so he could kiss that abused, tender red mouth, tracing the outline of Luca's lips before leaning into him with a sigh, nuzzling his temple. "Nor is it strange that I find you lovely, Luca. But we only made peace with this last night. Let's not rush." "Oh, okay." Luca leaned into him, fingers curling against his chest, his body electric and lithe against Imre's. "Bath, then?" "Bath." Imre caught the hem of Luca's undershirt and tugged it upward, bearing the sleek lines of his waist, his stomach. Luca lifted his arms, letting Imre strip the shirt from him. And if Imre lingered, letting his fingertips graze the outlines of Luca's body and absorb the sensation of smooth skin, God, he was only fucking human. And Luca was beyond lovely. He was gorgeous in a strange, fey way. Where his clothing tended to slim him down to a frail willow lathe, beneath he was smooth-flowing angles, budding yet delicate masculinity. Square shoulders blending into a graceful V and a toned narrow waist, stomach, hips. Even if his skin was flawlessly smooth, Beneath was the trim, building muscle of a young man rather than the softness of a boy, pulling into a tightly sinuous flex as Luca slid his arms free from the shirt and then let them drop, shaking his hair out of his face. Luca ran his hand down one arm, then offered Imre a rather shaky-looking smile and tugged his shirt out of his grip. "Maybe let me undress myself, or I might forget what slowly means." Imre realized he was just looking at Luca, lingering on the faint sheen of sweat beginning to mist on his skin as the steam from the bath made the bathroom into a sauna, turning pale skin into shimmering frost and highlighting the contour of smooth pectorals. Clearing his throat, Imre tore his gaze away with a nod and made himself think of practical things, checking the temperature of the water, shutting it off so they wouldn't overflow it together, stacking flannels on the shelf alongside the tub, the unseasonal storm, and whether or not the barn generator's fuel would last until he could get into town again. The bees, too, still preying on his mind, and giving him something to fixate on other than the sound of Luca's zipper slipping downward and denim rasping and crumpling. "So, how do we both fit?" Luca murmured at Imre's back. Imre risked a glance over his shoulder, a quick glimpse of long coltish legs and the maddening V of dipping sinew framing Luca's navel and tapering downward, and Imre looked away, breathing out roughly. Bees, bees, bees. The bloody hell was wrong with him? He was the one who didn't like to rush into anything, but a minute alone with Luca, clothing shedding and soft fingers on his skin, and he was ready to break all his own rules. He seemed to be breaking quite a few rules, where Luca was concerned. Dragging himself back on track, he stepped into the bathtub, then sank down into the steaming, aromatic water. It rose up around his hips and to just above his waist, enveloping him in heat. He settled with his back against the side of the bath and spread his bent legs, then stretched a hand out to Luca. "Come here." Luca bit his lip, fidgeting, then slipped his hand into Imre's and stepped over the rim of the tub. Imre tugged him down, pulling him into his arms and permitting himself the luxury of touch as he guided Luca to sit between his legs, wet skin slipping like damp silk under Imre's palms and reigniting that heat in the pit of his stomach. Luca settled between the cradle of his thighs, leaning back against his chest. The heat seemed to melt them together, and Imre exhaled a soft, pleased sigh as Luca's body fit against his, contact of skin to naked skin a quiet, burning pleasure. He slid one arm around Luca's waist, crossed the other across his chest to curl over one smooth shoulder, and leaned them both back to sink down deeper into the water. "Is this all right?" he murmured against the delicate curve of Luca's ear. "Yeah," Luca breathed huskily, tilting his head back against Imre's shoulder. "I like it." "Good." Imre pressed his lips to Luca's shoulder and relished in his soft intake of breath. "So do I." Silence then. And yet, as so many of their silences were, this one was right and simple, calm and relaxing, and even if Imre ached with the smoothness of Luca's body pressed tight between his thighs, he could ignore it to be content with this, with the taste of water droplets kissed away from Luca's skin, the soft, sighing sound of his breaths, the sense of rosewater and teakwood, and a lovely, melted young man growing more and more pliant in Imre's arms. Luca curled his hands against Imre's knees and turned his head, rubbing his cheek to Imre's chest. "It's nice, like this," he murmured. "Intimate." Imre chuckled. "I am very fond of small intimacies, Luca." "I think I like them too." Luca paused, then added, "But you're tense. You're worrying about things." "Am I so easy to read, then?" "I pay attention to everything about you, Imre. I notice things." "Ah, Luca." Imre nosed at Luca's throat, then kissed his pulse, which leaped against his lips. He couldn't tell him that his tension was more the struggle against his own rousing body. He didn't know if he was afraid Luca would be hurt at how Imre restrained himself, or afraid he just wouldn't understand. But this was new for Imre, as new as if he were 20 and fresh himself, and just figuring his body out when it wasn't something he was accustomed to, these rough and uncontrollable surges of pounding desire. It left him unsettled, and until he had a handle on it so he didn't feel like a bloody animal in heat, he'd rather not misstep and say the wrong thing. And so he deflected with, "The bees, mostly." He sighed, resting his chin on Luca's shoulder. "I can't remember a winter this bad in my lifetime. I'm going to have to go out to check the hutches. They're probably buried in snow, which is insulation enough, but I need to be sure. If the bees die, the orchards die, the clover fields die, and with them the bulk of my grazing feed." He snorted softly. "That, and I just don't want my bees to die." "But there's no walkway to the orchard." "I know." Luca sat up against him, twisting to look over his shoulder with a deep frown. "Imre, you could get lost or stuck in the snow." Imre stopped him with a kiss, just enough gentle pressure to make those delectable lips turn soft against his, Luca sighing with a soft sound as Imre tasted him, lost himself in tracing the shape of Luca's mouth with the tip of his tongue. When he drew back, he smiled. "I know every inch of Lohera as well as I know my own body, Luca," he said. "I won't get lost." Luca's jaw set, his eyes snapping. "You're right. You won't. Because I'm going with you." "No," Imre growled, tightening his grip on Luca as if he could shield him from something that hadn't even happened. "Absolutely not." "So you're the boss of me now?" Luca twisted more to face him, tucked up sideways between Imre's legs and glowering with a firm ferocity that belied his years. "We'll take it in stages. First to the storage barn together, but we're going to run a rope from the big barn out to the storage barn as we go. That's halfway. Then we run another rope out to the orchard, tie it to the fence, hold on to the slack end and stay together while we check the bees. Then we follow the rope back and we stay safe, together." Everything in Imre wanted to argue. Luca would blow away on the slightest wind, yet with the way Luca glared at him now, he seemed as though his will would withstand a typhoon. Imre had always known Luca was stubborn, but he'd never seen this kind of steel beneath his mulishness, a quiet and firm determination that made his eyes snap, that made Imre question why he was actually so against this. He'd wanted to treat Luca as an equal. If he meant to do that, that meant accepting his input, considering it fairly, and accepting that Luca wanted to protect him as much as he wanted to protect Luca. "That is actually a workable plan," he admitted grudgingly. "You still don't like it?" "I don't like the idea of losing you in the snow." "And I don't like the idea of losing you in the snow." Luca poked Imre's chest firmly, blunt fingernails stinging a little against his skin. "So we make like it's the Antarctic, we work together, and we keep each other safe." There came that stubborn, proud tilt to his chin. "Got it?" "Yes, sir." Imre relented with a chuckle and a sigh. He didn't wholly like it, but didn't wholly dislike it either. "Tomorrow, then?" "Tomorrow," Luca repeated, then frowned, eyeing Imre. "What's wrong?" Imre considered for a moment. As resilient and stubborn as Luca was, there was still that fragile crystal brightness, so easily dimmed, so easily hurt, and Imre didn't want to dull that glimmer with clumsy words. "You always say you want to take care of me," he finally said. "It's not something I'm accustomed to, or know what to do with. Yet it seems you're quite serious about it." "Well, fucking yeah." Luca's gaze sparked. "That doesn't mean just helping with meals or doing the wash. You need to put your shite in the hamper and not just leave it around by the way." When Imre barked a startled laugh, Luca grinned fiercely and continued. "It means taking care of you the way you take care of me. Whether you're bandaging my feet or making me stay inside because I'm a helpless city git who'd get lost in a blizzard alone." His voice softened, eyes lidding, as he rested his hand to Imre's chest. Slim fingers threaded through the curls of Imre's chest hair, and he couldn't help sighing at the feeling, melting to the touch, to Luca's quiet words. "You said we look out for each other. So, we look out for each other." Imre considered once more, then shrugged. "I cannot argue that logic." Luca snorted. "Why are you even trying to?" "I really don't remember, little cat." Imre leaned around him and reached for the washcloths he'd piled on the edge of the bath, and the bar of black lava soap in the dish. "We are supposed to be getting clean. That requires moving. I like where I am. The water will get cooled sooner or later." Luca beamed. "We can run more." "Brat, here." Imre offered Luca a washcloth, but Luca only folded his arms over his wet-slicked, glistening chest and shook his head. Imre arched a brow. So it was going to be like that, was it? Little monster. With an amused, heavy sigh, Imre dropped one of the towels back on the rim, wrapped the soap in the other, dipped it in the water, then worked it in his palm until deep grey suds foamed through the terry cloth, the pleasantly pungent aroma of volcanic stone rising to mix with the soothing sense of rose and teak in sharp counterpoint. When he curled his fingers against Luca's throat, the cloth-wrapped soap pressed between his palm and that slick skin, Luca's eyes widened. Against Imre's fingertips, his pulse jumped. "Imre?" "Hush." Smiling slightly, Imre traced the cloth softly down Luca's throat, leaving a trail of soapy foam that gleamed against smooth flesh. Luca swallowed hard, shifting against Imre, his body moving warm and wet and bringing Imre a deep, lazy pleasure as skin glided to skin, while those long, slim thighs and Luca's gently rounded ass shifted against Imre's hips, his cock. Silence built between them as Imre savoured each touch, painting a path of suds over Luca's shoulders and the delicate arches of his collarbones. In the silence, each soft musical plink of water droplets falling back down into the bath became a strange ticking timer, counting second after second of slow and aching tension. Imre lingered on the path of his fingers, lingered on how pale and smooth Luca was under the dark, coarse sweep of Imre's touch. But as the towel drifted down over Luca's chest, he sucked in a sharp breath, chest swelling hard under Imre's palm. The towel had just barely skimmed the edge of one pale pink nipple, but Luca began to tremble, and when Imre looked up his eyes were almost too wide, his lashes shivering, his lower lip suffering under the abuses of worrying teeth. Imre met those wide eyes, then deliberately and slowly swiped the rough terry cloth over Luca's nipple, tracing the roughened circlet of darker flesh before grazing and stroking the tight central nub. Luca sucked in a breath, back arching, and ducked his head with a low sound caught in the back of his throat. A sharp dash of red streaked across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. "Ah, Imre." Imre couldn't look away, not from those sweet reactions, not from the lovely young man trembling in his lap. "Are you sensitive, Onyuka?" he asked, then brushed the towel against Luca's nipple again. The round bud immediately hardened, thrusting against the terry cloth, and Luca made another strained soft sound, curling forward. His fingers knotted against Imre's chest, clutching, then relaxing, then digging again as Imre let the towel and soap fall, and caught Luca's nipple between his fingers. Slowly he rolled it, teased it, tugging lightly until Luca's breaths broke and hitched, then stroking it with the rough pad of his thumb until Luca whimpered. Oh, Luca gasped out huskily with a little shake of his head. That shouldn't feel like—" "Why not?" Imre asked, then stroked again just to hear that throaty, needy sound spill past Luca's lips, that sound that shot right down to his gut and pulsed hard through his cock. I'm a man, and—" "You are," Imre agreed softly, and eased up for a moment, just taking Luca in. He was so flustered, so embarrassed, and fond warmth swelled in Imre's chest. "I'll spare you the science of nerve density and sensitivity, and simply say it's perfectly natural for this to feel good." He dipped his head to press his lips to Luca's other nipple, licking the water from his skin, lingering on the pebbled texture against his tongue, and, when it instantly tightened, Luca's soft cry startled and rough, taking it between his teeth to tug gently. "And that," he murmured as he released with one last lick. "Not all men are so sensitive, but for the ones who are." He bowed over Luca's chest again, nuzzling underneath his tucked chin, wordlessly urging him to let Imre in. Let Imre close. Let Imre once more take that tight, roused nipple into his mouth, capturing it in his lips, sucking gently, flicking and taunting and circling with his tongue until Luca rasped out a cry, tangling wet fingers in Imre's hair, breathing so roughly his chest pushed against Imre's mouth with every gasp. If Imre let himself, he could lose himself in this moment, in Luca's breathlessness, his almost shocked reactions, the way he reacted as if no one had ever touched him this way before. And God, Imre was terrible for hoping that no one ever had, that no one in Luca's early youthful fumblings had ever been allowed in this far, no Will or any other crude and tactless prat touching and tasting Luca in this way, while Luca arched his back and keened softly under his breath. "Imre, Imre," Luca whispered, as if in answer to Imre's unspoken demand, as if saying, only you, with every utterance of his name, and inside, Imre burned. Ah, Luca. He let go of the damp little nub of flesh and nuzzled against it. The pink skin was reddened, gently swollen, and he fought himself not to torment it further, not to tease and bite and taste it until it was red and sensitive enough to make Luca scream with taut pleasure-pain. Slow, he reminded himself. Imre had set that rule, and he was already on the verge of breaking it. His breaths felt jagged as he rested his brow to the center of Luca's chest and closed his eyes. "You will shatter me one day." I don't mean to." Luca curled against him, his parted, gasping lips hovering near Imre's temple, his fingers still clutched shakily in his hair. His cock was just as hard as Imre's, nudging against Imre's stomach and ribs. Luca made a soft, distressed sound. "I'm sorry." "No, don't be. Never be sorry." Imre slid an arm around Luca's waist, grasping him close as he kissed over Luca's chest, tasting beads of water on soft skin. "Perhaps I needed to shatter. Perhaps I have been too rigid in my ways for too long. Perhaps I grew too accustomed to the idea of being ever alone," he thought, but would not say. He wasn't alone now, and even if this moment had far too short a lease, he could take it while he had it. He kissed the tender, vulnerable place just below Luca's jaw, then let his touch stray downward. Careful, testing, just barely brushing his fingers over the head of Luca's cock, the skin burning hot beneath his fingertips, and slick smooth in the most entrancing way. Luca jerked with a tiny sound, and Imre buried his face into his throat, breathing in that sweet scent mixed with lava soap, feeling the wild throb of his pulse as Imre slowly wrapped his hand fully around Luca's cock. "May I?" he whispered, and Luca rocked his hips upward, sliding the hard length of him against Imre's palm. "Imre," he strained, almost unheard. "Please, yes, please." That yes was everything Imre needed, and all the things he hadn't known he'd wanted until now. Luca writhing, Luca begging, Luca willing, and grasping at him fiercely as Imre stroked over his full length, taking his time exploring the shape of that warm, throbbing cock, toying his fingers over every detail, stopping when he found every little place that made Luca's entire body tighten against him, and turned those soft, almost restrained whimpers into high, peaking cries. Imre lifted his head to watch him, captured by the lost expression on Luca's face, transforming his pretty cat-like features into a portrait of tormented pleasure. He was so responsive, grasping at Imre's shoulders as Imre trailed his fingertips beneath the sensitive flare of his cockhead, Luca's nails digging in with pleasant points of mildly burning pain as Imre tightened and released his grasp rhythmically, alternating pressure with faster and faster strokes until Luca's thighs quivered against his lap and he rolled his entire lithe body up to meet each downward stroke. If he could have held this moment endlessly, Imre would have. The newness of it, the wonder of seeing Luca undone for the first time, and realizing that with each new facet of Luca that Imre discovered, he only grew more and more beautiful. He had seen Luca the scarred and wounded young man, Luca the sharply intelligent provocateur, Luca the dedicated worker, Luca with the kind, gentle hands and a natural touch with the animals, Luca the pleading and lovelorn, Luca his friend. And now he saw Luca the lover, a sweet thing who gave himself over so fully to his pleasure that it sang in every motion of his body. Friction built in burning caresses of skin to skin, slicked by heated water and fragrant oils. Imre kept his gaze locked on Luca's face, as with every stroke Luca's voice rose higher, his arms wrapping desperately around Imre's neck, his body growing more and more tense until he was a guitar string drawn taut and ready to quiver with a building resonant note of pleasure. And then it came. That moment, that shocked and grasping moment. Luca frozen, his eyes snapping wide open, then squeezing tightly shut. His voice seized, his fingers knotted in Imre's hair. That peak of tension, and then that note Imre had been waiting for, aching for, spilled past Luca's lips in a shivering, breathless cry, as a hard shudder moved him against Imre's body, and warm wetness joined the water and oils slicking their skin as Imre slowed his strokes. He could hardly breathe. That sweet moment when Imre had lost himself, hitting Imre deeper, harder than a blow to the chest. As Luca sank against him, Imre eased off and then let go with one last stroke to the tip of Luca's cock, rousing a boneless half-shudder before Luca went limp again. And when Luca tucked his head under Imre's jaw and curled against him, Imre was more than content to enfold him in his arms and sink deeper in the steaming water, eyes closed, breathing in the scent of sated relaxation rising off Luca's body and the damp tendrils of his hair. He'd crossed a line, he thought. Perhaps that line had been crossed the moment Luca had first kissed him, and Imre had fallen into it for those few heady moments before pulling away. But before this moment, before those quiet cries on Luca's lips, Imre could perhaps have turned away, refused to acknowledge how deeply Luca drew on him, and how much these weeks of denial had made him ache. Yet now, if he was to be damned, he was to be damned, and he would not be ashamed of making his Onyulka happy. Luca sighed softly, nosing into his throat, tickling against Imre's skin. Imre. Imre cracked his eyes open. That was okay? That soft note of insecurity coaxed a smile. Imre held Luca that much tighter for it. More than Onyulka. He pressed a kiss into Luca's hair. You were lovely. Luca hunched his shoulders, almost burrowing against Imre, hiding. You kept looking at me. I enjoy looking at you. He frowned as a thought struck him. "Was that why you were so quiet? Did you hold back because I was watching?" "Well, I didn't want to be yelping about like some yappy pup, now did I?" Luca mumbled sullenly. "You don't need to be embarrassed." Nudging his knuckles under Luca's chin, Imre coaxed his gaze up, looking into green eyes that glimmered with uncertainty. "Not with me. You don't have to hold back." He grazed his thumb over the yielding curve of Luca's kiss-swollen lower lip. "I love the sound of your voice raised in pleasure, Luca. Don't deny us both." "Oh, God, you're fucking terrible." Luca jerked upright sharply, that dreamy, lost, vulnerable look replaced by a glare that couldn't quite manage ferocity when he was blushing so deeply, even the tips of his ears a bright coral pink. "I never thought you'd actually fucking give in, and when you do, you spend the whole bloody time making me blush like a virgin." "You are a virgin," Imre pointed out. "Shut it!" Luca hissed. "Seriously, you're supposed to be all stiff and grave and stuffy, not suave." "I am not suave," Imre pointed out again. Luca screwed his face up, then drew himself up. His voice dropped to a deep rasp, coming out in a rather comical growl as he set his mouth in a hard line and mimicked. "I love the sound of your voice raised in pleasure, Luca. Don't deny us both." "Oh, for the love of—" Imre scowled. "I do not sound like that." "The hell you don't." Luca laughed, settling back down against him again. But then he caught a soft sound in his throat, eyes first widening, then half closing, as his bottom shifted against Imre's lap. The brush of friction and sweet flesh against his cock sucked the breath from Imre's lungs, catching in his throat as his fingers reflexively tightened, his control straining at its leash. Luca looked up at him with that damnable lower lip twisting and plucked and soft between toying fingers as he drifted his other hand down Imre's chest, his stomach, raising ripples of tension, tightness flexing and heating in every muscle that delicate touch caressed. Imre. Imre almost let his body get the better of him, but God, he was still reeling. Still needed time to process this, and he couldn't if he let himself fall headlong into hedonistic pleasure without thinking about how this would affect both of them. He shook his head, swallowing back and forcing himself to move, to catch Luca's wrist and gently lift his hand, kissing each of his fingertips. "Shh," he said. "You don't have to. It can be just this, for now." Luca's face fell. "But you—" "I take pleasure in giving you pleasure." Imre leaned in and kissed that soft, sulky mouth until it relaxed for him, until Luca sighed and relaxed against him once more. With one last brush of lips to lips, Imre withdrew. "Again, I will remind you, slowly, slowly." Luca sighed but offered a small smile. "You're going to drive me up the wall with slowly, slowly. You've been moving slowly since I came here." "I have been moving backwards since you came here, but your magnetism always drew me forward." And yet he couldn't bring himself to cross that line, even when Luca only looked at him. The question and the wanting so clear in his eyes, that silent pleading that tugged Imre's heartstrings into knots. He needed time. With a sigh, Imre leaned forward, resting their brows together. "Luca, it's okay, Imre." It came out as a brittle half-laugh, words spilling through the cracks. "I know it's just this, and it's over soon. I won't ruin things between you and Dad." "So you would let me ruin everything between us instead?" Imre searched those earnest eyes and thought, yes, Luca would let him, break them, because so very long ago Luca had made a sweet, innocent promise, and would do anything if only Imre would make him feel like that promise was a possibility. Guilt was a bitter taste in the back of his throat, the undertone of shame resting foul on his tongue. What was he doing? Letting Luca be so desperate he'd take whatever scraps Imre gave him? It wasn't fair. It wasn't equal, no matter how short this relationship might be. It wasn't right, letting Luca feel like Imre held all the power here, that everything was so very one-sided. But he didn't know what to do either, when he was afraid of too many things. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, then let his hands fall away. "Come, wash up," he said, and handed Luca a towel. "There's something I wish to show you." 63. Luca washed up in silence. He didn't know what to say after that. Part of him was ready to burst apart in a shower of fizzy sparks, his heart on fire. Imre had touched him, and it had been better than anything he'd ever expected. Better than Will's clumsy fumbling, better than his own palm and 5 fingers. It was almost mortifying how deeply he'd responded to those coarse hands on his body, that coaxing touch that had lit fire under his skin. He'd probably be more embarrassed after his first time like that with anyone if Imre hadn't, as always, been so patient, so gentle, so calm. Luca's parents had never really had the birds and the bees talk with him. Sex was something chavs jeered over or people joked about on TV. Uni students Luca's age went wild with, and everyday people were so practical about that it just wasn't something anyone talked about. Have a good rib with your friends, yeah, but when it came down to having a real conversation, he'd never, with anyone. That one fumbling kiss with Zave had been couched in prodding and teasing, and when it was over, Zave had punched him in the arm and grinned just so Luca knew it was okay. And yet Imre had so calmly, clearly said, "It's all right. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You were lovely." What they did together was lovely. If only Imre would let Luca touch him back. He watched Imre from under his lashes while Imre scrubbed his shoulders off, the two of them manoeuvring around each other in what was luckily an Imre-sized bath, or they'd be all knees and elbows. It might almost be cute, the two of them covered in suds, if Luca wasn't still aching and deliciously sensitive from Imre's touch. If Luca couldn't still feel Imre's cock against the small of his back. Even if Imre seemed content to act like it wasn't even there, Luca couldn't help how his gut tightened every time the hard, slick cock slid against the small of his back and nudged into the groove of his spine. But Imre had said, slowly, and wanted to show him something. Luca only bloody well hoped that something would sort why Imre was perfectly willing to touch Luca, but still wouldn't let Luca touch him. He knew Imre had his boundaries, but keeping things one-sided like that wasn't all that fair either. Imre draped his washcloth over the edge of the bath, then lightly rested a damp, dripping hand to the top of Luca's head. "Ready to get out?" Luca nodded, curling his arms around himself. "Don't squirm too much then. You're slippery." Before Luca could ask what Imre meant, Imre wrapped his hands around his waist and lifted him out. That wild, sweet vertigo gripped him, as if he was all feathers and Imre all stone, and he laughed as Imre settled him lightly on his feet, the tile cool against his soles and the steam-filled air licking at his damp skin. Everything smelled like roses and something soft and smoky, and Luca thought for the rest of his life he would remember, every time he caught the scent of roses, the way Imre looked sprawled naked and gleaming in the bath, his powerful body languid and at rest, grace in the damp fall of his hair, and the splay of his fingers, and the casual spread of his legs. Roses, to him, would always be the day Imre had held him in his lap and whispered, "You will shatter me one day," with that soft, lush beard teasing against Luca's jaw, and that deep, husky voice in his ear, and those wicked hands turning him every which way. Imre cocked his head, gripping the edge of the bath and pushing himself up with a rippling flexion of thickly corded biceps, water sheeting down his hips and thighs. "Everything all right?" Luca blinked, then shook himself, clearing his throat. Look at him, fucking staring like a soppy, over-emotional knob. "Fine," he said, and snagged a towel to scrub it over his body before wrapping it around his hips. A second towel draped around his shoulders from behind, and for a moment Imre wrapped him up in heat and safety, his lips hot against Luca's nape. "Let the water out, dry off, and get dressed," he murmured, rumbling against Luca's back, and Luca's stomach went hot and liquid and trembly in the most wonderful ways. "I'll meet you upstairs, my room." Then he slipped past Luca, and, dripping and unabashedly naked, thighs and ass flexing, strode from the bathroom and left Luca alone with his breaths coming shaky and his skin feeling too deliciously tight. Speaking of unfair, it really wasn't fair that Imre could strut around like that when he had Luca so fucked up. He forced himself to breathe, exhaled on a shaky laugh, then leaned over to pull the stopper from the tub. For a moment he lingered, watching the water swirl out, then raked a hand through his hair and padded from the bathroom up the stairs. In his room he tugged on a t-shirt and a pair of boxers, took half a second to drag a comb through his hair, then headed down to Imre's room. He held back for a few breaths just around the door. He felt like an overeager puppy, wanting to be where Imre was, wanting to be close, wanting just the slightest touch, even if it was only a brush of hand to hand. Stop being silly, he told himself. Imre wasn't going to push him away again just for being eager. "He pushed you away before," the ugly voice of his doubt whispered. "He won't let you touch him." "Yet," he countered fiercely. "Yet. He said he wants to go slow, and that's okay. So maybe what he did tonight was for me. If that's how he wants to, then—" His doubt had no answer, but there was something distinctly amused about its silence. Luca shoved his errant thoughts down, shook his hair out of his eyes, then stepped through Imre's bedroom doorway. Imre had laid the fire in the hearth, and the entire room glowed in shades of gold and deep burnished wood polish. Imre, too, glowed where he sat on the edge of the bed, slouched casually in a pair of loose, low-riding grey pyjama pants, their hems dragging against the floor around his bare, spread feet. The nightstand drawer was open, and Imre paused, caught reaching inside, and glanced up at Luca. His eyes warmed with a subtle smile. "Come, sit with me." Luca pulled at his lower lip, then made himself let go, even if his fingers immediately found a home twining nervously together as he drifted into the room, then sank down on the edge of the bed a few inches away from Imre. "What do you have there?" "A moment," Imre murmured, and withdrew a small carved wooden box from the drawer, no longer than the breadth of Imre's hand from fingertip to the base of his palm. Darkly stained, unpolished rosewood glimmered softly in intricate curves and hand-carved patterns in Roma designs, concentric florals and mandalas surrounded by smooth borders. Imre passed one broad hand over it almost reverently, then flicked the simple brass hook latch and flipped it open. Inside, the little keepsake box was full of tangled odds and ends. 2 old dog collars, and as Luca leaned closer, peering curiously, he glimpsed Sirikli and Gulo's names on the tags. Old, creased bits of faded paper with scribbled handwriting. A thin cord of red string with a brass coin tied to one end. Several small, bent, battered, wafer-thin silver coins. A key, and a lump of something wrapped in tissue paper, perched atop the rest. Imre carefully plucked the ball of tissue out, then set the box on the nightstand and delicately peeled the tissue away, one layer at a time. Inside rested a slim loop of braided grass, dried stiff and brown with just the faintest edge of green, the little overlapping chevrons meticulous, yet still as irregular as only a child's clumsy hands could make them. The loop closed in a little frayed knot, and Luca remembered closing that knot and fumbling with it, and feeling like his stomach was in every twist and pull and tight, careful tug. His stomach twisted now, then dropped out as his heart skipped and stumbled over its next few beats. "You kept it?" he whispered, staring at the brittle thing resting in Imre's palm. His ring. The ring he'd given Imre when he'd promised, "I'll always love you, Imre." "You made it for me," Imre said, and there was something in his voice, something in darkened cobalt eyes that Luca didn't understand, but it warmed inside him and swelled his heart to bursting. Imre gently lifted the ring out of the tissue paper, set the paper aside, and cupped the circlet of grass in his palm, as if it were a fragile and precious thing. "I take promises, even wee promises, very seriously." Luca had started to reach for the ring, but stilled at those words, drawing his hand back and curling it against his chest. He stared at Imre, an odd numb tingling in the tips of his fingers and the pulse of his lips and the curl of his toes. Did Imre know? Did Imre know Luca still loved him? "Imre, Imre looked down at the ring, then away, his breaths loud and shuddering. "I don't know what I'm saying. Forget that." He picked up the spread tissue paper, deposited the ring gently in the center, and began tucking it away inside cocooning folds again. But Luca pushed closer, reaching out desperately to stop him, one hand on his arm, the other covering Imre's hand, curling those rough fingers to a standstill, cupping the little grass ring. "I can't forget it," he said, and suddenly nothing was more important to him than this moment, this now, the words he wouldn't say to Imre's face and that ring in his weathered hand. Luca looked up at him, heart in his throat, his eyes stinging, and he didn't understand why, only that all his emotions were braided into that damned silly childish ring. "Will you wear it for me?" he begged. "Please?" Imre looked at him with that quiet stillness, his gaze softening with something like regret as he shook his head. "I can't, Luca. It will break. Time has dried it until it would crumble the moment I closed my fist. Don't ask me to destroy this." "Then I'll make you another one," Luca flared. "And another and another and another, over and over again, no matter how many dry out and break." Why did this hurt so much? Why was his heart seizing, its seams splitting? He shook his head, tightening his hand around Imre's. "I'll make you one that won't break," he swore. And then the fucking tears were coming. Why the fuck was he always crying now? He didn't need this, didn't need to fall apart right now with the taste of salt in his mouth when... "I need it to not break, Imre. I need something to not break." "Luca." Imre pulled his hand free from Luca's and set the box aside, taking an agonizingly long moment to set the ring reverently against the lid, before he was back and his arms enfolded Luca in heat and warmth, pulling him against the solidity of Imre's chest and the rumble of his voice. "Come here," he said roughly. And then his breath was hot in Luca's hair, and his hair and beard flowed in a mix of silk and scratch against his cheek. "I won't let the ring break, Luca," he swore, a strange fervent edge in his voice. "I promise." "But you'll let us break," Luca thought, and buried his face against Imre's chest, his shoulders shaking hard enough to hurt his spine and ache his ribs, as he struggled not to give in to the dry, soundless sobs heaving his chest. "Just like Mom and Dad. If there's even an os to break." 64. Luca didn't remember falling asleep. He must have, because he woke curled close in Imre's arms, tucked under the covers and cradled against the curve of Imre's body. The last he remembered was feeling like his heart was going to break at the sight of that ring, sitting there dried and fragile but still whole, cherished, precious and close after all these years. It was still there now, sitting atop the keepsake box, a shadow in the darkened room, the near-dead fire casting just enough light to make the very edges glimmer. It must be well after midnight for the fire to be so low and yet the light still so dark outside, though all he could see when he pushed up enough to peer over Imre's shoulder was a sheet of white out the window. It could be midday with that whiteout, and he'd never know it, if not for Imre enveloping him like flesh forged from iron-wrought bands still hot from the flame. Luca gave him an hour, 2 at most, before he was up and moving and doing things again. For someone so graven and slow-moving and still, Imre was bizarrely restless. Luca didn't think others saw it. He wasn't sure Imre was aware of it himself. It was as though, if he stopped moving, he'd have to— what? Luca lingered on Imre's sleeping face. Even in sleep, his face was all hard planes and angles, barely softened by the edges of firelight. His grace was the grace of mountains, his beauty the beauty of raw and unfinished things. Luca gently threaded his fingers into Imre's beard, stroking down until he touched the fierce line of his jaw. Imre exhaled heavily in his sleep, his arms tightening around Luca, his head turning subtly toward the touch. But he didn't wake. What was he hiding from, with that quiet desperation to always be doing something? Even when sitting still, he had to be reading or working on spreadsheets or thumbing through his almanac and making notes. Maybe Luca was reading too much into things. Just because Luca had perfected the art of being a shiftless fucking sod who did nothing for days on end didn't mean that was normal, and it didn't mean Imre was hiding from jack shite. But that nagging feeling had only gotten stronger when he'd seen that ring. He'd never thought Imre would remember it, let alone keep it locked away and wrapped in tissue like some precious treasureling. Had it really meant so very much to Imre? Luca's mouth creased. He wanted to fucking destroy it. That ring, that promise, belonged to 5-year-old Luca, and he wasn't that boy anymore. He didn't want the person who lived in Imre's thoughts, that person who left smudged fingerprints on the glass walls of Imre's heart, to be that boy. If Imre still cherished the memory of that child enough to keep the ring locked away for so long, could he ever really see Luca as a man, or was this just pretend? Was it all right as long as this little dalliance was short-term, and he could pretend Luca was someone else, someone not connected with that child? Was it just— "You?" Imre rumbled through his beard without ever opening his eyes, voice heavy and deep with sleep. "Think very loudly." Luca froze, his mind screeching to a halt in the middle of another rabbiting circle. One eye cracked open. Imre peered at him through a fan of dark lashes, just a faint glimmer of drowsy blue. "You're working yourself into a tiff over something." "Oh, God." Luca groaned and slumped against the pillows. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. I'm sorry. How could you tell?" "Tense." Imre yawned, a deep lion's yawn, stretching and full and lazy, before opening the other eye, watching Luca steadily. "Want to talk about it?" No, you should just go back to sleep." "Can't. Awake now." "Fuck. Sorry." "Don't be." Exhaling heavily, Imre pushed himself up on one arm, warm gaze drifting over Luca. "My stomach would have woken me up soon anyway. We fell asleep without supper. But I'm not going back to sleep when you're upset." Luca pulled the pillow out from under his head and dragged it over his face. "Luca? Imre tugged at the pillow. Luca held it tighter, growling under his breath. The mattress shook with Imre's low chuckle before he pulled at the pillow harder. "Why are you hiding from me, Anyuka?" "Because I'm being daft. I'm waffling. I'm fussing. I'm worrying. This relationship is only 48 hours old, and I'm worrying if I can even call it a relationship, or if—" "Luca? I've not a clue what you just said." Oh, bloody hell. He'd just confessed all that to the pillow, and that was just so bloody pointless, and why did he even— Typical Luca. Heaving a deep sigh, he reluctantly dragged the pillow down just enough to peek over it, looking up at Imre. He was just shadow and edges of gold and silver, hovering over Luca and watching him with that quiet, gentle patience. Luca dug his fingers into the pillow, then ventured, "I'm afraid you don't see me." His voice came out small, barely a whisper, but in the ensuing silence it could have been a scream. Imre tilted his head curiously, considering, then asked, "How so?" Why, oh why couldn't he just vanish into the bed? Luca hunched into himself, hugging the pillow against his chest and skirting his gaze away. "The ring," he said, voice catching in his throat in a gritty whisper. "That ring. A little boy gave you that ring. A little boy who didn't think about the things I think about you. That little boy didn't know the difference between friend love and romantic love. That little boy didn't know about kissing or touching, or the way my heart sets on fire when you look at me like you want me." It all sounded so childish when he said it out loud, but it was out now, and Imre was still watching him, and he might as well finish. "I'm not that little boy, but you love that little boy, enough to keep that ring, and I'm afraid that you don't see me, just some shadow of a memory and not—" "The man you want me to see," Imre finished softly when Luca trailed off, the knot in his throat too large to speak, choking him miserably. "The man you want me to desire. While I say I want to move so slowly, you're afraid I won't take a single step at all." Luca nodded, trying to swallow and failing. He couldn't breathe, but he didn't even want to try, when right now he'd happily pass out just to escape this moment. Imre said nothing at first. He shifted to sit up against the headboard, his bare chest and pajama pants hissing against the sheets until he settled. Gentle tugs coaxed Luca closer. Luca let himself be pulled for a moment, before he gave in and voluntarily settled himself against Imre, curling up and tucking himself into the dip of his waist, while a heavy arm settled over his back and a warm hand drifted through his hair. Imre made a thoughtful sound, but it was several more long moments before it formed words. "I can't see that boy in you, Luca," he murmured. "I may be a touch too vanilla for the kind of daddy issues inherent in seeing you that way, in linking you with that memory. I've been asking myself who you are to me since the moment you stepped off the train. Memories are only that. Memories. The warmth of familiarity. The sense of home. That's who you are. Not the child I used to know, but the sense of home you bring with you always. That feeling that makes you my own, Luca. This place, it stopped feeling like home when you left. And now it feels like home again. That is what I see, not a boy, but the man who makes Lohera feel like home." That tightness in Luca's chest didn't quite ease, but it changed, from something jagged and cold to something blooming warm and squeezing him close. He uncurled enough to peer up at Imre. "Lohera hasn't felt like home? Not for 10 years? "No, it hasn't." Imre regarded him gravely. "You and Marco and Lucia were all I had, and then you left me." Ah, fuck. That shouldn't sting so hard, shouldn't cut so deep. It hadn't even been his choice, that move 10 years ago. But if the sins of the father were the sins of the son, he felt like everything his dad had ever done wrong was crushing down on his shoulders right now. He wished he'd never asked, never brought this up. "I'm sorry," he managed to force out. It didn't feel like enough. "No, Luca, no. It's not your fault, not at all. I never meant to say that." Imre cupped his cheek and tilted his head up into a soft, lingering kiss, warm as the balm of forgiveness. Sighing, Imre leaned in brow to brow, his breaths heating Luca's skin, his voice soft and intimate between them, scored by the occasional faint pop from the fireplace. "Sometimes lives simply go on different paths, and while Marco and Lucia are my friends, they had to walk their own paths. Those paths just happened to take them away from me." "Is that why you'd never just stop?" Luca ventured. Stop what?" "Stop everything. Stop doing things. You never just sit. Do nothing at all. I hadn't realized that was what I was doing. Imre chuckled and brushed their lips together once more. You notice peculiar things, Onyuka. That's not an answer. It's a deflection to stall for time while I work out the answer for myself. Exhaling deeply, Imre drew back once more, settling against the headboard again but still keeping Luca close with one heavy arm. You may be right. Perhaps I fill my time so I don't think about the emptiness of this house, and how it should be bright with laughter and warmth. His gaze unfocused, drifting across the ceiling, as if searching for constellations in the dark blue stucco. I am the last Claybourne. When I am gone, there will be nothing. Nothing but a for sale sign on the lawn. I can't. Luca shook his head as if he could deny it, make it not true, before burrowing into the heated, firm muscle of Imre's side and curling a hand against his chest. I can't think of Loera without you. You are Loera. A lonely man in lonely holes. Are you really that lonely now? No, not now. Warm breaths filtered down to Luca's scalp, warning just a moment before Imre kissed the crown of his head, lips moving in quiet words against his skin. Do you want me to get rid of the ring, Luca? No. Keep it. He curled his fingers tighter, knuckles tangled in the soft silver-black pelt of Imre's chest. I just wanted to know. I'm not lost in the past, I promise. I'm not looking for you to be anyone but who you are now, Imre said. We've both changed over the years. It only makes sense that we had to start over, to learn our new selves. Is that what we did? Started over? After a few speed bumps, yes, I would say that we did. I never thought about you being different too, Luca murmured. But you are. I'm... Luca shook his head. Words escaped him again. He wasn't good at this, at quantifying things he only knew as something nagging at the edges of his senses, like fine prickling hairs. More sad, I think, he ventured. Yeah, that sounded about right. It really hurt you when Dad just took off, huh? Imre's shoulder went stiff under Luca's cheek. He made a low sound under his breath, then said, quiet and rough, Yes, and that they could not even tell me themselves about their divorce. His lips thinned before he relaxed. But some hurts, there's no one really to blame. They just are what they are. He smiled slightly, gaze focusing on Luca again. Am I so unbearably different? No, not unbearably. Luca grinned. I think maybe now I'm just old enough to see the real you and not my giant stone teddy bear. So am I still the man you... Imre stopped, cutting off mid-sentence so abruptly that Luca involuntarily strained forward, as if reaching for those missing words that never came. But Imre only looked at him strangely, his brows deepening into furrowed lines, then looked away. He said nothing at all, and Luca's throat tightened. Imre? Nothing, Imre said. It's nothing. He pulled away then, leaving Luca cold and feeling far too small against the massive breadth of Imre's bed, as Imre rolled out of the bed, dragging a hand through his hair. Come. After skipping dinner, we've earned an early breakfast. Sure, Luca replied faintly, but whatever peace he'd found with the answers Imre had given fell to bits, sharp little things that pricked him inside. But as he watched Imre move, prowling tense and restless toward the door, stopping only to snag a shirt from the back of the chair, Luca knew he wouldn't bring it up. This thing was too fragile, and would be over far too soon. And so... That sounds good, he said. When nothing sounded good at all right now. Nothing but shutting out the world and hoping January would never come. 65. Over scrambled eggs, over light pleasantries that started forced and soon smoothed into that comfortable, natural ease that couldn't be suppressed for long, Imre wondered why it was so hard to ask a simple question. Why was it so hard to finish the sentence he'd started, rather than leaving the unspoken unsaid between them? Luca lingering on him with wondering looks, Imre refusing to look head-on at something he wasn't sure he could stand an answer to. What would he do, anyway? What would he do if he asked Luca, "Am I still the man you said you'd marry one day?" and Luca said no? Even more, what would he do if Luca said yes? God damn it. He swore to himself as he pulled on his boots and layered on thermals, jumpers, jacket, thick overcoat. Luca struggled with multiple pairs of socks, cursing and wobbling like a newborn pup as he balanced on one foot and tugged at socks and boots when there was a chair not 2 feet away. Imre smiled slightly, but bit his tongue. He seemed to be doing that quite a bit lately. And if he was honest, he was terrified of a 20-year-old man so tiny Imre could pick him up in one hand. Because he didn't think he'd survive the wreckage of solitude left behind when Luca abandoned him again. 66. "Nope," Luca said. "I changed my mind. We're not going out there. I'm not doing this." He hung back from the open kitchen doorway. Snow spun into the house in sheets, dashing up against the wall of Imre's body and bursting into swirls. Even with Imre mostly blocking the door, the cold reached in with fingers of ice and grasped at Luca, digging in hard enough to knock the breath from him. He could taste it through the scarf wrapped over his mouth, a kind of strange, hard-edged, crisp flavor that he could really only describe as cold. Imre looked back at him mildly. "This was your idea. And now I'm changing my mind. Visibility's like 2 inches out there. It's colder than Santa's dick." "Have you been fondling Santa's unmentionables lately, then?" Luca flushed and scowled. "You know what I meant. Going out there is crazy." "The animals don't get to opt out," Imre pointed out quietly. "So neither do we. I cannot trust that the barn heating or water pump have held up in the storm. But if you don't feel safe, stay inside. I told you I could do this alone." God, I hate when you're fucking logical like that." Luca breathed in deep, trying to acclimate himself to those biting gusts cutting into his throat, then exhaled. "Okay, all right, we got this. We can do it. Let's go." "I'm waiting for you." "Right." He eyed Imre. "Pull your hood up. You're going to catch cold." Imre let out a short, startled laugh, grinning, white teeth flashing as he pulled up the wool-lined hood of his undercoat and tucked his hair away. "Yes, dear." "Shut it." "Yes, dear." "I hate you." Grumbling, Luca yanked his knit cap down further, then pulled his own hood up and wrapped his scarf tighter until there was only a thin strip left to peer past. Okay, all right. He could do this. Maybe 20 minutes total with respites in heated barns. They had the walkways. The only hard part would be the orchards. It'd be fine. Frostbite was treatable in the 21st century, right? "Ready?" Imre asked with a pointed lift of his brows. Stop stalling, he meant, no matter how gentle and good-natured it might be. It wasn't hard to read between the lines. Luca lifted his chin and marched forward, pushing past Imre with a mutter. "You're paying for my prosthetic fingers." "What?" Any response ripped from Luca's lips as he stepped into the cold, and a wall of snow blasted into him, carried on a driving wind and smashing at him like a frozen fist. He gasped, but his breaths were only pain, sliding icicles down his throat to cut his lungs. There was only a thin gap between the back door and the wood-walled walkways, but that gap only narrowed and focused the wind. Luca thrust himself forward and into the relative shelter of the walkway. The wind still cut through the open gaps near the overhang, but the siding blocked the worst of it, even if the weight of piled snow bowed the walls inward until they creaked and threatened to collapse. Luca doubled forward, grabbing at the necks of his layered coats and pulling them up, pressing them hard against his nose and mouth, and breathing through the extra layers until the slicing pain in his chest eased. Dimly, he heard the door close, then Imre's hand on his back, rubbing in slow circles. "Are you all right?" Imre shouted over the wind, words muffled behind the high collar of his coat. Luca couldn't talk. His mouth didn't want to cooperate, his breaths too thin, but he managed to straighten, squinting at Imre through the stinging snow grit slapping into his watering eyes, and nodded. Imre did this every damned day. Luca could do it too. Rather than try to move numb lips, he just tossed his head, then turned to trudge down the walkway, crunching through the miniature drifts of snow that had blown past the tops of the walls to accumulate in the narrow passage. It was only 2 minutes to the smaller horse barn, but by the time they ducked inside, Luca's fingers were numb, his ears scouring and burned, and the wash of heat from the barn's furnace hurt like dipping his face in boiling water. Gasping, he stomped the feeling back into his feet and joined Imre in mucking out Jofia's and Andrash's stalls, filling their feed and water buckets, tending to the chickens and checking the generator lines and ventilation. Then it was right back out into the snow and the walkway to the big barn. The smell of goats in rut was overpowering in the thick heat billowing off the furnace, and Luca gagged, turning his face into his hood. "Remind me of why I used to love this place so much." "Your parents made you stay in the house during breeding," Imre chuckled, raking his hood back and shaking snow out of his hair in a silvery tumble. "You holding up all right? Be better when I'm out of this stink. Think I need to turn the heat down a bit. Let's get this place cleaned up." They set to work, crowded by bleating, butting goats, and by the 10th time Myrta shoved her nose under his hand and squinted her eyes up with pleasure as he scratched, Luca was laughing enough not to care about the smell. But he left the fussing with the does in heat to Imre, even if he couldn't help cackling when an overeager buck rammed into Imre's stomach and knocked him arse over elbows into the hay. Luca draped his arms over the pen. "Need a little help in there?" Imre tilted his head back to give him a disgusted upside-down look. "So, you actually intend to get your hands dirty?" "Can't say I minded the outcome last time." Luca grinned and offered his hand. "Come on." Imre grasped his hand, then yanked, pulling Luca right over the fence. He let out a most unbecoming shriek as he tumbled over, only to land sprawled atop Imre, face buried in his chest. That chest moved under him in a rolling laugh, shaking his entire body. "Don't say it," Imre said. "You hate me." "Fucking right I do." Imre pushed himself up with his hands braced against Imre's chest, glaring, but his anger melted at the sight of Imre's unrepentant grin. As quiet as Imre was, that grin, mischievous and cocky, broke through his pensiveness with the strength of the first spring wind on a winter's day, and Luca melted. Fucking dickhead. He looked away, then leaned down and brushed his lips tentatively across Imre's. "Let me up. Ass." "So fickle. Weren't you just implying—" Luca blushed hotly. "I know what I was implying, but not when there's a goat fucking another goat practically on my head." No appreciation for nature. But Imre let him go, waiting until Luca scrambled up before he levered himself up out of the hay and brushed himself off. "Does it really bother you? The goats?" Luca shrugged, squinting down at his feet and curling his toes inside his boots, scrunching up his triple-layered socks and focusing on the texture against his skin rather than that question. "It's just weird. I mean, I know it's normal and clinical and all that shite, but like you go into Sheffield and we're joking about hammering fucking a pig, and out here it's just another day's work helping goats having a quick shag, eh?" Imre snorted. "Country life and city life are very different. Do you miss city life?" Luca considered, then shook his head with a smile. "No," he said. "I don't think I do." And he settled quite contentedly into country life, as they fed the goats and finished cleaning out the pens, working comfortably side by side with Imre. Once they'd done, he washed in the water pump and hovered over the furnace to dry and warm his hands. Wouldn't do to freeze his fingers together because he went out wet. Imre emerged from the barn's storage room, a hefty coil of rope looped over his shoulders, a frown on his lips. His mouth moved in soundless murmurs as he turned the coil over again and again. Looked like he was marking off lengths. He shook his head. "This is about 20 meters. It's a good 15 to 20 to the storage barn. This'll do us to get out there, even if we won't have much slack, but I'm not sure there's enough rope in the storage barn to spool out to the orchard." Luca bit his lip and pulled his gloves back on. "What do we do if there's not? We can't just leave the bees. You said if they die, everything dies, right?" "Aye. They pollinate everything from the clover to the apples." Imre frowned deeper, then shook his head. "No sense making more trouble for ourselves than we've already got, till we see what we're dealing with. I want you to hold on tight to me out there. Understood?" "Thought we were going to tie ourselves together." "We can, but I still want you to hold fast. I'm not losing you out there, Luca." Something about the way he said it left Luca shaky, his gut in knots. He nodded, pulling his hood back up. "You won't, I promise." "Then let's go get this done and then get inside safe. Lift up your arms." Luca dutifully complied and held still while Imre looped the end of the rope around his waist and cinched it in place, sucking in his breath when it pulled a little too tight. Imre left several feet of excess on the end of the rope, and he circled that around his waist and tied it off, keeping the rest coiled over his shoulder. When he wordlessly reached back for Luca's hand, Luca took it, lacing their fingers together, and telling himself his hands weren't trembling. He wasn't afraid. It was just out to the orchard and back. They wouldn't get lost. They wouldn't. Nonetheless, when Imre pushed the barn door open on howling white winds over a sky of black ice, Luca shivered with more than the cold. There was nothing out there but endlessness in every direction. People could walk in circles for hours in this until they died. "It's all right," Imre said softly, as if he could sense Luca's thoughts in his shaking hands. "We'll be all right." "Yeah, okay." Together they edged out into the buffeting storm. Imre set his shoulder to the barn door and heaved it closed, then unslung the rope from his shoulder and tied the other end off around the handle, triple knotting it. Then, taking Luca's hand again, he nodded and stepped out into the storm, forging toward the dim-shadowed shape of the storage barn. The trek through the covered walkway couldn't prepare Luca for walking blind out into the full teeth of the storm. Every step was an effort of will, pushing against a wind that shoved back relentlessly and endlessly, a wall of force when he was just a leaf struggling to hold his place. He clutched at Imre's hand, and God, he was weak, but he couldn't have done this without Imre's bulk shielding him. Imre cut the wind around him and made an isolated pocket of safety that Luca huddled in, pressing to his back and clinging to the rope and struggling not to whimper when the cold slid its licking tongue through every gap it could find in his clothing, turning his flesh to pure winter where it touched. He'd never seen anything like this, a white darkness that made the world formless and groundless. No sky, no earth, no up or down, until steps lost meaning and time faded away, and he only knew gravity existed because of the slight incline pushing up against him as they ascended the hill toward the storage barn. He'd read ghost stories as a kid about people losing themselves in snowstorms when reality twisted around them, vanishing into the hungry wind. He could understand now how that could happen. With every step he felt as though he fell farther away from reality and into some strange null place where the only thing concrete was the terrified, overwhelming thump of his heart, so loud it turned the storm into a thunder in the sky. Then the relentless driving snow stopped. The wind cut, only a whistling cry keening past to either side. When he took a breath, it flowed past his lips rather than snatching from his lungs. Panting, Imre leaned hard against the side of the storage barn. His fingers gripped Luca's hand so hard Luca thought it might hurt if he could feel anything other than numb, frightened dread. Imre's gaze cut to him, just a bright slit of blue beyond his coat and hood, before he ducked around the side of the barn, flung the door open, dragged Luca inside, then slammed the door closed. The hard slam tore Luca from that timeless trance, and he let out a strangled yelp, his heart rising up his throat. "Are you all right?" Imre wheezed, bending forward and rubbing at his chest. Luca stared at the door, just a dim shape in the darkened barn. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the storm had become a living thing, a wolf prowling the night, skulking just beyond the perimeter of safety, waiting for them to go outside again so it could swallow them up. They weren't going to make it back to the house. They wouldn't. "Luca." Imre took his shoulders firmly and gave him a little shake. "Luca." Luca blinked. Clarity snapped on, the light switch in his brain flicking. He stared up at Imre, then laughed shakily and pulled his hood back, shedding snow. It was still frigid in the unheated barn, but a million times better out of the wind, and he needed to breathe. "Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being a ninny." "You're not." Imre exhaled a cloud of frozen breath. A band of red, scoured skin marked where his coat and hood hadn't covered his face. Dark blue eyes searched, pinning Luca. "Are you afraid?" Luca winced and dropped his gaze. I had heard storms like that played tricks with your brain, but it wasn't real until I was out in it." Imre swore softly, then dragged Luca close and into his arms. "I shouldn't have let you come. Knowing you were out in this alone would have been even worse." Luca burrowed into him, into his comforting warmth, his safety, his reality. Imre was real. The wolf howling in the storm wasn't. "I can handle it. I can. I want to be here. Two of us are less likely to get lost." "Or twice as likely," Imre said dryly, letting out a hoarse laugh. "But the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get warm. Check up in the hayloft for more rope. I'll mix up a sugar solution for the bees." "Aye." Luca fumbled at the knots on the rope around his waist with numb fingers, then stopped and let Imre handle it with surer, more capable hands. Once they were both free of their tether, Imre pulled the barn door open just enough to let in a shaft of whistling wind and swirling snow, while he looped the end of the rope multiple times through the door handle, then tied it off. Luca clambered up the ladder into the hayloft and flicked the dusty, swinging overhead light on. The pale, washed-out white light cast everything into stark shadows. He picked his way among neatly organized boxes and hanging racks of tools and spare supplies, to several lengths of rope hanging from the wall in tight coils, draped over massive nails. Several were old and thin and frayed, and Luca frowned as he fingered them before dragging down a massive coil of thick twined hempen rope. It was heavy, heavier than he expected, and he grunted as he wrestled it over his head and shoulder before looping on a few more thin but strong nylon cords in bright colors. Getting down the ladder was a bit more precarious, with the weight of the rope dragging him, and he let himself fall the last few rungs to land in a crouch on the barn floor. Imre glanced up. He stood next to a small steel refrigerator, working at a table with several liter jugs of water lined up next to a tin of sugar. He had half a dozen of those bottles Luca remembered from chemistry class. Couldn't remember for fuck all what they were called, only that they were soft-sided, squeezable plastic. The long, slim, right-angled spout on the cap made squirting chemicals easy without spilling. Imre had taken the caps off and was ladling sugar into each, a few spoons at a time. Luca dumped the piles of rope off a few feet away, then leaned against the table, watching Imre work. "That's everything sound that was upstairs. Few of the others looked frayed enough to break." Imre glanced at the heap of rope, then back to his hands as he started filling the squirt bottles from the liter jugs. "That should do. We'll have to do it a bit differently, as the beehives aren't in a neat straight line where we can just run a rope and follow it from the orchard fence. We'll run a rope to the fence, then run a rope from the fence to you, then run a rope from you to me. That'll give us both a working radius." Luca eyed him. "You mean it'll let you put yourself in more danger by working farthest out?" I won't be in danger. You'll be keeping me safe." Imre flashed him a warm, promising smile, then capped off the last of the squirt bottles. "Now here, let me show you how this works. There's a well on the right side of the hive, just inside the box. There's a small hole drilled just large enough to insert the spout, toward the front and underneath the lip of the box's roof. You might have to brush the snow away to find it, but not too much. The packed snow is actually insulating heat for them. Find the hole, slip the tip in, and squeeze, gently." He demonstrated, just barely depressing the sides of the bottle, and a little sugar water squirted from the tip in a glittering arc. Each hive gets a third of a bottle. Once you're done, pack the snow back over it so the hive doesn't lose enough interior warmth for the sugar solution to freeze. Luca picked up a bottle, squeezing it lightly just to test the resistance, then nodded. "Got it. Yeah, I can do that." "Then bundle up and we'll get moving. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can curl up with a warm fire and a mug of hot cocoa. And your laptop, and your spreadsheets." Imre arched both brows, then chuckled. "No, just you, me, and something to keep warm. I'll be still, Luca." "Tenner says you're fidgeting in 15 minutes. Hard to make a bet without any money." "Then it's a good thing I'll win." Luca grinned, and Imre rolled his eyes. "Wretch." Imre caught the edges of Luca's hood and pulled it up over his head, mussing his hair until it fell into his eyes. "Let's go." "Aye," Luca grumbled, swiping his hood back and smoothing his hair before pulling the hoodie up again and fixing his scarf. "Ass." Imre only laughed, that low, rumbling laugh that chased the cold from every inch of Luca's body to leave him too warm, simmering through his skin. Imre's hands on his body didn't help, burning him in handprint-shaped patches of stomach-fluttering warmth, as Imre roped him to one of the nylon cords, then looped another out to tie him to Imre with a good 8 to 10 meters of slack between them. Imre gathered the coils of the main lead rope and led Luca to the door. "Ready?" "As I'll ever be." Luca strained, when what he meant was, not at all. At least this time he knew what was coming. They bundled up the bottles inside their coats, 3 each, and pushed out into the storm, stepping into the full force of a buffeting blast that felt twice as cold for the few moments' relief inside the barn. Luca huddled behind Imre while Imre secured the end of the rope to the handle of the barn door, tugging it twice against the knot before leading the way into the gale. Luca kept himself focused by curling his fingers in the back of Imre's coat and counting their steps. 15 steps to the edge of the barn, 43 skidding, low-crouched steps down to the bottom of the hill, crunching through snow up to their knees, 56 numb-toed steps from the bottom of the hill across a featureless plain of white with no sense of direction until they were stumbling into the fence, fetching up against upper planks that barely peaked above the dunes of snow. The rows of trees cut the wind somewhat, and offered a touch of shelter from the driving, stinging snow. Luca blinked ice crystals from his lashes, and breathing hard, helped Imre tie off the main guide rope to the fence, then knotted their tether next to it. "You take the 2 rows closest," Imre called above the wind. "I'll take the 3 farthest." Luca shook his head fiercely. "You have farther to go," he hissed, getting a mouthful of his scarf and spitting it out. "I'll take the closest 3. You take the farthest 2. Imre looked as though he might argue, then thought better of it. Thank God. Luca wasn't going to stand out here freezing his bollocks off so Imre could be the big tough man. Imre worked his jaw, then nodded, fished one of the bottles from inside his coat, and pushed it at Luca. "If you get confused, lost or frightened, trace your rope back to the fence and wait for me," Imre said. "But the bees!" "You're more important than the bees," Imre said firmly. "Let's go." "Okay," Luca said, stuffing the bottle into his coat and hugging it to his chest. "Okay." They set out together, making for the first beehive in the rows spaced between the neatly ordered apple trees. Imre showed Luca where to brush the snow away, where to fit the spout of the squirt bottle into the wall of the hive, how to pack the insulating snow back in, and then he was gone, A heavy gloved hand to the top of Luca's head, a silent, promising look, and then he turned and walked off between the snow-crusted trunks. 3 steps and he was just a dark shape against the snow. 6 steps and he was gone, vanishing into the swirling walls of white, just a nylon rope stretching into nothing, and the faint tugs of his movements pulling at Luca's waist. Luca swallowed roughly. His heart felt tight and strange and scared, but he ignored it as best he could and trudged to the next beehive, the snow sucking at his feet and pulling him into the deep piled cover, until every step was a labor. Everything was fine, he told himself, as long as that rope tied them together, as long as he felt those tugs of Imre's steps, everything would be all right. He'd finished the 4 hives in the first row and started on the second when the rope tied to his waist went slack. He froze. The bottle dropped from numb fingers. He scrabbled for the ropes. The one stretching back to the fence still had tension, but the one tied to Imre fell straight down his hips to the snow, laying there in a snaking cord of blue. It didn't move, didn't tug, and when he pulled at it gingerly it slithered back toward him with no resistance, as if there was nothing on the other end. Nothing and no one at all. A scream tried to rise in his throat and came out as a tinny whimper, frozen into tiny brittle pieces. He jerked on the rope again, hoping to fetch up short, but it gave easily, pulling toward him. His lips trembled, his heart encased in ice, frozen slivers stabbing into his chest. "Imre," he whispered, staring down at the coils of nylon clutched in shaking fingers, then lifted his head and stared out into the white wall of snow. "Imre!" he cried. No response. No tall, looming shape forging toward him through the snow, no deep voice cutting through the wolf howl of the wind, because the wolf in the wind had eaten Imre and left Luca out here alone, and Imre was out there cold and stiff in the snow. "Stop it! Imre!" he called again, pitching his voice as loud as he could. Imre was fine, he told himself. Imre was fine. But if Luca shouted loud enough, Imre would find his way back. He dropped the rope and cupped his hands around his mouth, sucking in a breath full of frozen razors, then screaming as loud as he could, "Imre! Where are you?" He stopped, chest heaving, listening for a response. Nothing. Tears prickled in the corners of his eyes, froze, crackled against his skin. He drew in another deep breath, swelling out his chest. "Imre! Imre, please, please! Imre!" But the silence only screamed back at him, taunting him in mocking swoops of laughter. This was his idea, and now Imre was lost and freezing to death because of Luca and his arse-headed plans. "Imre!" he screamed again, choking off on a sob and shaking his head, stepping back until his back hit the wrapped trunk of one of the apple trees. "Imre! Imre! Imre!" "Luca!" Barely a whisper, teased on a curl of wind, skittering over Luca's eardrums and then flitting away. Luca whirled, searching the whipping whiteout, pleading he hadn't imagined that. "Imre!" he gasped. "Imre! I can't see you." "Here." And then Imre was there, looming out of the snow. First shadow, then color, then warmth, as his arms wrapped around Luca, dragging him close into the smells of snow and man and safety. His voice rumbled against Luca's cheek, steady and reassuring. "I'm here," Imre said. "I'm right here." "Oh, my God!" Luca buried against him, clutching at his coat. "Oh, my God! Imre, don't scare me like that! Imre—" "Shh! Hush, hush, love." Imre stroked the top of his head, solid and warm even through the layered hoods. "My rope came loose, and I lost my grip and got disoriented. I felt my way along the fence until I found the guide rope and traced it back to you." You could have been—" "I'm fine," Imre rumbled, then took a step back, drawing Luca with him. "Inside. We'll talk inside where it's warm. Stay with me." Luca bit his lip, looking up at Imre. "But the bees will survive. We've ensured that at least enough of them will survive to repopulate. But they're tough little things, and even the hives we didn't get to have a fighting chance." The crinkle of Imre's eyes told Luca he was smiling underneath the protection of his high collar. "I'm more worried about you. Let's get you out of this snow." Luca looked over his shoulder at the faint, mounded shapes of the beehives. He didn't feel right leaving them, but he felt even worse thinking about losing Imre in the snow again, and this time maybe never finding him. He nodded, but curled his fingers tighter in Imre's coat. "Just stay close," he whispered, "and don't let go." 67. Imre would never admit aloud just how terrified he'd been for those few directionless, lost minutes in the snow. Not for himself, for Luca. All he could picture was the two of them separated, both fumbling blindly back to the house, but only one of them making it. In his mind's eye, it was always Luca huddled in a frozen ball in the snow, his lips blue and his fingers frozen to his arms, where he'd curled into himself to try to conserve his warmth in his last moments, too frozen and weak to even call out Imre's name, even as Imre scoured the snow for some sign of him for hours on end. "Don't," he hissed to himself. That hadn't happened. It wouldn't happen. Nonetheless, he kept one hand on Luca and one hand on the guide ropes at all times as they trudged back to the barns, then into the relative safety of the walkways, and finally back into the house. The warmth of the heated house was blistering after over an hour out in the icy blast, making Imre's eyes water. He stomped snow off his boots on the mat and shrugged out of his jacket, then ripped his cap and scarf off so he could breathe, only to get the breath knocked out of him as Luca flung against him once more, burrowing close and clutching surprisingly tight for such thin, willowy arms. Imre choked out a grunt, rocking back, then gathered Luca against him. Luca was trembling, shaking all over as if he'd fly apart at one harsh look. "Shh, shh," Imre soothed. "We're home. We're safe. But we almost nothing. We were safer than you realize, Onyuka. If a mishap were to happen, we were in the best place for it. Even without a rope, we could only go so far in any direction before hitting the orchard yard fence." Luca pulled back, looking up at him with his eyes wide under the shadow of the hoodie. "So I wasn't a reckless fucking prat who almost got us killed with his daft ideas?" Imre choked on a laugh and tugged Luca's hood back to kiss his forehead. "No, it was a good idea. The ropes made that much easier than it has been in past winters." "Even though past winters were milder?" "Even though past winters were milder." Imre frowned. "If this weather keeps up, I don't think you're going back to Sheffield in January." Luca went oddly still, like a rabbit that might dart away into the bushes at any moment, his voice strangely neutral as he said, "Yeah?" Imre held his tongue. In moments like this, reading Luca was a difficult thing, and he didn't want to risk saying anything that would break that fragile glass heart. Not when the idea of Luca staying was so very fraught, and if anything the snow only brought a reprieve and not a stay of execution. One way or another, Luca would have to leave. Even if he returned to Harrogate to apprentice with Myra, Imre couldn't risk pursuing more, wanting more, unless he wanted to completely destroy his relationship with Marco. Lucia, he thought, would understand, but Marco? God, he really had ended up stuck between the father and the son. He met those wary, guarded eyes, lingered on Luca's stillness, before sighing and tearing his gaze away. "Let's get out of these clothes and wash up and get something warm into our bellies." "Oh," Luca said in that same strange, neutral voice. "Aye." They washed up separately this time, Luca in the upstairs shower, Imre stealing a quick and shallow bath downstairs. Imre was almost grateful, when the thought of the snow lifting and tearing Luca away from him made him wonder if he could even trust himself with Luca pressed close and naked, tempting him to forget everything that made him want to take this as slowly as he could without letting it slip through his fingers entirely. By the time Imre toweled off and dressed, Luca was already curled up on the couch, small in his usual oversized t-shirt and boxers. He'd stoked the fireplace and made 2 mugs of cocoa, the rich, chocolatey scent blending with the deeper tang of wood smoke. Firelight flickered over him, reflecting in unseeing eyes as he stared into the fire over the rim of the mug clutched in both hands. Imre settled down on the sofa. With one hand he picked up the second mug from the coffee table and stretched the other arm along the back of the couch, leaving the invitation open. After long moments, Luca took it, scooting over to tuck into a ball against his side, moulding himself against Imre's body and guarding his mug like a squirrel with autumn's last nut. Quiet settled, save for the firelit crackle and the wind's haunting cry. Normally for Imre, silence was comfortable. But when Luca wouldn't look at him, resting tense against his side, silence became a wall he didn't know how to climb. He let it stretch until they'd both finished their cocoa, empty mugs rimmed in remnants of foam resting on the coffee table. After Luca set his mug down, he tucked himself back against Imre, saying not a word as he pressed his face into Imre's side, and burrowed in so close he practically bruised Imre's ribs with the pressure. All right, this had gone on long enough. Luca, Imre sighed, leaning into the warm pressure of Luca's body. Talk to me. You know what happens when these silencers take control? I know, Luca mumbled into Imre's side, lips ticklish through his shirt. I just don't want to talk about it. What is it? Answering that would be talking about it. Luca lifted his head and blew shaggy hair from his eyes, then smiled thinly. I promise it's nothing. Or if it's something, I'll talk about it when I'm ready. I just need time to think. Imre studied that smile. It wasn't like anything he'd ever seen on Luca's face before, even when he was sad or angry and trying to hide it. Imre didn't like it. Something about it, strained and fatalistic, made him feel odd. Is it something I did to upset you? Luca shook his head. No. Something I didn't do? No. Luca laughed quietly. You really worry too much. Slim hands braced against Imre's chest, faint pressure, and then Luca pushed himself up and pressed soft lips to his cheek. It's sweet. Imre turned his head to catch that teasing mouth in a light kiss. I can't help it, he grumbled. For someone who wears his heart on his sleeve, you are an utter enigma at times. An odd expression flickered across Luca's face. Pale eyes ticked back and forth, searching over Imre, and Imre wondered just what he was looking for. I should be saying that about you, Luca murmured. If we two are filled with such mysteries, can we ever truly know each other? I think we can. We do. That strange smile eased into something sweeter, and Luca leaned in, his warmth and soft shower-fresh scent falling over Imre, his shadow blocking the light. I think there's a part of us that would always know each other. We could die and come back as different people in different bodies, and we'd still know. We'd still find each other no matter what. Even if Luca wouldn't talk to Imre about what was bothering him, something in the way those pale green eyes watched him seemed to beg for something. Imre didn't know what, didn't know if it was something he could even give. But he could at very least be here. And he caught Luca's face between his hands, tipping him up so that he might steal that raspberry mouth in a slow kiss. With every stroke of lips and teasing flick of tongue, he tried to say, I'm here. I'm here if you need me, and I'm not going anywhere. And when Luca melted for him, lips slack and parted and so sweetly giving, Imre gathered Luca into his lap and enveloped him in his arms as if he could keep him forever. As breath drew short, As the ache in his chest drew too tight, he let go, taking one last taste of plush lips caught between his teeth and glistening with that ripe fullness he loved. Exhaling heavily, he rested his mouth to the slim slope of Luca's neck. "That is a lovely thought, Anyuka. Impractical, but lovely." "I'm full of impracticalities. They're what I specialize in." Luca chuckled, husky and soft, and traced his fingers down Imre's chest, walking them in ticklish little patterns. He circled a single fingertip, then slid and trailed it down over Imre's stomach, painting prickling fire over his skin as his touch teased lower, lower, then hooked in the waist of his jeans, tugging them out. Luca turned his head, sweet, wet mouth brushing Imre's ear. "I'd like to be a little impractical right now." Then his hand slid between Imre's thighs, cupping him. He was half hard already, the warm pressure of Luca in his lap and the aftertaste of his lips hot in his blood. But when that slender hand moulded over the shape of his cock and stroked, a hard surge of need throbbed, pulsing the full length of his cock. He hissed, lifting his hips, groaning as his head fell back against the couch. Luca, He trailed off as that touch firmed, teasing the rasp of fabric and hard ridges of denim against his cock. A low growl rose, feeling like it rumbled in the pit of his tightening stomach and then clawed its way up his throat. "Fuck! Please," Luca whispered. Imre opened his eyes, looking dazedly up at the boy leaning over him, teasing him with that steady touch, that kneading stroke that worked and toyed and caressed his flesh until his cock ached, straining against his jeans. Pale eyes watched him with a mixture of hunger and quiet, vulnerable pleading, cutting into him with a single sweet look. "I want to touch you the same way you wanted to touch me," Luca said. Am I allowed that? Am I allowed to want you the way you want me, even a little?" There was something more in that question, something more in those glimmering eyes, something like the fear that had frozen Luca's face when he'd screamed Imre's name into the snow. This was about more than just desire, Imre realized, even if desire was more than powerful enough to make him weak, make him pliant, until those slender hands tamed him like the lamb taming the lion. This was Luca needing to touch, to feel, to know that Imre was really here. Imre forced himself to move when that stroking touch made him want to melt, boneless, forced himself to push up just enough to brush his mouth over Luca's, to taste him, to give his assent with a single, quiet yes. Luca let out a soft, almost frightened sound, leaning into him, kissing him sweetly, breathlessly. Yet only for a moment before he pulled away. That softly teasing hand slid from between Imre's legs, relieving the building pressure that made his blood pound. That second's relief was short-lived, though, as Luca slipped down his body, slender frame stroking against him, soft whispers of skin and cloth as Luca stepped off the sofa, and dropped to his knees, angling his body between Imre's thighs to push them apart. Imre's mouth dried as he realized what Luca wanted, as Luca caught the button of Imre's jeans in his fingers and snapped it open, as Luca looked up at him through his lashes, almost demure, a shy smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he dragged the zipper of Imre's jeans down with a too loud rasp and tugged the denim down just enough for it to slide down Imre's hips, just enough that when Imre lifted his hips, his cock slipped free from his boxer briefs. His cheeks burned. He was embarrassingly hard, nothing but soft touches and sweet kisses to leave his breaths burning in his chest and his cock aching. He didn't think Luca realized. He had Imre on a tether, and even the lightest touch pulled so hard on his leash until every atom of his body aligned toward Luca and Luca alone. And the hunger that roused, tightening in his gut, was almost shameful as Luca wrapped his slim fingers around the base of Imre's cock and leaned in, his soft breaths gusting over Imre's skin and making him shudder, biting back a groan at the delicate tease of sensation. Luca flushed a fetching pink, tongue darting over his lips and leaving behind a wet sheen. The unsteady stroke of his fingertips from the base to the tip of Imre's cock burst through him like a shower of sparks, and he hissed and bucked upward. Luca's shaky breath rose audibly between them as he leaned closer still. "You'll have to tell me if I'm doing this right," he whispered. "I've never done it before." Before he pressed his mouth to the head of Imre's cock, that plush flesh yielding against his hardness, wrapping around him with a luscious, wet, sucking softness. Need crashed down on Imre with the weight of 1,000 tons of stone, crushing him beneath a breathtaking, binding pleasure. It held him captive, frozen, watching in near-stunned silence as Luca tasted, tested, working his lips over the head of his cock and flicking his tongue out in tentative, experimental little licks that struck sharply as a whiplash, scoring deeper and deeper with every caress of that rough, damp, heated tongue. Imre's eyes tried to close, but he forced them open, groaning, breaths coming shallow. He wanted to watch, needed to watch, when Luca's mouth was so red and wet and pretty, with how it stretched around the head of Imre's cock. Luca's movements were clumsy, exploratory, as if testing how Imre fit in his mouth, but he didn't need to be sure of himself to set Imre's blood on fire. But when Luca gripped his cock to steady it and dipped forward, sliding his mouth down around the shaft of Imre's cock and taking him deeper, Imre couldn't stop his eyes from slamming closed as he arched against the couch, digging up handfuls of the cushions to either side of his hips to keep from reaching for Luca and clutching him so hard the lovely thing might break. Break like he was breaking Imre, with the sweet innocence in his every touch. Damp, gripping warmth enveloped him, surrounding him in lush, yielding flesh and the rough stroke of Luca's tongue. Pleasure arrowed through Imre's body, liquid and bright, melting him in sharp surges and making his thighs tighten and tremble. It took everything in him to hold still, to let Luca find his way, dragging each gentle, sucking lick out into an agony of careful, hesitant touches and fluttering contact that spiked Imre's breaths into great, deep gasps, torn from him in erratic bursts with every unpredictable touch. And then came the soft moans of pleasure, muffled and thick and vibrating against his cock, the most erotic sounds Imre had ever heard. He caught a growl in the back of his throat, once more cracking his eyes open, watching Luca with a sort of dazed, riveted wonder as Luca gave himself to what he was doing completely, closing his eyes and absorbing himself with breathy, hitching little mews. The look on Luca's face was almost more arousing than the heat of Luca's mouth, and Imre watched transfixed as that glistening, full red mouth moved over his cock, pulling him into a steady, drawing rhythm that contracted and gripped around his length with maddening friction. "Luca," Imre whispered, only to strangle off in a hoarse groan as the tip of Luca's tongue flicked just under his cock, finding those sensitive spots just under the head and jolting him so hard his hips rocked up, beyond his control, pushing deeper into that intoxicating mouth. Luca jerked, nearly pulling back, but then braced his hands against Imre's thighs and leaned into it, taking him deeper until he was nearly strangling Imre with the heat and tightness of his mouth, this perfect well of lush, soft wetness that Imre wanted to bury himself in again and again. If only those sweet-licking touches and that steady, needy pressure didn't stop. Luca tasted every inch of him, as if learning him through the touch of mouth to flesh, as if making love to him with his mouth in a deep, drawing kiss. Where his lips didn't touch, his fingers took control, stroking and exploring over Imre's flesh with a curiosity and hunger that undid him. Imre was entranced. Luca on his knees between Imre's thighs, his mouth drawing wide and soft and abused to stretch around his cock, his expression rapt and lost, dark hair falling in soft, silky washes over Imre's thighs. Beautiful, fucking beautiful, and Imre drank him in with ravenous eyes even as that brutal tight fire coiled at the base of his cock. That hard, deep burn that warned he wouldn't last much longer. Not when Luca had him so wrapped up in every moment of this, not when that curling tongue teased and tormented, not when every swift rush of suckling lips over his cock matched the beat of his heart, the throb of his pulse building in his inner thighs and thumping into that hard-clutched seat of his desire. And when Luca moaned low in his throat, kneading his fingers feverishly against Imre's thighs, Imre lost himself. He was weak, powerless, and when Luca's pretty mouth demanded, he might as well have taken the leash he had on Imre and pulled. Imre's desire wound tighter and tighter inside him, his self-control shredding, his back arching away from the couch, and his head falling back against the cushions. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, his chest seizing up tight, his thighs bunching, his gut locking, every muscle in his body seizing in an iron clasp. "Luca," he begged, trying to warn him, trying to tell him to stop, but he couldn't find words, knew nothing other than the taste of that name on his lips. "Luca!" He clutched Luca's shoulders. Luca licked and swirled his tongue around the head of his cock, watching Imre in just that way through his lashes. And the pleasure building inside Imre unraveled, tumbling through his body in a spill as if he'd come apart at the seams. He choked on a snarling cry, closing his eyes, his cock throbbing, jerking, needling bites of pleasure, savaging as he spilled in 1, 2, 3 sharp bursts. Luca made a soft, startled sound, his fingers digging harder into Imre's thighs. Imre remained rigid for trembling, overwhelmed moments, only for his muscles to go loose and drop him, panting, back to the couch. He opened his eyes, letting his head roll to the side, gaze finding Luca dazedly. Luca watched him with a sort of wide-eyed uncertainty, a mixture of shy question and pleasure in his gaze, liquid in the firelight. His lips were slick, gleaming with droplets of white that dripped down his chin, and he met Imre's eyes for an unsteady moment before ducking his head with a sheepish smile and wiping at his mouth with a delicate touch. "Messy," he teased softly, his voice strained and husky and hoarse. Imre wanted to hear his voice like that always, dark and raw in the aftermath. He couldn't find words, his mind still coming down from the fog of desire, but he managed to move to drag his jeans back up as Luca crawled back up onto the couch and snuggled against his side. Imre zipped up, then slid his arm around Luca's shoulders, gathering him close and turning his face to press into his hair and breathe him in. Luca made a soft, pleased sound and pressed his face into Imre's ribs. "Told you wouldn't be able to hold still," he teased, then trailed off into a whisper, muffled against Imre's shirt. "Was that okay?" "God, Luca." Imre found his voice in a chuckle. "Do I really need to answer that?" Luca peeked up at him. "No," he said, then let out a little embarrassed laugh. "I guess not. Thank you for letting me." "You shouldn't have to thank me." With a sigh, Imre rubbed his cheek to Luca's hair. "I'm sorry if I'm moving too slowly for you." "It's okay. I understand why." Luca draped his arm across Imre's stomach, but Imre caught his hand, lacing their fingers together and lifting his hand to kiss Luca's wrist. That fragile flutter of his pulse was wild against Imre's lips, a swift and fascinating drumbeat under Luca's skin. He watched Luca sidelong, lingering on the curl of his body, the blush in his cheeks, the way his breaths hitched as Imre pressed kiss after kiss to his skin. "Luca," he murmured, Do You want? Luca coloured deeper, ducking his head. Not right now, he ventured, something in his voice as if he was afraid of being struck down for saying not now. I don't need anything like that. I just wanted to feel close to you. Wanted to know you that way. To see you like that. Something about the hitch in his voice caught Imre. He frowned, using that captured wrist to tug Luca gently closer. Luca. Luca made a muffled sound and hid his face against Imre's chest. What you were afraid of today? Imre sighed, then just gave in to impulse and gathered Luca into his lap, pulling him into a close-held bundle and wrapping him up in his arms. Luca squeaked, clutching at his arms, and looked up at him with wide eyes. Imre leaned in and rested their brows together, brushing nose-tip to nose-tip. It didn't happen, he murmured. I'm here. You're here. We're alive. Luca's shoulders slumped. He closed his eyes and slipped his arms around Imre's neck. I was trying not to think about it. It's not a bad thing to want to be closer to someone you care for after something frightening. Imre stroked Luca's back in slow circles until that tense body went lithe and soft and quiet against him. He nuzzled Luca's shoulder, letting his eyes slip closed. But it's not a bad thing to talk about it either. Luca tucked his head under Imre's jaw, nuzzling into his neck. I just couldn't stand if anything happened to you, Imre, he whispered, voice thick. Nothing will happen to me. Promise, Luca pleaded. Imre opened his eyes, watching the fire flickering in the hearth over Luca's shoulder. He couldn't promise that, not when he was nearing 50, and even if he still felt young and vital, he wasn't immortal. One day his time would wind down, and he wondered idly if, at his funeral, Luca would be there, his eyes red-rimmed, his shoulders stiff in a crisp suit, still so very young, while Imre was old and wrinkled and shriveled in his coffin. The morbid thought chased away the lazy, post-orgasmic lassitude to leave him cold. He'd been trying not to think about it, that spectre of death, of the years separating them and the inevitable fact that he was so much farther down that marching road than Luca. That weighed on him heavier than even the possibility of Marco's censure, his rage. Even if he could keep Luca forever and always, his always had far fewer miles left in his road. But Luca wasn't asking him that right now. He needed reassurances, soft affirmations, a promise that at least for this game of pretend they played, Imre would keep himself safe. So, throat tight, he answered, I promise, and hated himself for the lie. 68. December was vanishing far too quickly for Luca's tastes. The past few months had felt timeless, but now he felt every minute, every hour that passed as if it scraped his palms raw with how hard he tried to hold on to it. He counted every kiss shared, over breakfast in the mornings, stolen between chores, traded in lazy evenings on the couch, reading or watching Netflix by firelight until Luca couldn't stand it anymore and slid into Imre's lap and kissed him until the rush of their breaths became a torrent and one or the other of them gave in to stroking fingers and caressing tongues and hitching sighs. Slowly, Imre said, and yet Imre was never slow to tumble Luca onto his back and touch his body, explore him, taste him, and let himself be touched and explored and tasted in return. Luca had no idea what he was doing, but Imre didn't seem to mind, and it nearly filled Luca's heart to bursting every time Imre gave in to his touch, his kiss, and shuddered for him like a great and growling beast, his starkly beautiful face lost in the pleasure Luca gave him as he tested, learned, explored to his heart's content. He wondered how those men who had loved Imre before could see him this way, this great and graven thing of caged power and quiet sensuality, and ever think he wasn't enough? If anything, he was too much for Luca to endure, too much a part of Luca, until he didn't know what he would do when he had to let go. These days should have been everything. Everything he'd ever wanted, everything he'd wished for in the darkness of his dreams. But instead they were only a bandage over the ever-bleeding wound of his love, soaked through and through with the crimson of his heart's blood. "Let me stay," he almost said, each night as he tucked himself into Imre's bed, into his arms, and took shelter in the heated tangle of their bodies. "Let me stay." It howled in him with the same scouring desolation as the storm winds outside, and he wished the storm would never lift, that he could lock them here in a moment in time, winter-bound and wrapped together in a shroud of frost. But that was as impossible as the idea that Imre could ever want him for always, and so Luca said nothing. He had this now, and he couldn't endure if Imre pushed him away for what time they had left, just because Luca had pressed. Yet when he woke a week after that frightening episode in the orchard, he thought for a moment he'd gotten his wish. He was freezing, not even the embers of the hearth fire enough to warm him, and against him Imre's stone-heated bulk wasn't much help when his skin was cool to the touch. The only part of Luca that felt warm was his feet and lower calves. Something heavy draped over him that drowsy familiarity told him was Vila and Chetty. He groaned, cracking one eye open, and peered across the darkened room blearily. "Imre," he mumbled, "the dogs are on my feet." Imre rumbled softly, his chest vibrating under Luca's palm. "Don't wake me up. If I wake up, I have to be cold as bullocks." Luca choked on a laugh, then yawned and dragged the blankets up to cocoon them both closer, trapping meager body heat. "Is the furnace out?" "More likely the power's out, and the boiler for the furnace radiator is electric-powered." Imre made a weary, drowsy sound. "Generator should have kicked in." "Is it bad that it didn't?" "Probably just needs a good wallop." Imre yawned deeply and looped an arm around Luca's waist. "We'll bundle up and go check it out, and check the barns as well. Might be a day or two before the power's fixed. Snow probably took out a power line nearby." Luca whimpered. "I don't want to get up. Cold." "Sooner we get up, sooner we can get the jennies running and into a hot bath." "Bath?" Luca perked, bracing his hands against Imre's chest and pushing himself up. "Together?" Imre arched both brows, looking up at Luca flatly. Like this, his hair spread across the pillow, his mountainous shoulders rising above the quilts, his eyes darkened by sleep. Imre looked like a centerfold, artlessly lazy, perfectly disheveled, gracefully disarrayed and utterly unaware of his own appeal. Even when he snorted skeptically and said, "Bit eager to get me naked and wet again, are you?" Luca just grinned. "Am I that transparent?" "Subtlety is not one of your greater talents, Onyuka." "Never claimed it was." He leaned down and stole a kiss, then pushed himself up again to tumble out of bed, hissing when the frigid stone floors bit his skin through his socks. "Bloody hell! Come on before we freeze to death." "Get back here." Imre levered himself out of bed, moving with lazy ease, then caught Luca around the waist and dragged him close so effortlessly his heart flipped, and flipped again, tumbling into leaping somersaults as Imre leaned down and captured his mouth, kissing him with a slow and quiet possession. An ease that made Luca ache for this to be his every morning, his every night, his everything. He clung to Imre's arms, stretching up on his toes to meet him, parting his lips and trying to tell Imre with every gasp, with every sigh, "I'm yours. I will always, always be yours." But it was over too soon, Imre drawing back with a languid, gentle smile, knuckles brushing to Luca's cheek. "Feel warmer already?" he murmured, then turned away to stride toward the wardrobe, leaving Luca weak in the knees and watching him dazedly. Cocky git. And yet Luca loved that Imre felt comfortable enough with him, with them, to kiss him with such casual, sleepy warmth. He watched Imre for a few moments, lingering on the easy strength in his every movement, until the simple gestures of tossing a few logs on the fire and opening the wardrobe door were acts of quietly controlled power. When Luca tore his gaze away, the dogs were watching him from their tumbled pile on the bed, as if they knew exactly what he was thinking. He stuck his tongue out at them, then laughed, and slipped out into the freezing hallway to his room. After bundling up tight in layers, he met Imre downstairs for a fortifying mug of tea and a promise of a hot breakfast when they were done, before stepping out into the cold. After days, nearly weeks of whiteout conditions blocking all light, the glare of the sun against endless plains of sleek, glittering snow nearly blinded him. Luca winced and turned his face away, shielding his eyes. "Bright!" "Try not to stare at it too long. It's possible to get snow blindness." Imre turned to lead the way around the house, his boots making crunching noises as they broke through an upper crust of snow, only for the soft, pillowy stuff underneath to crumble away, leaving a path for Luca to follow in his wake. "Looks like the storm finally blew itself out last night." Around the back of the house, the generator huddled up against the rear wall, nearly buried in the snow. Luca hung back and watched while Imre brushed snow away from the control panel and checked the fuel tank. He felt useless just standing there, dancing from foot to foot and watching his breaths puff out in clouds, but there was nothing he could do while Imre checked wires and breakers, fiddled with something, pumped a lever a few times, then tested the power. The generator grumbled, shaking, emitting a faint scent of petrol before settling into a steady humming whine. A distant answering whine came from inside the house, and in one of the upstairs windows a light switched on, glowing against the glass. "Relay had frozen over," Imre grunted. "Wasn't able to switch from the main grid to the generator feed. Should be fine now." He tossed his head, and together they trudged toward the barns. The secondary generators had kicked in at least, and the barns were almost stiflingly warm enough that Luca shucked layer after layer until he was sweating into his T-shirt as he helped Imre muck out and feed the horses and goats. But he chilled again rapidly enough as he bundled up once more and headed out back to the house, and took pleasure in sneaking his hand into Imre's as they walked, curling their gloved fingers together. Imre faltered mid-stride, glancing down at him, before letting out an amused, indulgent snort and continuing on. But he squeezed Luca's hand tight, and didn't let go. They were almost back to the house when they passed a patch of bare earth, dark against the endless fields of white. Luca drifted to a halt, frowning down at the dead scraggles of brown, crisped grass sticking up in tufts from the damply naked soil, saturated into a slurry of thick mud. "The snow's already starting to melt?" Something so simple shouldn't strike so deep, hitting hard at the ache below his ribs, sliding between the third and fourth like a dagger aiming straight for his heart. He swallowed back, jerking his gaze away and fixing blankly across that eye-searing horizon of glimmering white snow dunes. "So much for hoping I'd be snowed in past January. We get a few warm days here and there before the snow comes down even harder." Imre shrugged. "It's only a temporary reprieve." Somehow that stung even worse. The bland neutrality in Imre's voice, the calm and casual dismissal. When the snow and Imre's will were the only things keeping Luca here, the only thing worse than the threat in that patch of bared earth was Imre's casual response. Luca tugged his hand free from Imre's. "Is it?" he bit off bitterly, then pulled away from him and turned to trudge through the snow toward the house. It was long moments before Imre's footsteps followed after him, but Luca only shoved his hands into his pockets and walked faster, pushing against the cold until he reached the house and thrust through the door into the kitchen, kicking snow off his boots onto the mat. Imre caught him just past the doorway, ripping his scarf down from over his mouth and shaking snow out of his beard, before gripping Luca's arm gently and drawing him back. "Luca!" Luca jerked on his arm, glaring mutinously at the floor. "Don't!" He didn't want to hear Imre's platitudes, his calm, reasonable responses, the gentle neutrality in his voice. But instead Imre's voice was ragged, hoarse, as he repeated, "Luca," and captured Luca's face in his gloved palms, crisp granules of snow melting against Luca's cheeks as Imre coaxed him to look up, to meet wet, glimmering blue eyes that stared at him with something stark and raw and haunted in them. "I don't want the snow to melt," Imre strained out. "I don't want winter to end." "Fuck." Luca leaned into him, digging his fingers into the lapels of Imre's coat, begging with everything in him, feeling like his entire body was a bundle of taut-strung threads of wanting. "What are you saying?" "I don't know." Imre closed his eyes, leaning into Luca just as hard, resting their brows together. "Don't ask me right now. I need to think, to work things through for myself." His mouth brushed against Luca's, and Luca realized his lips were trembling, his breath shaking as he whispered, "I don't want to think right now." Luca pressed his mouth to Imre's, kissing him deeply, fiercely, tangling his hands in snow-strewn silvered hair and winding it around his fingers. The fever in him was desperate, needy, his love a broken mirror reflecting back Imre and only Imre, and yet too sharp-edged for Luca to touch. He couldn't stand this, couldn't stand that his hold on Imre was as tenuous as winter's hold on the land, and he kissed him as if he could fill himself up on the taste and scent of Imre, as if he could brand himself with the full, firm pressure of heated lips. "Then don't think," Luca breathed, and traced the tip of his tongue along Imre's upper lip. "Don't think, Imre. Just be with me." "Oh, God." Imre let out a near-helpless groan, his hands falling to curl, rough and heavy, against Luca's hips. His beard dragged harsh against Luca's cheeks as he kissed him again, hard and swift and needy, raw about the edges with a hunger that left Luca dizzy, gasping. Breaths coming thick and fast, Imre tore back. "This might not be wise." "Why not?" Luca begged, and Imre opened his eyes, watching him with that stark, desperate gaze. Honest, so very honest Imre was, and his honesty was in his eyes, on his lips, tearing Luca to pieces. "The thought of losing you," Imre said, "leaves me particularly uninclined toward self-control." "Then don't control yourself." Luca stroked his fingers back through Imre's hair, trailing down to curl against the back of his neck. "If you won't keep me, at least have me." Imre stilled, going quiet, gaze searching, until, after long moments, "Don't say it that way." "What way?" "That I won't." His voice broke. His jaw tightened and he turned his face away. "That I—" A short, sharp shake of his head, followed by an aching, almost agonized breath of, "Luca." "This hurts, Imre." Luca's throat closed. He stretched up on his toes, pressing his cheek to Imre's, rubbing his jaw to that soft, luxuriant beard of silver and iron that he loved so very much. "I won't make you choose between me and Dad. I won't. I'll still be your friend when this is over. I promise that." He pressed his lips to Imre's cheek, tracing that taut, weathered skin, and wondered how he could do this again and again, how he could keep throwing himself against the wall of Imre's implacable calm and expect anything but heartbreak. "But I need to be something other than your friend right now. I need to feel like you. Nothing save for Imre's deep, rasping breaths. But slowly those heavy hands tightened on Luca's hips, possessive, needy. Slowly Imre turned his head, the tip of his nose brushing Luca's. Their breaths mixed and curled, and the terror and need and love and longing in the pit of Luca's stomach twisted themselves into a single perfect knot of tension that threatened to shatter and break him forever. "Like what, Anyuka?" Imre murmured huskily, darkened blue eyes capturing him, consuming him. "Like you love me," Luca thought. "But just kiss me," he said, and crushed his mouth against Imre's, as if he would never ever have this again. As if this kiss would have to last the rest of a long, lonely life, when after Imre he would never be able to stand the touch of another man. Touch branded him now, as if the sun's cruel fire was in the palms of Imre's hands. He caught Luca up hard, kissing him so deeply that Luca went weak, overwhelmed and clutching tight. "Please," he begged with every mating lock of their lips, every rushed, needy, tangled breath, every fainting dart of tasting tongues and grazing touch of nipping teeth. They kissed as if trying to tear away the boundaries that made them separate people, searching deeper and deeper into each other in the desperate search to touch, heart to heart. Luca's heart was breaking, and if Imre touched it, it would crumble in his hands, the glass walls cracked beyond hope of ever salvaging. And when Imre lifted him up, Luca clung to him, never letting go of that bruising, hungry kiss, never letting go of Imre, fingers buried in his hair, body pressed close. He hardly realized Imre was carrying him forward, across the kitchen, through the foyer, up the stairs, that fifth step giving an agonized cry, before they were down the hall and Imre stepped into his bedroom and the world turned topsy-turvy as he tumbled Luca down onto the bed. Their lips parted, leaving Luca gasping in great, aching breaths that tore at his chest. Imre stood over him, looking down at him with something dark and haunted in his eyes, something so at odds with the desire that kindled in every raking look. Broad shoulders heaved, as though Imre fought some great struggle in that single frozen moment, before he tore off his coat, flinging it to the floor, followed by his Henley. The shirt rose up over the powerful sculpture of his body, bearing the thick, tightly packed muscle of his waist and stomach, the massive barrel cage of shoulders and chest, the sheer size of him somehow hitting harder in this moment, the raw strength in everything corded, taut-veined muscle that threw back the firelight's quiet glimmer with a molten bronzed edge. He hardly looked like a man in this moment. Instead, some primal, godlike thing that had been on this earth before mankind, a wild force of nature greater than humanity that every shallow copy afterward had struggled to imitate. He took Luca's breath away with the power of such beauty, such strength, caging such a gentle soul. Luca reached for him, but Imre caught him by the wrists, stilling him. His heart twisted, his stomach drawing tight, as Imre drew him up and pressed his lips to Luca's knuckles, first one hand, then the other, beard lush and caressing against his fingers, lips warm. Before Imre pushed him back down, stretching his arms above his head, hands gliding upward to press palm to palm, and lace their fingers together while Imre pinned Luca to the bed. Luca arched against that rough hold, but Imre's grip was immutable, immovable, only making him feel smaller, more helpless, something delicious and hot kindling inside him. For long moments Imre watched him with that unreadable, burning gaze before sinking down over him, weight pressing him into the mattress, dwarfing him under Imre's bulk. A single gentle kiss pressed to the peak of Luca's chin. Then Imre slid down his body, nuzzling his jacket open, nudging his shirt up with the tip of his nose, before pressing his searing, sucking mouth to the sensitive skin of Luca's stomach. Luca's stomach jerked in as little sparks of heat rained down on him, one kiss after another, each ending in a slow, careful bite that drew his flesh into Imre's mouth and bit down just wonderfully hard enough to make his toes curl, his thighs spreading, his hips twisting. He wanted to clutch on to Imre, but with his hands captured he could only whimper and writhe as each kiss travelled higher, teasing him to new heights of gasping anticipation. And when Imre's mouth closed over his nipple, drawing it into warmth and wetness and suckling, drawing pressure, Luca cried out, jerking off the bed and wrapping his thighs around Imre's waist and sliding against him with a raw and shameless need. "Imre!" he gasped. "Imre!" "Shh, Onyuka," Imre soothed, and rose up his body to rest against him, fitting so perfectly between his thighs. Where hips pressed to hips, there was no mistaking Imre's arousal, the thickness of his cock pressing hard through their jeans, and teasing at Luca with every minute motion that ground their hips together and made his breaths catch between his teeth. Imre's lips brushed over his, kissing him gently. "Do you love my name so dearly to cry it so?" he whispered. "I love you," hovered on Luca's lips. "How can you not see that?" But he only pressed his mouth to Imre's, stealing a taste of him, taking what he could when Imre had him so thoroughly pinned. Imre groaned, almost submitting to him, his full, richly red-lipped mouth going warm and molten as Luca tasted, delved deep, stroked every crevice he wanted to claim as his. That solid weight crushed down on him harder, and he went boneless, so tangled up in this, knotted so deeply with Imre that every pull of his threads threatened to snap him in two. As he released Imre's lips, Luca traced them with his tongue, capturing that perfect taste they made together, before letting go with one last nip. "Give me more reasons to say it," he breathed, and silently begged Imre wouldn't stop as he had so many times before. Imre shuddered, a full-body thing like some great stone engine coming to life, deep and trembling into Luca's body. His grasp relaxed on Luca's hands, stroking downward over his wrists, his arms, before curling in the collar of his jacket and hoodie, gripping and ripping them to either side, that raw strength handling Luca like a doll as Imre peeled him out of both outer garments swiftly, only to grasp the hem of his shirt and tear it upward, dragging it almost hungrily over Luca's head and leaving Luca falling to the bed breathlessly, staring up at Imre, and suddenly feeling far too exposed when the man watched him with something rough and burning igniting behind an unwavering, consuming gaze. "Imre?" "That's one," Imre said softly, then flicked the button of Luca's jeans open. Next thing he knew, he was naked, those sure capable hands on his body and stripping away his shoes, his socks, his jeans, his boxers, to leave him shivering underneath Imre as the winter chill brushed over his body. Quickly those large rough hands chased the cold away with their heat, stroking over Luca from shoulders to hips as if shaping him, moulding him, caressing him into the form of a man who arched for Imre, as Imre dipped his head and rubbed his cheek to Luca's inner thigh, the scratch of his beard teasing sensitive skin. A man who sucked in a rough breath as Imre caught him under his knees, lifted him up, spread him open, hooked his legs over broad shoulders that stretched and bared him almost beyond enduring. A man who sucked in a sharp breath as Imre's breaths curled over Luca's aching, throbbing cock. And a man who gasped, "Imre!" eyes slamming shut when Imre's lips danced over the head of his cock, tongue flicking out to taste. "Two," Imre growled, then took Luca's cock into his mouth. Luca lost all words as gripping heat enveloped him, a stroking deviant tongue searching over every inch of his cock and finding every perfect spot that pulled pleasure into concentrated, vibrating knots in that delicious place just behind and below his cock, a place that seemed deeper than flesh, this darkness inside him where every sensation collected in pools like dripping, heated honey, shimmering with their own breathless light. He knotted handfuls of the quilt as he moved with every drawer of Imre's mouth, Even in this Imre was utterly sure of himself in every stroke of firm lips, every tracery of a fiery and flicking tongue, his unshakable confidence giving him complete and utter control over Luca's body, his flesh, his breath, his life. But when Imre traced the thick vein on the underside of Luca's cock with his tongue, Luca strangled off a sharp cry, tossing his head back against the bed, every muscle in his body locking. His pleasure built in a rapid, cresting wave, threatening to break and crash down. "Imre," he gasped, barely finding his voice. I'm going to... He couldn't hold it back. But Imre drew back quickly, that maddening torment easing, the overwhelming rush of sensation calming and leaving Luca sprawled dazed and helpless, hovering just on the edge. 3, Imre practically purred, soft and satisfied, and braced his hands to either side of Luca's body, slipping free from his thighs to lean over him. Silver hair spilled over Imre's shoulder, draping and flowing against Luca's shoulder and throat. "You don't want this to be over yet." Luca reached up, brushing his fingers to Imre's glistening lips, his heart beating violently. "How do you know what I want?" "Body language, Luca." Imre smiled, a slow, confident thing that nearly stopped the violent throb of Luca's heart in its tracks. A smile that promised, if Luca trusted him, Imre could handle Luca's body with the same surety with which he handled the horses, who responded to him as if he was part of them and they a part of him. The words on his tongue the same he'd teased Luca with that day he'd fallen off Zofia over and over again, only to get up with his body bruised and his blood wild. Body language. Imre sank down once more, trailing a path of shivering kisses against Luca's inner thigh, then leaned away and drew the nightstand drawer open. The keepsake box still sat atop the nightstand, the faded green of the ring resting atop it, but Imre brushed past that to delve inside the drawer and withdraw a small glass bottle of clear liquid. Luca stilled as he realized what it was, his eyes widening, breaths catching in his throat and hitching tight in his chest. For all the things they'd done, tumbling each other back over and over again, they'd never gone that far. And when Imre flicked the cap on the bottle open and slicked the thickly viscous, glimmering liquid inside over his fingers, Luca swallowed back hard, pushing himself up on his elbows, already tensing thinking of those thick, coarse fingers inside him, a strange, hot, empty feeling building as his imagination supplied phantom sensations of rough skin, stroking fingertips. God, this was happening. This was really happening. Imre wanted him. Imre needed him, the way Luca had needed Imre for his entire life. "Imre," he whispered, heart hot and light. 4, Imre added with a softly rumbling chuckle, and set the bottle aside. He shifted farther up onto the bed and stretched out on his side, his heavy weight indenting the mattress, drawing Luca closer to him like gravity. He held himself up on one elbow, looking down at Luca with an utterly shattering warmth in his gaze, his slicked fingers curling against Luca's thigh. "Are you afraid, Luca?" "Yeah, a little. It's all right to be afraid, and it's all right to stop me at any time." Imre's touch stroked lighter, leaving warm, slick trails against Luca's trembling inner thigh. He captured Luca's mouth, melting him with a slow, sweet kiss, and Luca realized Imre's lips were trembling, his breaths ragged, that quiet calm masking a depth of emotion that built between them with the tight tension of a building electrical charge waiting to explode. Luca leaned into him, curling his hands against the breadth of Imre's chest, threading his fingers into the soft pelt of salt and pepper chest hair. A whisper of breath, a flutter of his heart, a sigh of, "Ah, Imre." And God, he wanted Imre to know he understood. He felt it too, that this mattered, that this was more than just sex, that this meant something. But all he could do was whimper, as Imre teased into the depths of his mouth and caressed him until his lips felt like wet silk. As Imre gathered him close, capturing him against the power and heat of his body. As Imre's touch slipped higher between his legs and ghosted against the cleft of his ass, working gently between. When calloused fingertips brushed against his entrance, Luca gasped, tensing, arching against him, unfamiliar shocks of sensitivity making his gut clench. 5, Imre whispered. You tell me when enough is enough, Luca. You tell me when too much is too much. Then one finger pressed against Luca, gently at first, then harder, and he arched his lips with a broken, choking inhalation as that moment came when pressure became penetration and Imre was inside. His voice tried to rise in his throat, but strangled into a faint nothingness as that finger eased inside him slowly, gently, touching him with a sweet and caressing intimacy and care. He curled his fingers against Imre's shoulders and hid his burning face against his chest, breathing in short, sharp gasps. It was too much being with Imre like this, feeling him inside, as deep in Luca's flesh as he'd always been inside his heart. Relax. Soft words breathed against his ear, coaxing, warm, reassuring. Let me in. I can't stand it. Luca whimpered, trembling and pressing closer into the comforting heat of Imre's body. I can't stand it when you're already so deep inside me, any more, and I love you too much, any more, and I won't survive leaving you. Yet he couldn't deny this, couldn't resist it, and he wrapped his arms tight around Imre's shoulders and buried his face against his throat and strangled his soft, keening cries in his throat as Imre pressed again, sinking deeper, opening Luca in a way that nearly flayed him raw with the vulnerability of it, the newness of it, the strangeness and sweetness and intimate invasion. Slick oil licked against him from within, warming and soaking into him in a pleasant burn that melted through his bloodstream. Slow, steady, Imre thrust his finger inside him, drawing out each stroke languorously, tracing his fingertip against sensitive inner walls. Luca writhed, unable to stop the mewls escaping his throat, the only sound in the room save for Imre's ragged, deep, growling breaths. And when Luca whimpered, Imre, and slid against him, body to body, Imre's arousal pressing against Luca's belly, and his painfully hard cock, that finger twisting inside him. The low, burning whisper of 6 that ghosted against his ear was so erotic it nearly undid him. When a second finger joined the first, he dug his nails into Imre's shoulders. When a third finger joined the second, stretching him in unnerving and wonderful ways, turning him molten inside with new and strange sensations, he bit down on Imre's throat to keep from screaming, his breaths coming short and never seeming enough, his chest growing tighter and tighter. It hurt, but the pain was satin and fire, and every time those taunting fingers drew out he only wanted more, wanted them back, wanted the shapes of Imre's knuckles printing against him from within, and the light flirting touch with one bright bursting spot of sensitivity that made his blood light up and tightened every muscle in his body and pulsed in the base of his cock. Every time Imre almost brushed it, then pulled away on the next stroke, leaving Luca straining into him, begging with whining gasps, as if he could reach for that feeling that hovered always out of reach, denying him with every caress. When Imre's touch withdrew, Luca almost screamed with the loss. He was strung so tight, built so high, and he couldn't stand this slow and deliberate torment another moment. Yet he trembled as he looked up at Imre, met molten, quietly simmering eyes, understood the power of desire burning there, open and naked, and offering an understanding he hadn't grasped before. Imre hadn't waited because he didn't want Luca. Instead, Imre had waited to savour the pleasure of wanting Luca more and more. He'd never been looked at in such a way before, as if he was something to be devoured, to be worshipped, to be loved, to be defiled, as if he was the heart that made the blood flow in Imre's veins, as if he was the breath that filled his lungs, as if he was beautiful, as if he was everything, and the man who mattered more to him than anything else in this world finally, truly saw him. Imre's gaze flicked over Luca's face, and Luca's heart turned over, rocked hard. Rough knuckles brushed his cheek. "Are you ready, young Luca?" Luca wet his lips, tried to find words, but could find nothing. Nothing to say yes, nothing to say, "with everything in me," nothing to say, "Please, I need you, please, I'm frightened, please, I can't stand to wait." So he only nodded, then closed his eyes and leaned into Imre when beloved lips touched against his, kissed him tenderly, tasted him with heat and fire and possession. "Turn over for me, love," Imre rumbled against his lips. Luca's body almost didn't want to obey, almost didn't know how to do anything but melt in boneless submission, but after several trembling moments he managed to gather himself enough to turn over, moving like molasses, heavy and slow and warm, giving Imre his back. Coarse knuckles brushed his back, followed by the rasp of a zipper and the scratch of denim against cloth. Then Imre's heat enveloped him, pressing against his back, naked skin to naked skin, and Luca sucked in a soft breath as the hard ridge of Imre's cock pressed against his ass, slipped against his spine, burning hot. Thick arms enveloped him, gathering him close into the comforting curve of Imre's body, and shifting him with Imre, moving them both to curl on their sides, fitted so perfectly together. A calloused palm stroked fire over his stomach, glided over his cock in a caress of thrills, curved over his inner thighs. "Tell me you want me," groaned against his ear, shivers on every breath. "I want you." Luca let his head roll back against Imre's shoulder, breathing in the heady rush of his scent, giving himself to this. The anticipation, the fear, the pleasure, the heady and drowning emotion. "I've always wanted you, Imre." That powerful body shuddered around him. 7, Imre sighed, his stroking touch nudging Luca's leg forward, bending him, opening him so gently, bearing him. Then his cock pressed against Luca's sensitive, stretched entrance, hot flesh against hot flesh, sweet, wild pressure, the groan in Imre's chest rumbling against Luca's back. Pain, a bright, searing flash, a thickness no fingers could prepare him for, an invasion of slow depth and aching penetration, a fullness so bone-shaking he could hardly breathe for the fire and fever and wonder of it. He curled in Imre's arms, those hands so rough on him, holding him and claiming him and drawing him into Imre as hard-burning slickness and pressure sank deeper, deeper, the pain choking him, the pleasure destroying him from the inside out. "Imre!" But that building peak of pleasure burst as the head of Imre's cock nudged deeper than his fingers had ever reached, the flare and stretch of it opening Luca with such pervasive, undeniable intimacy. That moment of sweetness his fingers had flirted with became a white fire rush, melting through every inch of Luca's body in trembling lashes, sizzling friction. His muscles went loose, lax, and in that instant Imre let out a low growl and jerked his hips forward sharply, pulling Luca back into him and sinking in fully. 8, ghosted ragged and sultry against his ear, damp and burning lips tracing his throat, his jaw. Imre's hand spread over Luca's stomach, massive and spanning the breadth of his body, and pushed down gently, just enough for Luca to feel the pressure and overwhelming fullness of that cock throbbing inside him in rhythm to his breath, his pulse, his life. "You feel so good, Luca." Luca melted back against Imre, sinking into the stone-forged heat of his body, surrendering utterly to this, to the feeling of being filled with Imre, to the overwhelming intensity of Imre's possession, his complete and utter claim on his body. He burned inside, eating away at his control, at his senses, until he sank into a cloud of slow pleasure, like drowning in a sea of warmed oil. He felt everything too deeply, too intensely, gasping out as Imre's lips grazed his shoulder, shuddering with the sharp, cool shock as the silk of steel-grey hair slithered against his back, his neck, the scrape of Imre's beard against his spine, every cool blue bead a raindrop kiss. His senses were tuned to the key of Imre, to the resonance of his rough palms stroking over Luca's stomach and upper thighs, to the hum and vibrato of his hungry, quietly growling breaths, to the shiver-whisper of hot, weathered skin slinking over corded muscles, to the deep bass rhythm of Imre's heart pulsing against his back. He could stay like this forever, not moving, not parting, joined with Imre flesh to flesh, captured in the perfection of this moment. Yet with every stroke of his fingertips, Imre grazed closer and closer to his cock, until long fingers wrapped around Luca's length, and he cried out as a bolt of sensation shot liquid to his centre, making him clench and shudder and draw up in a rigid, trembling arc, as every contraction of muscle made his body grip tight against Imre's cock, made him hyper-aware of that shape stretching him from within, moulding him to fit, pressing every inch of Imre against his inner walls. He clutched at Imre's forearms helplessly, keening in the back of his throat. "Come for me, Luca." Soft words, barely heard, mouthed against his skin in lingering, drawing kisses that left brands on his flesh. Like this, just like this. Long, strong fingers shaped him with knowing strokes, plying and teasing and exploring every inch of his cock as if kneading pleasure into his flesh, sinking it into him, one firm, compelling caress at a time. He soaked it up like soaking up the sun, basking in it, writhing for it, gasping to every teasing flick and delicate tracery and gripping draw that pushed him closer and closer to falling apart. Imre's teeth in his shoulder, Imre's utter control over his body, the scrape and stroke and twist of Imre filling him and working inside him in liquid silk ways every time Luca twisted his hips, the shudder and tension of tightly corded muscle that whispered Imre was just as close to losing control, to losing himself, to melting into Luca until they were one and the same, lost and found and lost again. It came on him before he could stop it, sharp, unexpected breaths dragging over his tongue with a thick and heady texture like flesh, a sharp snap of sensation and the parting of needy lips, the bite of his fingernails into the unyielding steel of Imre's forearm, the tension of a whip poised to crack. He tried to hold back, but that whip snapped, lashed him, bit deep into his flesh and scored all the way down to his core. The knot of darkness inside him burst, bloomed, radiating out in a liquid rush. His thighs tightened and trembled. His inner walls contracted around Imre's cock, sliding and sucking and stroking inside against that place that tore him to pieces. And he ripped like so many paper scraps, falling apart with his voice a thing swimming deep in his throat, his body a vessel shattered and spilling in a flooding wash. Imre touched him sweetly, softly, as he spent himself in quiet shudders, as the flame inside him melted into embers. Dazed, he fought for breath. His fingers hurt. He had Imre's arm in a death grip, and he peeled his hands away, joints aching as they unlocked. He felt wrung to pieces, scraped and sanded until the raw edges of his desire became smooth and soft. But Imre was still hard inside him, stretching the soft, malleable warmth of his body, until Luca couldn't help but feel every inch of him in the quiet, simmering sensitivity that came in the aftermath. "Imre," he sighed. turning his head enough to rub his cheek to Imre's beard. 9. It came out in a low, satisfied rumble. Are you ready for more? More? Luca whispered hazily. I want you to feel this. Imre caught Luca's hand and guided it up to his stomach, pressing his spread palm over his own flesh. And then Imre moved, a slow and liquid undulation of his hips, his cock gliding and twisting inside Luca, sparking hot rushes of lingering sensitivity, rolling over him and dragging him deep. When Luca was already spent, his entire world narrowed to the sensation of Imre within him, taking his body with deep and lazy thrusts, working his flesh with precisely controlled strength and deliberation. He felt every raw burst of friction, every kiss of flesh to flesh, every time his body caught and tightened and gripped and held on to Imre, as if he could keep him, catch him, never let him go. And every time, under his palm, the shape of Imre's cock moved against his stomach and teased against his palm, as if his body had been made to bend and bleed and mold around the shape of Imre's flesh. No distractions, Imre purred, nuzzling the curve of Luca's ear, breaths rough and broken. Nothing but this. I want you to feel me in you, every moment of it on you come. Imre. 10. Imre's sigh was soft, contented, so deeply pleasured, erotic. Stay with me, my angel. And then he tore Luca's world apart. Every thrust was a timeless moment, soothing, catching Luca up in the fullness of it, in the slow, satisfying feeling of Imre sliding into him deeper, flooding into every empty crevice and easing the drawing, aching pull inside. He fell into the rhythm of Imre's body with a synchronicity as raw and sweet as sugar, rolling back to meet him, caught up in the ebb and flow they made between them until together they were the music, the melody, the striking notes of Luca's overflowing, breaking heart. He'd never known it was possible to feel this close to someone, utterly absorbed, transfixed by the smallest touch, the smallest breath, the most perfect trembling detail. The slick of sweat binding skin to skin, the perfect tangle of their legs, the press of Imre's brow to the nape of Luca's neck, the luxuriant flexion of raw masculine power flowing from Imre's shoulders down his entire body to roll into Luca, sinking deep. The way Imre's fingers laced with Luca's, clasping together over his stomach and holding against that mark of possession, that ridge swelling out his stomach each time Imre filled him. And the way the hitch in Imre's breaths, the soft sounds catching in the back of his throat, betrayed that he was just as overwhelmed as Luca. Nothing should feel like this. The blending of self to self, this invasive oneness, this utter immersion. There was nothing for Luca but the stroke and sigh between them, the ache and burn of his body, the enveloping fire of Imre's embrace. He rode the high and came crashing down again and again and again, until Imre shuddered against him, until Imre clutched him, pressing them so close he couldn't breathe. Until that beloved voice, deep and gritty and raw with desire, with something Luca didn't dare wish for, whispered, "My Luca," against his ear, as with a low growl, Imre spilled into Luca's body. Molten heat that teased and licked and filled him in ways that left him flushed, gasping, an answer of Imre's name on his lips, and an etching of Imre's name upon his soul, graven as deep as heart's blood. 69. Luca's skin tasted of sweet sweat and the quiet, heady musk of desire, and Imre thought he could kiss that flavor from his flesh for hours. He pressed his mouth to the back of Luca's shoulder again and again and again, taking his time over each, savoring in the lazy aftermath. Luca was nearly asleep against him, His entire body sheened with a layer of misted sweat that made him glisten pale as pearl, his damp hair spilling against the coverlet. His body was hot around Imre's spent cock, their legs still twined, fingers still clasped, just a soft, lax tangle of boneless man in Imre's arms. Exactly how Imre wanted him. He'd never known anyone who responded as beautifully as Luca did, so open and receptive and with him in every moment, as if they could read each other in touch, as if contact and body language were all the words they'd ever need. The sound of his name on Luca's lips was addictive, the whisper of Luca's quiet cries a heady drug that injected deep in Imre's veins and spun him into a dizzying high. And the way he flowed, the beauty of his body in the faint glow of firelight, the stretch and pull of silk and sinew. Imre closed his eyes, resting his cheek to Luca's shoulder and gathering him closer. He never should have done this. He couldn't imagine how he'd waited as long as he had. Conflict tore painfully inside him, and yet it couldn't ruin the deep, satisfied languor that left him warm and melted, and so contentedly tired. Luca. He traced his lips against Luca's nape. Beautiful, beloved Luca. Luca stirred sleepily, letting out a soft, Imre chuckled, nosing into his hair, breathing in more of his scent. Are you all right? Yeah. Luca's smile was in his voice, drowsy and warm. I feel good. I feel like melted sweets. Imre couldn't help chuckling. Sweets? Sweets. Imre turned one softly glimmering eye over his shoulder. Like toffee, pulled and stretched until it's warm and just right. Imp, is it how you thought it would be? Better. Luca closed his eye again and rubbed his cheek to the sheets. I wasn't expecting you to... not like that. Were you expecting the perfect simultaneous orgasm? Imre grinned and caught Luca's earlobe in his teeth, biting down and tugging gently, only to let go. How much pornography do you watch, Onyuka? Luca gasped. Not that much. Not any. When Imre remained silent, Luca scrunched his nose up in that lovely way he had. Some. He fell still, silent. Imre waited him out, letting Luca think, letting him gather his thoughts. He was content with this, close and tangled and intimate and silent, and giving Luca all the time he needed. Finally, Luca murmured, The idea was that it would always be this fast, intense, harsh thing. Messy, urgent, kind of clumsy and desperate. But you... His voice quieted, softened. You made it gentle, soft, intimate. You made waiting worth it. Imre was grateful that Luca faced away from him and couldn't see the heat burning in his cheeks. Anticipation can be as heady as gratification. Does that mean you're going to make me wait 2 more months before we do this again? I don't think I can wait 2 more days, now that I know how it feels to have you. Luca tensed before letting out a spluttering laugh. Imre! Ah! Imre hissed as tight flesh gripped and clutched around his cock. Be still, or you'll be finding out in 2 minutes. He took a deep, steadying breath, nuzzling into the crook of Luca's throat. From the corner of his eye, it was hard to miss the race of pink flooding down Luca's pale cheeks. Blushing now. What happened to the bold little cat who begged for reasons to scream my name? 14, by the way, if you thought I stopped counting. You shouldn't have started, Luca grumbled sulkily. Don't be awful. Imre bit back a laugh. He didn't want to prick his prideful little cat's feelings. You wouldn't care for me if I wasn't. If you think being terrible is part of your appeal, you have another thing coming. Luca huffed, then trailed off, making a thoughtful sound before adding, I like you because you're not awful. You think I haven't turned men down before. He made a bitter sound in the back of his throat. They were They were so caught up in all this swagger about what it means to be a man, rude and aggressive and arrogant in all the bad ways. He turned his head enough to look at Imre over his shoulder, that sweet, throaty burr making whiskey out of his shy words. I think it takes a bigger man to be gentle than it does to be cruel. That's what I like about you. Luca. Imre had no words. So often he was silent while he sought the right words, but there were no words for the ache in his chest at the utter raw sweetness of Luca's honesty, his shy and breathy confessions. And so Imre gave not words but touch, catching Luca's chin gently, leaning in, capturing his lips. He didn't have words for the things he loved about Luca, so he showed him in the worship of his lips, in the desperate need to taste him and mark him and make him Imre's forever when forever for them might only be a few short days. Perhaps that was why, when their lips parted and Luca snuggled back against him with a little purr, Imre couldn't bring himself to part their bodies. They couldn't sleep like this, even if part of him wanted to. He needed to look after Luca's body, give him something for the soreness, make sure his little cat was comfortable and safe and happy. In a minute. Soon. For now he needed this. He needed to feel like this moment wouldn't end. And so he pressed his cheek to Luca's hair and held him close, while beyond the bed outside the window, the day clouded over in drifts of white. "It's snowing again," he murmured. "Yeah," Luca said, and sighed deep and slow. "It is." He tightened his grip on Imre's fingers. Their hold laced sweet and true. "I just hope it never stops." 70. Luca wasn't sure how Christmas Eve crept up so quickly. One moment he'd been watching the snow come down on his 20th birthday, and the next his world was full of the taste of Imre's lips and the roll and sway of his hips. With the power unsteady and the heat fritzing on and off when the generator iced over, some days it was all either of them could do to get up, make breakfast, check the animals, and tumble back into bed. And if in bed they found other ways of keeping each other warm, Luca wasn't complaining. Even if some days, after Luca had spent hours teasing him open and leaving him full more often than not, walking could be something of a trial. He woke early in the evening on Christmas Eve. The house was warm for once at least, and he sprawled languidly in the blankets, stretching against the sheets just to feel them, luxuriant on his naked skin. The bed was empty, but Imre was probably up and being restless again. The scents rising from below said up and being restless likely involved supper, and in response Luca's stomach growled heavily. He groaned, rolling over and burying his face in the pillows. Up, right. Up. Up meant time with Imre. Even if he was trying not to think of that ticking countdown hanging always over his head. But it was hard to forget, as he padded across the hall with a quilt wrapped around his hips and rummaged in the drawers for something to wear. Even if he spent half the day and every night in Imre's room, in his bed, Luca still had his own room, his things separate. Hauling his kit and baggage into Imre's room might imply something like permanence. And they couldn't make that mistake, now could they? He pushed the bitter thought away, slipped into a pair of jeans, and tugged on a t-shirt and socks before padding down the stairs. He peeked into the kitchen, but there was nothing but a pot bubbling on the stove. The living room yielded better results. Imre with a number of boxes scattered about on the floor, including one with a neatly folded artificial tree and another burgeoning over with tinsel. Vila pushed a silvery ball of something across the floor with her nose, only to jerk back and sneeze, shaking her head, while Shetty watched her with skeptical patience. Imre lifted out delicate, shimmering ornaments in varied shapes, painted with intricate designs in thin lines of white against bold colors. Luca leaned in the doorway, watching Imre quietly in this unguarded moment before Imre might notice him. He loved watching Imre's hands work, loved the way he handled even the most fragile things with such precision, putting as much care and consideration into something as simple as unpacking ornaments as he did into everything else. Imre untangled the glittering silver strings of 2 ornaments, then paused, glancing up. His gaze landed on Luca, and he smiled, a slow thing of pure warmth, like the dawn breaking, casting soft light over the crags of his features, falling to dwell in his eyes. That smile coaxed forth Luca's own, rising up from inside him with unstoppable joy. He couldn't help himself, not when Imre looked at him that way, making his stomach flutter and tighten. God, Luca was such a silly little nit in love. "So you finally decided to wake up," Imre said. "You weren't in the bed with me. I had no reason to stay." Luca pushed away from the door, lacing his fingers together behind his back and drifting closer. "What are you doing?" "I haven't put a tree up for the holiday in years. I suddenly felt like it." Imre lifted one of the dangling ornaments, a heart covered in beautifully stylized, fine line art of holly berries and leaves. "Would you like to help?" "Yeah." Luca drifted closer and reached out to take the ornament. He remembered ornaments like this, glimmering in the light of the fireplace. He remembered Christmases stuffed full and happy and lolling on the sofa, while Imre sang those soft Romany and Hungarian songs to the faint strumming of the guitar, and Luca's parents drowsed together. He remembered happy Christmases, instead of separate meals and an awkward, perfunctory exchange of gifts. He thought he'd like to have a happy Christmas again. "I think it'll be nice," he said, and grinned. "And this time you won't have to lift me up to put the angel on top." "Who says I won't anyway?" Imre pushed to his feet and hooked an arm around Luca's waist, spinning him into Imre's arms with that little thrilling rush that made Luca gasp every time. "You are still very small, Onyuka." Luca curled the delicate ornament against his chest to protect it, the other hand gripping at Imre's arm as he looked up at him with a laugh. "No, you're still too obscenely large." Imre's eyes glimmered. "You are baiting me into saying something terrible." "I am not." Luca pushed up on his toes, draping his body against Imre's solid bulk, rubbing his cheek into that thick beard and brushing his lips against his ear. "If you say something terrible, I'm going to want you to do something terrible." "Ah?" Imre chuckled, turning his head into the touch of Luca's lips, their cheeks brushing. "If I do that, there'll be no tree, just a mess everywhere, and Christmas Eve dinner ruined. How hungry are you? You're still baiting me, little cat." Thick fingers wove into Luca's hair, stroking his head back, gently tilting his head to kiss him. All he wanted, all he needed in this moment, no matter how he teased. Imre's kisses dissolved him into sweetness, made him feel like a wholly new Luca, someone who understood the deep, quiet pleasure of sensuality more and more every day, someone who discovered his body with every new secret Imre teased from him, teaching him things he'd never known about himself, even while Imre made himself an open book for Luca's exploration. He knew every line of Imre's body now, every scar ridged against his skin, every dip and rise of sinew, the shape and silhouette of them and how they fit into the flow of Luca's palms. And the perfect sound he made every time Luca caught his lower lip in his teeth and nibbled until Imre groaned, his grip turning rough, possessive, his mouth soft and slack and needy. "Brat," Imre breathed, groaning as he brushed his lips open-mouthed across Luca's, then gently caught Luca's shoulders and parted with a last flick of a teasing tongue. "I'll make a mess of you later. Be good long enough to keep from scandalizing Shent Miklos." Luca laughed, draping his arm around Imre's neck. "Maybe he'll want to watch." "He can watch someone else," Imre growled, something black clouding his eyes. "I do not share." Luca's smile faded. He lingered on that expression on Imre's face, fierce and firm. Possessive, Luca realized. Imre was possessive enough to want to keep him to himself, but not enough to say a word about letting him go once the new year had passed. "It's not his fault," Luca reminded himself. "You promised him. You promised you wouldn't resent him. You promised you'd still be his friend." Imre's brows knit. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing," Luca answered, finding his smile again and stealing one last kiss, light and sweet, before pulling away to untangle the cord of the ornament. "Nothing at all. Let's put up the tree. Maybe then we can talk about getting messy, eh?" "Aye," Imre echoed, calm and agreeable. Yet still, as they worked together to lift out the tree, Luca felt Imre's gaze on him, asking what was on his mind, asking things that Luca wouldn't say, because the moment he did, he would break down and beg. 71. The smell of cooking fish told Imre, not long after he and Luca had finished erecting the tree, that supper was ready. He'd kept his own counsel, but something about that strange, withdrawn smile on Luca's lips had left him unsettled and quiet, and he wondered if he was in for another few days of the silent treatment, while Luca worked through whatever was bothering him enough to talk about it. Stubborn, prideful thing. And Imre sometimes thought the long silences were less an inability to touch whatever raw thing was eating at him, and more the long and endless hours it took to chip away at the walls of Luca's pride enough for him to unbend. But Luca was all smiles and laughter as they raised the tree and strung the tinsel. Warm, with those soft idle brushes of affectionate contact Imre had grown addicted to, from the tracery of Luca's fingertips down his chest in teasing lines, to the light brush of his lips, caught in a swift and stolen kiss. And that way Luca had of looking at him sidelong from under his lashes, green eyes glimmering and dark, as if Imre wouldn't notice the way Luca took him in, lingering on his every movement until those hungry glances left Imre too hot, too needy. As if Imre wouldn't understand the quiet desire in that gaze, begging for the moment when Imre would pin Luca to the bed and take him again and again until they were both spent, exhausted, sated and melted in each other's arms. That was the moment that captivated him the most, that came to live in the halls of his memory and the chambers of his heart. The way Luca fit into the curve of his body, the way their arms and legs tangled until they were a braid of brambles wound together, pricking each other's hearts with sweet, piercing thorns. Only the smell of cooking food stopped him from taking Luca upstairs and making good on those slow, lingering glances. He stole one more kiss, then extricated himself and ducked into the kitchen to turn the heat down under the bubbling pot on the stove. Luca trailed after him, leaning over and watching, while Imre lifted the lid off the pot and stirred the thick, pale soup inside. With the lid off, the scent was almost overpowering, rich and fishy and tangy. Luca whistled softly, mock flinching away. "Bit much, that." Imre chuckled and took a quick taste of the savoury soup, testing the flavour, before offering Luca the spoon. "Do you remember this?" Luca leaned in and sipped at the spoon delicately, and Imre caught himself watching those soft lips, sheened in a glistening skim of white, his thoughts drifting back to last night. Luca on his hands and knees, slim shoulders upthrust in smooth mounds, the dark shag of hair falling across his face, his lips wet and swollen as he moved over Imre's hips and tore his self-control to pieces with a teasing, stroking tongue. How he'd moaned with pleasure every time Imre's cock had hit the back of his throat. And how his mouth had shone just like this. Once he'd coaxed Imre to the edge only to slink up his body and kiss him, with his lips still bitter and wet and gleaming with that salt taste shared between them, so utterly and innocently unaware of the sensuality in his every feline movement. A hard jolt of need curled in the pit of Imre's stomach. If he said the burn in his cheeks was the stove, he would be lying to himself. He sucked in a breath and looked away. Luca made a thoughtful sound that trailed into one of delight. "Fish soup," he said. "Mum always complained about the smell when we'd come visit for Christmas." But she ate it anyway. Imre dragged his wayward thoughts under control, kept his hands busy so he'd keep them off Luca. He tried to focus on stirring the soup, setting the burner to simmer, reaching up to pull down earthenware bowls from the overhead cabinet. "There's stuffed cabbage in the oven, if you want to fetch the tray." Luca snorted and pulled on oven mitts, navigating around Imre to pull the oven door open. "Only you could get me to voluntarily eat cabbage. It's a Hungarian tradition. I suppose that made it a Romani tradition over time." He set out large plates in dark blue, speckled in white, with deep soup bowls to one side of each, then began ladling the soup into the bowls. Strange how this was so much a part of who he was, but trace back even 5 generations and these things would have been things belonging to Gadje, outsiders, those not of his people. His lips thinned. "It's hard to know who we are sometimes, when we scattered to the winds and the 4 corners, and became chameleons taking on the colors of the lands we settled in order to survive." He stilled, resting the soup ladle against the edge of the pot, a frown-making tension pull between his brows. "Everywhere we go, we make it a part of us." Luca remained silent for so long that Imre finally looked up to find those frank green eyes watching him with an open and accepting warmth. Sweet Luca, silly Luca, who looked so much like everything Imre thought of as home, standing there with his slender hands dwarfed inside massive oven mitts and his hair falling into his eyes. After long moments, Luca cocked his head with a sweet little smile. "If you made it yours, then it's yours," he said simply. "Does it feel like home, Imre?" "It does. You do." Luca's smile broadened into a grin, his eyes glittering. "Then it belongs to you." "Chav tioilo," Imre murmured, unable to stop the words as they rose on his tongue, dwelled in his breath, beat in his heart. Pausing, Luca fixed Imre with a searching look, his eyes softening. "I missed that," he murmured. "Hearing you speak Romani. I hadn't realized I'd stopped. You sound happier in Romani." "Do I?" How perceptive, his little cat. And yet still Luca didn't realize one thing. "Chav tioilo," Imre had said. "I eat your heart." To the Rom, those words meant "I love you." The English words hovered on his tongue, the words he never said, and yet tried to show every time he tasted the silk of Luca's skin, and drew their bodies together until they moved one to one. But he couldn't bring himself to speak them. Saying them now would only make this that much more terrible later. "Perhaps," he deflected, leaning down to kiss Luca's temple. "I only speak it when there are people here who make me happy." Luca laughed, leaning into him with a nuzzle. "Sweet talker." "Only for you," Imre said, and carried the plates and bowls to the table. Luca pulled the oven open, releasing a medley of both bitter and sweet scents, and withdrew 2 baking pans with stuffed cabbage rolls on one and rolled flaky pastries on the other. He deposited the pans on the stove just in time for Imre to return with a tin of powdered sugar to shake over the pastries, before lifting one to Luca's lips. Luca took a lingering, savoring bite, exposing the sweetened date filling inside. With a soft, appreciative sound, eyes lighting up, he stole the rest of the pastry from Imre to nibble. "Kifli," Imre said. "You used to steal them while they were cooling on the rack." Luca finished and laughed, popping the rest of the pastry into his mouth. "Do you remember the time I gorged myself bloody sick on these?" "I remember. Your mother stayed up all night with you, stroking your hair, while you moaned and whimpered in pain." Luca chuckled, leaning his hip against the counter, and stole another pastry. "You stayed up too." "Someone had to make you tea." But Luca didn't respond. He only looked down at the pastry in his fingers, lifting it to his lips without biting in. Imre frowned, settling to lean against the counter next to him, arm to arm. What had he— Oh. "Are you going to call them today?" he asked gently. Luca shook his head, quick and short and sharp. "I'm not ready, Imre." "You don't have to be." And in truth, Imre wasn't ready either. One day soon, Marco and Lucia would say, "Come home, son, come home," and this moment would melt like the last snowflake of winter, losing its sweet fragile spires and delicate traceries to melt away and evaporate forever. Putting off that phone call put off that moment, delayed the sun, let them keep their secrets in their own private night for a little bit longer. He lingered on those downcast eyes, on the delicate lines of Luca's profile, then dipped and caught that sweet mouth in a kiss, lingering until the hard lines of Luca's lips softened and the hurt went out of them with a soft and willing surrender. "Merry Christmas, Onyuka," he whispered against Luca's lips. "Boldog Karakshonit." "Merry Christmas, Imre," Luca sighed, and curled his fingers into Imre's shirt. And in the silence that followed dwelled such simple words, unsaid. Always, always unsaid. 72. Supper was quiet and slow, as supper always was, long silences interspersed with low murmurs and the occasional laugh, powdered sugar in Imre's beard when Luca tried to feed him kifli, and the taste of sweetness on his tongue when he licked the last bits of sugar from Luca's fingertips. The warmth of tradition in a simple meal, things Imre hadn't bothered cooking for Christmas Eve in years. Once the dishes were done and the leftovers put away, they settled on the sofa, basking before the fire with Imre sprawled on his back and Luca stretched atop him, his slight, warm weight seeming to pin Imre to earth. Imre wasn't sure how long they drifted like that, his gaze locked on the hearth, following the hypnotic flicker and spark of the fire, his thoughts circling around things he couldn't quite face just yet. Unnamed longings, a sense of things unfinished, the bitter, harsh voice calling him a coward. And the desire to do something rash and impulsive and drastic, when that wasn't the man he'd been taught to be. Luca sighed softly, stretching and rubbing his cheek to Imre's chest with a sleepy sound. "I'm so bloody stuffed," he murmured. "God, I just want to sleep." Imre chuckled, idly trailing his fingertips down the back of Luca's arm. "In the bed this time. Your habit of falling asleep where you stand is becoming notorious." Grinning, Luca folded his hands on Imre's chest and propped his chin atop his crossed wrists. "Maybe I do it just so you'll carry me." "If that's what you want, you only have to ask." Luca laughed, a wicked glimmer in his eyes, and pushed himself up to press his nose to Imre's. "Then take me to bed, Imre, please." "Wicked." Imre cupped the back of Luca's head, threading his fingers into his hair, and drew him in for a kiss. "In a moment," he murmured against Luca's lips. "There's something I want to show you." Luca's sound was half laugh, half groan as he nipped Imre's upper lip. "You're putting a bit of a wrench in my plans." "Plans?" "To take gross and filthy advantage of you." Imre laughed helplessly. "I've created a monster." "Nah, you've only figured out what a monster I already was to start with." Luca pushed himself up, shifting to straddle Imre's waist with his hands braced on his stomach. "What did you want to show me?" Imre said nothing for long moments, lingering on Luca, heat kindling in the pit of his stomach. Those long, slim thighs had to stretch so wide to span his body, and his palms ached to catch Luca by the hips, slide his body just a little farther down, wrap those pretty thighs around his hips, and let Luca feel exactly what he did to Imre. God, years of celibacy were catching up with him in more ways than one. Luca met his eyes, his stillness sudden and arresting, colour climbing in his cheeks. He ducked his head with a shy smile, watching Imre from under the fall of his hair. "Tempting little cat," Imre murmured, cupping Luca's cheek, his skin so soft under Imre's palm, fresh-shaven and smooth. He grazed his thumb against Luca's lower lip, his gut twisting at how it yielded to his touch, such full, lush flesh. Soon. He pushed himself up, kissed Luca gently, dipped into his mouth to steal a taste of Luca and kifli and the tart mulled cider from supper. Then, just as gently, he lifted Luca off him, settling him into the corner of the couch before rising. He felt Luca's gaze following him with avid curiosity as he circled the room, turning off the lamps until there was nothing but the glow of firelight and the soft firefly pinpoints of lights floating among the Christmas tree branches. The firelight, too, shuddered as he stepped over the drowsing dogs and pulled the grate on the hearth until only a few faint flickers escaped, casting the living room into shadow with the faintest warm edges. Imre fetched the small oil lantern he'd left on the corner of the hearth when unpacking earlier and set it in the middle of the floor, checking the oil and the wick before rummaging on a side table to pull a wide, thick sheet of black cardstock from beneath the stacks of his printed spreadsheets. He tugged loose one of the straight hairpins, keeping his hair pinned back from his face, and used the blunt, sharp tip to carefully punch small holes into the paper, using it like a needle to dart and darn patterns in clustered scatters of dots. Luca shifted to lean over the back of the sofa, folding his arms on the back and watching him with a small wrinkle in his brows. "Imre? Patience, Luca." Imre surveyed his handiwork, made a few more small holes, then slid the pin back into his hair and snagged the fireplace lighter, flicking it onto a small tongue of flame. He angled the nozzle carefully into the lantern and caught the wick, igniting the lantern into a glowing orb of glass, then knelt and held the paper over the lantern, shuttering its light. Save for what bled through those pinprick holes, shining up onto the darkened ceiling. "Look," Imre murmured. "My mother used to do this for me when I was a wee thing." Luca tilted his head back, looking up, where on the ceiling tiny dots clustered and shimmered and sparkled into a galaxy. Imre lingered on the ceiling for long moments, remembering the way his mother would laugh as she did this, remembering his own joy, his chest tight, his eyes wide. This was what family felt like, he thought. This was how Lohara should be, for now and for always. "Oh," Luca breathed, hushed, awed. "Imre, it's beautiful. It's like the winter sky beyond the clouds." "Just so, Luca," Imre agreed. "Just so." Luca said nothing. He only stretched one hand out, fingers splayed as if he would touch the stars, his lips gently parted on wordless sighs. Imre couldn't look away. Where Luca saw galaxies, Imre saw only Luca, and a desperate need to see this every Christmas, every night, every year, for the rest of his life. And the wonder on Luca's face, the wrenching in Imre's chest, told him the decision he would have to make so painfully soon, and the only choice he could ever have. They watched their stars until the lantern guttered down, and there was only the stillness of night and the soft sound of the snow outside. Luca slipped off the couch and settled on the floor next to Imre, resting his cheek to his arm and filling him with his softness. And when the dark came in full, they rose together, fingers interlaced, and drifted toward the stairs. But Imre paused as they passed the wide picture window in the foyer, looking out over the fields. Snow piled against the window pane, shaded in soft grey and blue, reflecting back the starlit night sky. He ran his fingers over the weathered windowsill, then smiled. "Luca, bring your boots." Luca cocked his head, then perked, a slow smile spreading across his lip. "Shoes on the windowsill," he said. "I remember. You put your shoes on the windowsill, and when you wake up there's presents from St. Nicholas." "Aye," Imre chuckled. "We should have done it on the 6th, but we were distracted by other things." Luca brightened and disentangled their hands, dashing to the row their shoes made to one side of the back door and fetching his boots. With a laugh, He returned and plunked his boots down on the windowsill, making a show of arranging their laces before dusting his hands off. "You have to put your shoes out too." Imre laughed. "I don't think St. Nicholas has anything for me." "Do it?" Luca looked up at him with that wide-eyed, pleading expression Imre could never resist. "Please?" Imre met that begging gaze, then sighed before trailing into a laugh. All right, all right." He drew back and snagged his worn work boots, then propped them on the windowsill next to Luca's. They immediately tried to fall off. He caught them quickly, then gave Luca a flat look. Luca watched him with his fingers teasing against his lower lip, a stifled laugh glowing in his eyes. Little brat. Imre's shoes were too big, but he turned them sideways and lined them up one after the other, then stepped back, dusting his hands off. "Happy?" "Entirely." Luca beamed, then curled soft hands against Imre's arm, stretched up, and brushed sweet lips to his cheek. "Now take me to bed, Imre." Such soft words, and yet they struck Imre hard as a hammer to an anvil. And God did sparks fly. He caught Luca around the waist, dragging him close, relishing the widening of his eyes, the way his body went lax and soft and melted against Imre. "Agnuka," he growled as he stepped back, drawing Luca toward the stairs. "I have wanted nothing else for hours." 73. Luca woke before dawn on Christmas morning, his breaths light with an excitement he hadn't felt in years, his body achingly, wonderfully sore. He could still feel the prints of Imre's fingers against his hips, and while he wanted to savor the feeling for a while longer, he also wanted to be out of bed and downstairs before Imre woke up. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been happy on Christmas morning. The day was usually an awkward thing in the Ward house, gifts gruffly exchanged in passing, thrust at each other in the hallways, each on their way to somewhere else and never there. His last happy Christmas had been at Lohara 10 years ago. It was only right that his first in so long should be at Lohara too. Yawning, he rolled toward Imre's warmth. Just one more snuggle before he tiptoed out. He fell into the warm spot Imre had left behind, the bed empty, though the wrinkle in the sheets and the heat of the fabric said not for long. Still, Imre was already gone. Half groaning, half laughing, Luca rolled onto his back, dragging his hand over his face. God damn it, Imre. Fucking farmers. He dragged out of bed, pulling on his boxers and shirt and socks, and bent to scratch over Vila and Shetty's ears where they dozed before the bedroom fireplace. When he slipped out into the darkened hall, there was no sign of Imre, but a faint hint of firelight glimmered from below. Luca couldn't hear him, but then he rarely did. For such a large man, Imre moved with the same soft, floating silence as falling snow. Luca tried to be just as quiet as he crept into his room and retrieved a small wrapped bundle of tissue, tucked into his palm, and tiptoed downstairs. Skipping the 5th step, always skipping the 5th step, just like he had when he was a little boy sneaking down after midnight to try to catch St. Nicholas before he left. There was no sign of St. Nicholas in the foyer, but Imre's shadow fell long from the bright open square of the kitchen doorway. Luca peeked around carefully, caught a glimpse of Imre's back, then jerked back. Holding his breath, as though that could make him quieter, he moved quickly across the foyer and dropped the tissue-wrapped bundle into Imre's boot. Something wet pressed against his wrist, and he jerked back with a little squeak. Whoop! A tawny-coloured head popped out of Luca's boot, little cleft nose twitching, paws curled against the ankle of his shoe, ears flopping, curious dark eyes watching him fearlessly. A tiny little rabbit kit, its fur velvety and caramel-coloured, its ears almost too long for its itsy body. Luca caught his breath with a joyous little thrill twisting in his chest. "Who are you?" he whispered, reaching one hand out toward the rabbit. "Yours, if you want," Imre said at his back. Luca jumped, then looked over his shoulder. Imre leaned in the kitchen doorway. bare-chested and barefoot in his pyjama pants, a sleepy tumbled mess with his arms folded over his chest. He lifted his chin toward the rabbit, a faint smile playing at his lips. "She doesn't bite, or at least hasn't bitten me." Luca grinned, stuck his tongue out, then turned his attention back to the kit. Carefully he stretched his hand toward her, offering his fingers. He'd thought she would flinch back, but she only twitched her nose at his fingertips curiously, and held still for him as he carefully slipped his fingers into her dense, lush fur, stroking over the top of her head. She was so soft, and wonder poured through him in little rushing sighs as he traced down to the tips of her floppy ears and watched her eyes start to sink closed. Tentative, he slipped his hand into the neck of his boot and cupped underneath her tiny body and lifted her out. She lolled against his palm, so small she made the tiniest of caramel balls in the center of his hand. All baby fine fur and long floppy paws with little perfect pink candy dollops for toe pads. He curled her against his chest, then caught sight of the collar around her neck. Less a collar and more a twine of coarse hand-spun ribbon, green, the bow a burst of yellow turning little fabric scraps into a flower. His heart nearly burst as he made the connection. "Dandelion," he whispered, and couldn't stop himself from grinning until his cheeks hurt. He stroked his fingertip down the bridge of her nose, sighing with pleasure as she went limp and closed her eyes. She was Dandelion, just like in the book, a long fond memory come to life. He lifted his head, looking at Imre. "When did you ever—" "You sleep rather late on winter mornings. I had time for a drive out to the Rosewaite's farm while you were unconscious. They breed pet bunnies and show rabbits." Warmth flushed all the way down to Luca's collar, his heart throbbing roughly. How long had Imre been hiding this little darling away until the right moment? Luca looked down at her again, lifting her up to rub his cheek to her fur and breathe in her soft baby scent. "She's so lovely." He paused then, pulling back, frowning at the bunny kid. "She is a she, right?" Imre let out a short, startled chuckle. "Better call Myra if you want to learn how to figure that out, eh?" "After the new year, I promise." At Imre's sceptical look, Luca tried to scowl, but could only laugh. "It's bloody Christmas Day. I'm not calling her on Christmas Day." He broke off then, as a warm, damp nose pressed to his cheek, snuffing and rubbing. He squinted one eye up. "Oh, that's wet." Imre drifted closer and gently nudged his curled knuckles against the kit's jaw. "A wet nose is a healthy nose." "I know that. I'm not completely dim." Dandelion continued nosing at him, her whiskers soft and feather-light against his cheek and lips, and he laughed. "Oh, but it tickles." "Whiskers generally do," Imre said with that same sardonic, teasing pragmatism, and Luca laughed again. "I love her whiskers." Luca buried his nose in her fur. "I love her. Thank you, Imre. I'll take care of her always." He stopped then, stomach sinking. "If I can take her back to Sheffield with me, can't I?" Imre regarded him gravely, something odd and dark in his eyes. "Likely. I'm sure your parents won't mind. But it's not your parents you're thinking of, are you?" "No," Luca admitted, dropping his gaze, cuddling Dandelion comfortingly closer. I'm thinking about a place of my own, getting a job and figuring out life without you. Well, if most flats will let me have a cat, they'll let me have Dandelion, I'll be sure of it." "There you go." Silence fell. Silence filled with the promise of the days left between them, the wondering of what if, the soft tiny whispers of Dandelion's breaths that would be the only thing Luca had left of Lohara when Luca left and Imre let him go. That was what hurt the most, he thought, that Imre would just let him go. His throat tightened. He dropped his gaze to the rabbit kit again and rubbed his brow between her ears, closing his eyes, searching for something, anything to say to deflect this thick and awful silence, to fill it with some kind of noise. She better not have taken a shite in my shoe." Imre barked out a rather ragged laugh. His hand felt heavy and warm and gentle to the top of Luca's head. "I'll clean them for you, Ongyuka." Imre's hand fell away, his body heat withdrawing. Luca lifted his head, opening his eyes, watching pensively as Imre moved toward the kitchen again. "You should look in your boot," Luca murmured. Imre paused, glancing over his shoulder. "Huh?" Luca said nothing, skittering his gaze to the side and hugging Dandelion close. His gift for Imre was probably ridiculous, cheap and small and daft. His heart felt heavier than a lead slug trying to beat and failing. He'd been happy a few minutes ago. But now he was just afraid Imre would find his gift as meaningless as these last days of December. Imre drifted closer, his warmth brushing against Luca's side. He delved a hand inside the boot and retrieved the little wrapped ball of crumpled tissue. His brows knit quizzically as he peeled it open, large hands handling it with careful finesse. The layers fell away on a little round green ball of interlaced twigs, almost like a decorative wicker ball, but made up not of wood, but clover stems, interlaced and woven into place to make a cage. Inside was a single stemless clover flower, white and soft and pure and preserved, both the bloom and the cage of stems gleaming faintly with their coating. Imre's face blanked oddly, washed first with confusion before it settled into something Luca couldn't quite read, something soft and thoughtful as he touched over the little cage of clover stems with reverent care. Luca swallowed against the lump in his throat and ventured into the silence. It was one of the last healthy clover flowers before the snow." "How did you keep it like this?" "I stole a little of your beeswax." He bit his lip. "Looked up how to coat and preserve it on Pinterest. Worked on it while you were out, and I had to stay in." "It is impossibly beautiful, Ongyuka." Imre's voice broke. Was that wonder in his eyes for Luca's silly, pointless little gift? Imre cupped the caged clover flower in both palms, so tiny against his broad hands, then leaned closer and pressed his lips to Luca's brow, warm breaths stirring his hair. "Thank you." Luca exhaled raggedly. His heart remembered how to beat again, racing to catch up for the struggling pitter-pat thumps it had missed, tumbling in joyous leaps. "Yeah, well..." He scuffed his feet and hid his face against Dandelion's side. "I don't have much money, so I thought I'd make something." "I have been thinking about that." Luca peeked over the rabbit at Imre. "This farm is my livelihood." Imre watched him with a discerning gaze. "How I earn an income. You contributed to that income. Your help has been invaluable, Luca, and it would only be fair to pay you for your labor." "Don't." He shook his head quickly, voice catching. I like being here. I don't want to make it about money. I don't want it to be mercenary." "It doesn't have to be mercenary." Imre's shadow fell over Luca, bringing his warmth with it, as Imre transferred the delicate clover globe to one hand and used the other to draw him close against his side. Luca leaned into him, tucking into the curve of Imre's body and crook of his arm, with Dandelion snuggled against his chest. Imre rested his chin to the top of Luca's head, a gentle pressure and the wash of his beard. "It's part of recognizing that you're not a child. You aren't dependent on me, Luca. You're a partner, an equal contributor, one I respect." Warm lips pressed into his hair. "Allow me to show you that respect by paying you the wages you've earned." Partner. He wanted to be Imre's partner, but not like this. Not in any way he could have, but the ache of it was so raw, so real, that he could almost see it. Imre in old-fashioned Hungarian wedding attire, and Luca a dorky mess in a button-down and slacks he'd borrowed from his father, because he was fucked if he had anything but jeans. And instead of shouting at them and disowning them both, his father could be there with his mother to smile and watch them both wistfully, eyes wet, and there would be bouquets of clover flowers everywhere. His chest seized painfully. He couldn't be an adult, an equal partner, not when he was still clinging to unrealistic, childish daydreams. He forced a smile, tilting his head back to look up at Imre and shoving his thoughts away. Yeah? Aye. Okay. Okay, then. Very well, then. Next time we're in town, I'll cut you a cheque you can deposit at the bank. Imre leaned down, ghosting his mouth against Luca's, and Luca strained into it, even as he wondered how Imre couldn't taste the stifled scream on his breaths, bottled up and waiting to break free. But Imre pulled away as if he could taste nothing at all, a warm, easy smile on his lips as he looked down at the clover in his palm, then tugged Luca toward the kitchen. Come, he said. Breakfast. And walked away, leaving Luca standing there with a bunny huddled against his chest, his heart beating as fast as her little thumping feet. 74. 2 days before the new year, and the snow was still heavy on the ground, thick in the sky, and Luca was beginning to think someone, somewhere, was on his side. He leaned against Imre on the couch, nested between his thighs and snuggled back against his chest with Dandelion in his lap. He'd had trouble putting her down for more than 5 minutes, and even though she had a proper cage and even a little artificial rabbit run, she was more likely to be found cuddled in a pocket of Luca's hoodie or tumbled in front of the fireplace, napping with the dogs. She dozed in the curve of his hip now, a boneless heap of fur with her paws twitching every time he stroked down her side, while Luca rested his head to Imre's chest and watched the snow fall outside the living-room window. "It's not letting up," he murmured, breaking hours of comfortable silence. Imre's chest heaved against his back in a lazy breath. "Like as not." Luca bit his lip. "Think the trains are running?" Imre held his silence for so long Luca thought at first he wouldn't answer, letting that question and every unspoken implication fall between them. Sometimes their silences felt like a deep, dry riverbed, and everything they didn't say was just another drop building up into a trickle, then a stream, then a torrent, then a flood. Until one day there'd been nothing but raging river rapids between them, too far for either to cross. He closed his eyes, pressing a hand over the ache in his chest, and parted his lips to speak, but Imre beat him to it, voice rumbling against Luca's back. "Can hope not." Hope. Luca exhaled softly. What was he hoping for? A few more stolen days? "Do you want to check?" he asked. "No." Will you just say you want me to stay?" But he couldn't finish, and Imre didn't ask. He only shifted against Luca's back, sliding his arms around his waist, sending Dandelion flopping over to tumble against Luca's stomach. Rough beard and soft lips touched the back of his neck. "Call him," Imre rumbled. Luca stiffened. "Why?" That hold tightened, barely soothing him. When had this become so tense? "To tell him the trains aren't running." "But we didn't—" Oh. That sweet flush running through Luca was bittersweet. A temporary stay of execution was still an execution nonetheless. But he leaned away from Imre long enough to snag his phone off the coffee table, swipe the screen, then pull up his address book and his father's contact. He didn't want to do this, but he wanted to pack his things and shove off into the snow even less. He sighed, tapped the call button, then lifted the phone to his ear. Somehow he wasn't surprised it took his dad 6 rings to answer. Marco Ward probably didn't want to talk to Luca any more than Luca wanted to talk to him. "Don't pick up," he thought, pleading for voicemail. But the phone clicked over, followed by a breathless, "Hello, Luca?" Just the sound of his father's voice made Luca's mouth crease bitterly. He fought it down and dragged out, "Hi, Dad." "Hey." Awkward stillness, fumbling sounds. Then, "It's been a while." "Yeah, like since the day you shipped me off." "Luca." Imre murmured softly, and Luca shot a slit-eyed look over his shoulder. That patient chastising wasn't going to work on him, not this damned time. His dad sighed. "You're still angry? Do you blame me?" "I should," his dad groaned. "I don't." Luca said nothing. Inside he was practically vibrating, wanting to shout, wanting to rage, but he couldn't let it out. He was a bursting sack held closed by a zipper and straining at the seams, but nothing seemed to want to give to let the poison building inside him seep out. He'd thought he wasn't so angry anymore, thought he'd started to let it go, when no matter how shitty his father had been, it had brought him back to Imre, led him into this. But he was just as angry as he'd been the day he'd left. Luca Ward had dumped him off on Imre and left Imre to fix his shitty mistakes, left Imre to deal with the problem of Luca. "I made myself your problem so you wouldn't leave each other," he wanted to scream, "but all you did was abandon me." "Luca," his dad said into the trembling silence. "I'm not coming back," Luca blurted. "What?" "Not yet," Luca corrected quickly. Not at all what he wanted to say, but that wasn't an option, and right now he couldn't stand the idea of Imre's rejection when he still hadn't forgiven his father's. He took a deep breath, then continued. "The snow's bad. We're snowed in. I don't think the trains will run out of Harrogate right now, and even if they are, the bees are struggling. If Imre's bees die, the whole farm dies, and there's no one he can hire to help this winter. They're all busy with their own shite." "Language, Luca." "Fuck off," he retorted without thinking, and Imre burst into low, whispered laughter against his back, his entire body shaking and heaving. "Behave, Luca," he whispered, voice and breath hot against Luca's other ear. Luca shivered, pushing back against him, looking over his shoulder. "You behave," he mouthed. For fuck's sake, whispering in his ear when he was on the phone with his bloody dad. His father sighed. "Was that all you wanted to tell me then?" "Yeah." Luca started to bite off something else, then stopped himself, looking down at Dandelion and gently fingering one of her velvety ears. "That's it. Maybe in a week. Maybe 2. "All right. Are you all right out there?" "I'm fine." Luca shrugged as if his father could see him. "Just didn't want you to waste money on a ticket." His father hesitated for a long moment, and sounded almost hurt when he spoke again. "It's not a waste." "Am I a waste?" But Luca only asked, "Do you want to talk to Imre?" "Does he want to talk to me?" Luca looked back again, arching a brow, pulling the phone away and offering it to Imre. Imre lifted his head, watching him through sleepy, half-lidded eyes shadowed by the tumble of his hair, then exhaled softly and took the phone, pressing it to his ear. "Good evening, Marco." Luca couldn't hear what his father said next, just a tinny burst of sound. Imre sighed, tilting his head back against the sofa. Luca eyed him, then tensed as thick fingertips idly walked down his thigh to his knee. His eyes widened and he hissed, slapping at Imre's hand, flushing. Bloody pervert. Imre's expression didn't change, his gaze drifting to the ceiling as if he hadn't done a thing. "We're fine. The generators hiccup now and then, but for the most part everything's all right. We're well stocked, just a bit buried." His gaze slid to Luca, a cunning glint in his eyes the only warning, followed by a slow, lazy smile as Imre stroked over his hip, shivering him through the thin texture of his worn jeans. The entire time Imre's voice never wavered in its drawling, lazy calm. No, he's been fine. I doubt I'd survive the winter without him." He paused, then chuckled, fingers curling inward to idly lift the hem of Luca's shirt and feather a touch over his stomach. "I'm serious. He's not misbehaved one jot." "Imre," Luca hissed under his breath, burning up to the tips of his ears, stomach tight. He pulled away, deposited Dandelion on the back of the sofa, and twisted to face Imre, kneeling between his thighs and glaring. "The fuck are you trying to do?" he mouthed. God, if his father heard him. Imre met his eyes, smile widening slowly, and brushed his fingertips over Luca's mouth, then lifted his finger to his own lips, pantomiming "shh" before speaking into the phone. "No, it was a good year for apples, but did you really want to talk to me about apples?" he asked, and promptly settled that heated hand on Luca's thigh again, his thumb stroking dangerously high over his inner thigh. Luca glowered, whispering through his teeth, "Will you stop bloody teasing me while you're talking to my dad?" Imre paused, arching a brow. No, Luca's just talking to the dogs, and his rabbit." He stopped, then laughed under his breath. "I said rabbit." He cocked his head. "I gave it to him for Christmas." That possessive grip on Luca's thigh squeezed gently, then relaxed. "Because I wanted to. I need a reason other than that." Imre sighed. "Nothing's gotten into me. I'm simply not certain why you're so mortally offended over a rabbit." His gaze flicked to Luca again. "I don't think it'll be staying in your house." "Imre!" Luca gasped, near silent mouthings, eyes widening, his stomach dropping out. "Shut it! Fucking shut it!" Oh God, if his dad took implications from that. "He's already left," Imre continued with weary patience. "I didn't mean anything by it, Marco." His voice hardened. "I think that's a conversation you need to have with him." Luca just closed his eyes, rolled forward, and thunked his forehead to the center of Imre's chest. Fuck. Imre curled a hand against the back of his neck, stroking soothingly, gently as he spoke into the phone. "Call him later. He's off in his room, and I'm not inclined to chase him down with his phone right now." He made an exasperated sound. "I know I am. Do try to calm yourself. Why are you so upset? Then why are you trying so hard to control him?" Luca winced, and didn't move when Dandelion tilted over, flopped, fell off the back of the couch, and plopped down between his shoulder blades. At least Imre was covering for him. And Imre sounded rather annoyed, despite his mild tone, as he said, "All right, I'll mind my business, of course. Take care." Then he was dropping the phone, gathering Luca and the rabbit into a tangle of Imre and Luca and dandelion fur curled in Imre's lap. Luca let the soft, hurt sound welling in the back of his throat out, burying his face into Imre's chest. "I'm sorry," Imre murmured. "That was tactless of me." Luca muttered, "You were having a right fucking fun time there, weren't you?" "I let relaxation make my tongue loose." Imre nuzzled his cheek. "But I thought you wouldn't want to talk to him further on the matter." "You thought bloody fucking right." Luca pushed himself up and glared at Imre. "I wasn't ready to tell him I'm moving out." "When did you intend to tell him?" "When I had a lease and was already packed." Luca winced, hanging his head, and slumped against Imre. Dandelion curled between them, making a warren out of the space between their bodies. "I'm not mad at you, not really," he murmured with a sigh. "I just don't know how to handle this." He wrinkled his nose. "He was really mad, wasn't he?" "Rather perturbed, yes. I can't say I understand why." "That makes two of us." Luca twined his arms around Imre's neck, turning his head to nose into his throat, breathing in his scent. Stone and steel and hay and clover and warmth. A sunlit day baked into bronzed flesh, even in the dead of winter. "I don't want to talk about him right now, Imre," he whispered. "I don't want his shadow hanging over our heads for my last time here." There was no mistaking the jerk of Imre's shoulders, the haggard, hurt sound, the way his arms tightened around Luca. "Then what do you want for your last time here?" "You know what I want. You've known what I want, but we never talk about it. We just act like it's not there, like this is really okay." He swallowed thickly, lifting his head, resting his brow to Imre's and curling his fingers in the silver and iron flow of his thick, lush beard, stroking deep down to his jaw. "To be as close to you as I can." He pressed his mouth to the soft dip of flesh just below Imre's lower lip, trailing to the corner of his mouth. Be with me, Imre, as close as we can be." Imre groaned, caught Luca up in a kiss like falling from the tallest mountains, dropping through the clouds toward a crash that didn't have to hurt, as long as Luca closed his eyes and pretended he couldn't see it coming. A thick hand slipped between them, Dandelion's tiny weight gently lifted aside, and then the world was spinning and falling away as strong arms lifted Luca up. He caught a glimpse of the rabbit kit burrowing in with the dogs before the fire, before he closed his eyes again and nuzzled into Imre, clinging tight. Imre carried him toward the stairs, quiet intent in every step, promise in the tightness of his hold. "Is that all you really want of me, Onyuka?" he whispered hoarsely. Under Luca's palm, his heart beat sharp and erratic. Luca only clung tighter, his body aching for the touch and taste and Imre, his heart aching that touch and taste alone could never be enough. "Don't let me crash," was all he said, fingers digging in where he clutched. "All I want is that you don't let me fall." 75. Imre lay awake, watching Luca sleep with the faint blue light of moonglow on snow filtering through the windows to play over the soft lines of his cheek, the sharper knife edge of his jaw. In sleep that stubborn jaw was relaxed, his lips parted. His skin still gleamed with a fine mist of sweat, shining and as soft as it had been when that sweat had dripped down the channel of his spine and pooled there, until Imre licked away its salt taste and shuddered as Luca made those soft, breathlessly needy sounds just for him. Luca shivered, his brows knitting together, and curled in on himself. Imre pulled the blankets up higher, covering his naked shoulders and drawing that slim body into his arms, wrapping his warmth around him. He could protect him from the cold, from the dark, from all the little things, but he couldn't protect him from whatever was riding him now, whatever made him strange and quiet and desperate and scared as he clung to Imre while their bodies plunged together, cresting and falling and tangling and knotting while Luca held on, as if his small soft touch could hold Imre in one piece. He'd been so different tonight, trembling as if on the verge of tears, rushed and needy, wearing himself out only to collapse against Imre in a sleepy tangle, with that tight heat still locked around Imre's cock and their bodies slicked together with a thin film of heat. Imre had waited until he was almost fully asleep to separate their bodies, soothing Luca's soft cry with slow touches until his little cat drifted into sleep. He nosed into that soft, dark hair, breathing in the scent they made together. Sex and soft, quiet male musk and honeysuckle and something that was just them, just right. "What are you afraid of, my Onyuka?" he whispered. "What have I done by giving you what you desired?" He'd thought Luca was fully asleep, too far gone to hear him. But after a few moments he stirred with a soft, sleepy noise, looking over his shoulder at Imre through hazed eyes. What was that?" "Nothing." Imre smiled faintly and smoothed Luca's hair back. "Go to sleep, Onyuka." Luca yawned, wide and deep, then slumped down again, pillowing his head against Imre's outstretched arm, cool hair spilling in sweat-damp tangles against Imre's skin. "Don't wanna. It's only, 8? "Around then, yes. Only old men go to bed at 8. Imre closed his eyes against the rough, raw pain of that. "I am an old man, Onyuka." Luca tensed, subtle yet noticeable, when they were all skin and languid tangles and nothing else. "You're not that old." "Old enough," Imre thought, but said nothing and only hoped Luca would sleep. Sleep and wake less troubled. Luca remained quiet in his arms, but it wasn't hard to tell from his stillness, from the hard line his shoulders made, that he wasn't asleep. Imre pressed kiss after kiss over his shoulder, tasting the echo of sweat on his skin, breathing him in, silently asking with each touch of lips to flesh, "Talk to me. Tell me what burdens you so heavily, my angel. I will not force you, but please talk to me." Luca pulled away for a moment, but only to shift onto his back, skin hissing against the sheets as he twisted and settled, looking up at Imre. Clear green eyes studied him searchingly, and Imre wondered what Luca saw. Perhaps someone who could even half hope to live up to the ideals Luca set for him. Or perhaps just a washed-up, fading old man. Luca pressed his reddened, kiss-swollen lips together and ventured quietly, "If I'm to apprentice with Myra, then—" "Then you'll be here," Imre filled in, and tried to ignore the painful, clutching squeeze of his heart. He couldn't. He couldn't. He'd set limits for a reason, and yet the thought of Luca alone in Harrogate, living his life as if Imre had never touched it, moving beyond him without him, maybe with someone else. It was only right. At Imre's age, he couldn't offer Luca more than half a lifetime, instead of the rest of their lives. He couldn't hold Luca back that way. But he couldn't look at him either, dropping his gaze to the bridge of Luca's nose as he asked softly, "Then what?" "Nothing." Luca shifted in Imre's arms, giving him his back, tucking into the curve of his body. "It's nothing." Imre lifted his gaze, watching him, but Luca had closed his eyes, and if he wanted to feign sleep. Sighing, Imre closed his eyes and pressed his brow to the back of Luca's neck, holding him close. They weren't any better than they were before, letting each other have their careful evasions and deflections, while everything they didn't say slipped through their fingers. Soon, he told himself. He would have this conversation soon. Sit Luca down and not let either of them avoid it. When it was a choice, rather than the last things they said to each other as Luca stepped on the train back to Sheffield. "But ask me," he begged silently, as he breathed in Luca's scent until it filled his throat and made it close, drawing tight. "If you ask me, I cannot say no to you. I could never say no to you. But I cannot bring myself to something you will not ask." 76. The next few days caught them up in the house, trapped and buried under once more. Luca had thought the snow had blown out, but after a clear, quiet Christmas and a day after, the clouds came down low again and spat their howling breaths over the farm. Luca had been fine bundling up in the house, venturing out only to shove through that sloughing white-out emptiness to check the animals in their barns. It was routine now, and didn't even frighten him, though when he and Imre roped themselves together to check the bees, he always double and triple-checked every knot with his own 2 hands before he let Imre walk away from him. He'd taken the idle time to try to train Dandelion to do tricks, but he might as well try to teach a cat. Luca sprawled in front of the living-room fireplace. Vila and Shetty flanked to either side, both dogs watching the treat he held between his fingertips intently, both dogs holding perfectly still. He lifted the little treat over Dandelion, trying to coax her to sit up on her hind legs. She flopped her head, twitched her nose, and promptly bit down on the sleeve of the Henley he'd pilfered from Imre, gnawing it between her front teeth. Luca laughed, tugging back. "Oi, you, that's not food." Imre laughed without even looking up from his book, stretched out on the couch with his reading glasses perched on his nose. "You'll never train her. Not like that. I've seen other people do it. People have their bonds do tricks on YouTube. Then maybe you need a better incentive. It's alfalfa, isn't that what they like? She's a baby. She'd want something a bit closer to what her growing body needs. Babies have different nutritional requirements." Imre stopped, brows knitting. He tugged his glasses off, looking toward the window, the arm of the glasses slipping between his teeth. "Huh." Luca pushed himself up on his arms. "What is it?" "Listen." He cocked his head, frowning. "I don't hear anything." "Exactly." Then Luca understood what he meant. He didn't hear anything. Not the whistle of the wind, Not its deeper, hoarser blow farther off, or the rattle of the eaves, not even the soft flump of accumulated snow collapsing under its own weight and tumbling down from the roof to pile against the house. Luca tumbled to his feet and to the window. Outside, the snow had stilled to leave a fresh sea of pure white, smooth as powder and rolling in dunes. The setting sun crowned each peak in shimmers of pink and gold, nearly blinding. Luca winced, shading his eyes with one hand and grinning. Bloody hell! I'd forgotten what sunlight even looks like. Imre drifted to his side and folded his arms on the windowsill, leaning his shoulder against Luca's. Just in time for the sun to go down. Just in time for the new year. It hadn't even clicked what day it was until he'd seen the sky, a clear glassy blue that, somewhere close by, would be lit up in bursts of fire against the dark fairly soon. He bounced on the balls of his toes. Can we see if there'll be fireworks in Scarborough tonight? It's only an hour or so away, and it'd be lovely over the ocean. Imre stiffened, his shoulder going hard against Luca's arm, even though he hadn't drawn away. It felt as though his warmth had been walled off behind glass. I don't know, Onyuka, he said, slow and careful. It may not be wise. Why not? People who see us together might talk. And Scarborough's full of strangers, and I'm 20, not 12. Let them talk. Luca stared at Imre, hurt a tight and awful thing trying to fill him up so full it crowded out everything else. All his breath and blood and bone and silent, petrified heart. You're ashamed to be seen in public with me. No. Imre pushed himself up, straightening fully, hands flexing in helpless fists at his sides. I simply... He exhaled, raking his hair from his face, looking at Luca pleadingly. I don't want to make life difficult for you, Luca, that's all. God fucking damn it. Nothing had changed, had it? Even now Imre was just following the path of least resistance, the safest path. He didn't really want to be with Luca. He'd just gotten tired of fighting with him about it. And in this moment, as Luca looked at the man he'd loved for his entire fucking life, he saw not the gentle stone giant, not the great graven god of earth and clay, but a coward. And he couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand to see Imre that way, when he needed Imre to be the one thing in his life that was as pure and good and honourable as he had always been. How is it difficult to go about in public with the man I'm... Fuck, can we even really call it dating? He bit off. What should I call you? The man I'm fucking? Imre stopped so entirely that he seemed to stop breathing. His voice was a low, strained rasp when he spoke. That's painful, Luca. Yeah, it really is. Everything that had been boiling up in Luca's chest for weeks built to a volcanic head, swelling until he trembled with the effort to keep it inside. But when you look at it in the cold light of day, that's pretty much all it is, isn't it? Fucking because we're trapped here together. Is that all it is to you? Never. Imre watched him steadily, almost sadly. Onyuka, please don't be cruel. I'm sorry, I just... Luca couldn't meet those stark, wounded eyes. He felt like that cruel child in the Land Rover all over again, snapping at Imre to shut the fuck up, and he dragged his gaze away to glare out the window, forcing words past his knotted throat. I'm just asking myself questions, that's all. Imre's warmth moved closer, but didn't quite touch. What kind of questions? This, you just... He shut his eyes against their blurring, burning. He couldn't do this to himself, but couldn't stop. Might as well clear the air once and for all. You said you can't touch people or sleep with them unless you really care for them, right? Yes, Imre answered softly, yet the neutrality in his voice might as well be a knife slid between Luca's ribs. He dug his fingers against the windowsill. But you touch me? You sleep with me? I do, Imre said, and nothing else. No quiet explanation of what he meant, no promise that Luca meant something to him. Any idea that he would was just a childish daydream. He opened his eyes, to the sight of Imre's back walking away, shoulders stiff. Luca's gut twisted. He clutched his fingers against his shirt, stepping after Imre, stopping. "Imre?" Imre stopped. A powerful knot of tension rippled down his back. "I'm making supper." "Supper?" Luca's voice cracked. He nearly cracked right in half. "How can you say that to me and then brush it off with supper?" But Imre was already walking away again. "Imre!" "Luca!" Stopping again, Imre turned one weary eye over his shoulder. "Let it lie, please." "No!" Before he could stop himself, he thrust himself forward, interjecting himself into Imre's path and glaring up at him, just a blur of bronze and blue and steel through the haze of tears. "No, I won't let it lie," Luca rasped out. "Do you have any idea how much I hate this?" He drew in a ragged breath, choking on the taste of his own tears. "But I can't quit. I can't quit, because I love you." It hurt how easy it came out, this raw, horrible truth between them, this truth Luca had been living since day one and trying to deny. "And you're supposed to be the one who can't live without love, but you're here fucking me and telling me there's a lease on it, and when that lease expires, I'm fucking evicted." Imre's eyes hardened, flinty. He parted his lips, but Luca cut him off with a shake of his head and a laugh that felt like swallowing shards of broken glass. "No," Luca said. "I get it. My dad means everything to you, and I'm just secondary. You'll throw me away to keep him, even though the first time he bothered picking up the phone to remember you're alive is to dump his problems at your door." Imre's jaw tightened. "If you want to talk, we'll talk. If you simply want to say things to be pointedly hurtful, I have no intention of indulging that." "Of course you don't. Perfect, patient Imre." The worst part was that he could see the anger behind Imre's careful, stony facade, and Luca wanted it. He wanted it, because if he couldn't have Imre's love, he'd have something out of him, something that said Luca affected him. And Luca didn't want to be that way, but he couldn't stop the small, awful cruelties that just wanted to feel loved. He shook his head, backing away. "I'm not patient like you. I'm not. I'm not made of the same stuff you are. And I'm tired of being everyone's problem to shuffle back and forth. I'd rather go it on my own than just be bounced between the two of you. I need to." He tore his gaze from Imre, wrapping his arms around himself, trying to catch enough of his raw edges to hold himself together and seal the wounds he was ripping open in himself. "I need to stand on my own 2 feet, Imre, and this isn't doing it." "Luca." No, he wasn't giving in to the gentle pleading in that voice. Not this time. He turned away, giving Imre his back. "You asked me if I understood the situation," he choked out. "You never asked if I'm happy about it." "I know you're not." "But you never let me say that for myself." Luca dug his fingers into the sleeves of his shirt, of Imre's shirt, even now wrapping him up in the scent and warmth of the man he loved, who was too much of a fucking coward to love him back. "I love that you know me so well that sometimes I don't need to say anything. But sometimes I need to talk, and sometimes I need to be heard." Imre's soft footsteps drew closer, before his hand touched lightly to Luca's shoulder. "I'm listening." "No, you're not." Luca jerked away from that touch, jerked away from Imre, and moved quickly toward the stairs. He needed to get away before he did something daft, and before Imre tried to stop him. "I need some space. I'm going into town." "On foot?" "Funny how I've toughened up out here." Imre sighed, slow and deep. "If you wish." Luca paused at the foot of the stairs, gripping hard at the railing, and closed his eyes. "Yeah, of course that's all you'll say." "What do you want me to say, Luca?" Imre asked, a sharp, almost helpless edge in his voice. "If you want to go, I won't fight you. If you want space, you deserve space. If you only said that to goad a reaction from me, I refuse to play such games." Those words sank as deep as gunshots to the gut, blooming pain. "No," Luca said. I didn't. I meant it, because I really don't want to be around you when you condescend to me this way." Then, before Luca could stop him, he ran upstairs to change, because he couldn't stand to be in this house a minute longer, with its lies that made it feel like home. 77. Imre stood frozen at the foot of the stairs, watching as Luca disappeared around the bend in the stairwell. He was bleeding inside, bleeding from 1,000 cuts sliced by every razor-edged word. His Angyolka didn't even know how easily he could plunge his hands into Imre's chest, grasp his heart, and squeeze it raw and bloody between bruising fingers. How could he know when Imre had never told him? "I can't quit because I love you." Over 10 years since Luca had said those words to his face, rather than whispered in a secret dark. And they'd been used to cut him open and leave him dying from heartbreak. He wanted to chase that maddening little cat upstairs, take him in his arms, shake him, kiss him until his lips no longer tasted like poison. He wanted to run from the house, plunge himself into the snow until he was numb and could no longer feel this. He didn't bloody well know, but it kept him frozen, watching the stairs, locked in indecision and cursing himself for the most mule-headed bastard on the planet. Within minutes, Luca appeared at the top of the stairs again, fully dressed and bundled up in layers of black, his hoodie drawn up and his earbuds dangling in his fingers as he fought them, glaring down at them with wet, gleaming, red-rimmed eyes. He clattered down a few steps, stopped on the 5th in a wooden scream of protest, jerked his head up, stared at Imre, then ducked his head and shoved past him, long, tense strides taking him toward the door in an angry jingle of zippers. Imre found the will to move again, lunging after him, catching his arm gently. "Luca, don't go, not like this." Luca ripped violently from his grip, rounding on him with a fury that gave him a color and fire Imre had never seen. "No, we're not doing things your way this time. We're not doing things the slow, quiet way. I'm angry and I want to fucking hate you, and I can't, so you're going to leave me the fuck alone and let me be angry until I don't want to hate you anymore." Imre let his hand fall, staring at Luca. That cavernous, horrible ache in his chest expanded, filling with echoes, reverberations that quivered louder and louder, harder and harder, until he thought they would shake him apart. "Perhaps," he dragged out, barely finding more than a whisper of sound crouching in the back of his throat, "it would be best if you hated me." "Fuck you for that, Imre." Luca's gaze kindled, smoldered, his jaw set in a stubborn line. "Don't you understand that I fucking love you? How can you not see that? It's not just some childish crush. If it was a crush, I'd have given up after every time you told me you couldn't, because you still see me as a kid and all you care about is Dad. If it was a crush, it would have gotten wiped out over 10 fucking years without ever seeing your face. It's not a crush, Imre." He lifted his chin, staring Imre down almost challengingly. Pale skin over that steel that had grown when Imre wasn't looking, the backbone of a man who knew what he wanted better than Imre knew himself. "It's love, Imre," Luca said firmly. "It's real." "You can't know that. You're only 20, Luca filled in flatly. "And 20 is old enough to figure out what I want to do with my life, but not old enough to know I love you, right?" He smiled, a bitter, hurting thing that never belonged on those pretty lips. "I was old enough to know that when I was 5, and it was just as real then. And if you stay, if you love me—" Imre clenched his fist, struggling to explain the fear crouching on his heart, this horrid little demon digging its fingers into its walls and squeezing its every beat flat. "And then in a year or 10 years, you realize that who you are is changing as you grow older. What you want is changing as you grow older." Imre sucked in a shaky breath. "I don't want to be the mistake you regret when you realize you want something else, Angyolka." Luca stared at him, a strange expression on his face, wide-eyed and stricken. "You really just said that to me?" he whispered, only to trail into a hiss. "You arsehole." He lit up again, crackling and bright with a snap of temper like a struck match, one hand flinging out in a gesture so sharp it rocked his entire body. "You fucking arsehole! You don't hit some magic age where you stop changing. People are always changing. You're changing. So maybe in a year or 10 years you'll realize you don't want me. How is that any different?" "I'll never not want you." "I wouldn't." "Of course you wouldn't. Because you don't really want me, not that way." Tears spilled freely down Luca's lashes, coursed over his cheeks, dripped from his jaw. "You're a liar." He swallowed hard, sniffling, then scrubbed his knuckles roughly against his nose. "You're a liar. You said all those pretty things about not being able to fuck someone unless you were in love with them. Then you just... He shook his head, lips trembling. "What? Was it a midlife crisis fuck? Was that all it was? You liar." "Luca." Imre stepped quickly closer. He couldn't stand this, couldn't stand that his clumsy words were doing this, because he didn't know how to deal with conflict. Not like this, not when Imre moved slow and Luca was wildfire. And that wildfire was slipping through his grasp, burning his fingers every time he tried to grasp it. But still he caught Luca's arms, dragging him close, wanting to show him. "Luca, stop. Please, let me—" Luca shoved back so violently Imre had no choice but to let him go. "Get away from me," Luca snapped out, low and even and sharp with finality. "Don't you touch me. Don't you ever fucking touch me again. Just leave me alone." He ripped back out of Imre's reach, flung him one last glare, then yanked the kitchen door open and stalked out into the snow. "Luca!" Imre cried. But the door only slammed after him, cutting Imre off as he started after him. Luca was gone. 78. Imre sank down on the sofa and buried his face in his hands. Everything in him was screaming at him to go after Luca, stop him, make this right. But Luca had said, "Don't you touch me. Don't you ever fucking touch me." And Imre wasn't going to make this worse by trying to force anything on Luca. God, he hoped when Luca had cooled down they could talk this out. At the very least, Imre could say he was sorry, and see if Luca was willing to listen. He'd blown this to hell and back. And maybe Luca was right about him. If he was so weak he couldn't say no to a pretty young man, but wouldn't say yes either. He sprawled back against the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, rubbing at the ache in his chest where it felt as though a crack had been seamed down his papier-mâché shell, splitting him open and laying him vulnerable and bare, and so easily broken, and waited. He would wait as long as it took for Luca to come back, to make this right. But as the long shadows crawled through the windows to spread across the room, that sick ache of loss in his chest twisted into a nagging, frightened suspicion. Luca wouldn't really go into town, would he? The snow was calf-deep, the road buried under the top cover, and Luca was a stubborn little cat Imre had driven out into the snow because he couldn't face the possibilities in every word Luca said. Growling under his breath, Imre dug into his pocket for his phone and tapped Luca's contact before lifting it to his ear. It rang and rang and rang, then went to voicemail without ever picking up. Imre swore and tried again. He was a fucking arsehole. Luca could be out there buried in a snow dune and frostbitten. And when the phone went right to voicemail again, his heart turned colder than the snow, frozen in an icy cage of fear. He stared at the mantel and at the delicate cage of slender clover stems, more fragile and precious than threads of blown glass. "Please answer, Onyuka," Imre whispered into the phone. "You don't have to want to talk to me, but just let me know you're all right. He balked on the words, large and jabbing their edges against the insides of his throat. "I'm frightened." He let the voicemail hang up, then fumbled out a text, just one word. "Please." But his phone remained silent, not even the buzz of a new message. He dragged his hand over his face, blinking back the sting of frustration burning behind his eyes. Then, swearing under his breath and thrusting to his feet so hard the dogs and bunnies started in their fireplace sprawl. He worked his jaw, hesitating for only a moment before beckoning to Vila with a sharp command. "Come." She immediately bounced eagerly to her feet, intelligent golden eyes watching him inquisitively. He fumbled for something that would smell like Luca, and came up with a T-shirt that had been discarded and lost between the cushions when they'd torn at each other's clothing before dragging each other upstairs yet again, the memory momentarily grabbing at him hard and squeezing him so tight he couldn't breathe. Luca golden in the lamplight and firelight, that pale skin turned to honey and amber, as glazed as his darkened, dilated eyes. Luca looking up at Imre with so much more than lust in his gaze, reaching for him with so much longing, holding fast through every moment and letting Imre take him again and again through every pleasure, every touch, every craving, every need, when it had never been about sex, never been about desire, never been about flesh. It had been about that moment when they knew only each other, when the world fell away, fell apart, crumbled to nothing, and there was only dust and stars and the wheel and turn of the sky, binding them as one. He curled Luca's shirt against his chest, closing his eyes, then knelt and gave it to Vila to sniff. Then he stood, shoved his feet into his boots, dragged on a coat, and clipped a leash to Vila's collar before heading out into the twilight snow. Luca's path marked a clear trail, leading across the side yard and around the curve of the hill toward the road, footsteps crisp-edged as if he'd been stomping, lifting his feet high. Vila sniffed and nosed at the prints in the snow, straining at the leash, dragging Imre forward. He followed, heart in his throat, churning up snow in the wake of Vila's swishing tail as she whined and dragged him to the roadside, where Luca's footprints ended. But the tracks of tires stretched in either direction, cutting furrows in the snow. Luca's footprints changed direction here, right next to a set of tire tracks, as if he'd stopped, turned. One had a flaked edge, kicked as his foot had angled as he'd pulled it from the snow and up into a vehicle. Imre closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe slowly. Luca must have hitchhiked into town, which meant he could be anywhere in Harrogate, but at least he wasn't off in the snow somewhere, lost and disoriented and unable to find a way back. Imre detoured back just long enough to let Vila back in the house, feeding her a few treats for her troubles, before he locked up and slid into the Land Rover. Just a few minutes to let the engine warm up and the ice melt were a few minutes too long, and by the time the car was ready, it took everything in him not to slam his foot on the gas and churn forward through the snow at breakneck, dangerous speeds. He didn't know why he was suddenly so afraid. Luca could handle himself in Harrogate, was probably in a pub already nose-deep in a pint and calling Imre every name in the book. It wasn't Luca's safety he feared for. It was that Luca had meant it. "Don't ever touch me again." And if Imre didn't do something to make this right, Luca was never coming home to Lohera again. 79. He made the drive into town in record time, slowing only when he saw the slightest shape in the dark, letting the headlights sweep over the snow to be sure it wasn't Luca abandoned on the side of the road and trudging his way home. No Luca. Just lonely trees, bales of hay, fence posts, weathered logs. Fuck. The streets of Harrogate were clear of snow at least, the traffic light. People moved down the pavement in their winter coats, leaning close to each other, murmuring between them with warm familiarity. They looked so happy, Imre thought, excited, full of promise. He'd bloody well forgotten it was the new year, but the air swelled with portent, with joy, as if it would burst and fill the sky up with the collective lights of 1,000 people's wishes. The joy only made the biting teeth of his fear more painful, as he cruised street after street, looking for a familiar angry stride and shock of dark hair. Nothing. He'd canvass every shop, every pub if he had to, but Harrogate wasn't a small town, and he was better off looking for places Luca was likely to be. The only few popular gay pubs nearby were in Leeds, and the idea of Luca in one of those dark, soft-lit dives, other men slinking their greedy eyes over that cat-like stride and wondering if he could belong to them for just one night. Imre's grip tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles straining, before he let out a broken, self-mocking laugh. Fuck. He was too much of a fucking knob to make Luca truly his, but he could bloody well get jealous over imaginary men easily enough, couldn't he? He stopped in traffic at a red light, staring blankly at the faint spangles of Christmas lights still tangled in the roadside trees, at the small flecks of snow that were just beginning to wisp and swirl downward again. He loved Luca, didn't he? Fuck. He truly and honestly fucking loved Luca, deeper than this passing daydream they'd made for themselves. Chav tio ilo. I eat your heart. Because love was so needy, so voracious, so complete that it wouldn't be satisfied until it had consumed its object entirely. Until they had been taken in, made a part of body, blood, and soul, a piece of him so inseparable that even if Luca never came back, he would always live inside Imre, haunting him with what he'd been stubborn enough to let go. He wasn't gone, he told himself. Not yet. And he had an idea of where he might go first, if nowhere else. The light changed and he spun the wheel, taking a U-turn at the next intersection. Street signs led him on, only traffic slowing his momentum, and with every puttering station wagon or little compact car that cut in front of him, he ground his teeth harder and harder, digging his fingers against the steering wheel, swearing under his breath when he'd never been an angry driver a single day in his life. Myra's house was off a lane at the edge of town, where the look of a city began to blend into the look of a farm town. Houses along the outskirts often framed by smaller pastures. Myra's tall white frame house was old, with that pleasantly comfortable ricketiness, a barn of natural pine wood out back, framed by trees and set against a glimpse of open field. The lights were on in the front windows. Imre's heart beat harder as he pulled the Land Rover into the drive, crossed himself, and stepped out. Myra answered on the third knock, fresh dusted with snow and still unwinding her scarf. Her tall snow boots pulled up over tights under her skirt and coat. She lit up with a warm, surprised smile. "Imre," she said, "I'd not expected to see you." I'm sorry to bother you on New Year's Eve," he said, and tried not to be obvious about craning ever so rudely to peer past her into the house. She blinked. "Whatever's the matter? I've never seen you so mussed up." "Luca," he ground out. "He left, hitchhiked to town, and—" He made himself stop, really see her, the coat, the snow dotting her braids, her shoulders, the scarf clutched in her gloved fingers. He closed his eyes, sagging. "And he's not here." "I've not even been here, but I might have seen him." She touched Imre's arm gently. "I wasn't even sure it was him at first. He blew past me without even stopping." Oh, thank God. At the very least, confirmation that Luca had been in one piece not too long ago. Now Imre just had to figure out where he'd gone, impossible as that may be. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. He wouldn't quit that easily. Quitting too easily, backing away from things, had made Luca look at him as though he'd somehow betrayed who he was supposed to be, who he'd always prided himself on being, who he'd failed to be when Luca needed him. "Where did you see him?" he asked. "Bus station." "How long ago?" Myra clucked her tongue. "It's been an hour, maybe 2. "And you didn't see where he was going?"
I didn't get the chance to stop him."
She tilted her head, dark eyes warm with concern, with sympathy.
"What happened, Imre?"
Imre looked down at her. He hadn't realized how cold he was until the warmth of her hand burning through his coat, making him feel the chill of the snow, the night, Luca's absence down to his bones. "You told me to be careful," he said thickly. "I wasn't careful enough."
"Maybe you were too careful."
Myra smiled, sweet and sad and understanding.
"How much do you love that pretty thing, Imre?"
"So much that I can't breathe for it," he admitted rawly. "I don't know what I'm doing, Myra. I've never known what I'm doing, and now that's hurt him."
"Then you'd best find him and fix it."
"I don't know where he is."
"If you love him, you know him. Where would he go?"
Imre closed his eyes, trying to think. Lohara was everything Luca loved about Harrogate, but he'd loved the market too. But the market was closed for the new year. There were people gathering in the main town square to watch the fireworks. Fireworks. He opened his eyes. "He wanted to see the fireworks over the water at Scarborough tonight. We fought about it." Myra chuckled and patted his arm indulgently.
"That's a start."
She stepped back then, tossing her head.
"Come in and warm up. The fireworks won't start for a while yet."
"I can't." He scrubbed his hands on his thighs, shaking his head, a sudden and restless agitation pulling at him. A need to be where Luca was, wherever that might be. "I have to go, Myra."
"Of course you do,"
she laughed, flapping her hands at him.
"Go, you towering git. Get gone. And Imre?"
"Aye?"
"Tell that boy you love him when you find him."
"I will," Imre promised. If it wasn't already too late. 80. The ocean air smelled like brine and gunpowder, stinging Luca's nose. That was why his eyes wouldn't stop prickling, he told himself. That was why his breaths burned. It was just the cold air, the smell, the sting of gunpowder from the floats out over the water, preparing for the new year, and a light show that suddenly didn't seem worth shattering the last happy moments of his life. He'd been out here for hours, watching as the sky turned from streaks of twilight marked with golden-edged clouds to a soft and pillowy purpled dark, then a deep and even blue dotted with stars. At least there wasn't too much cloud cover tonight, he thought wistfully. Nothing to ruin the fireworks. Nothing but the fact that Imre wasn't here. He sat on the sandy beach at Scarborough, hugging his knees against his chest, and stared out over the water blankly. He didn't care what he saw as long as he didn't look left or right at the happy families building bonfires, or the couples leaning on each other, perched on their blankets together and whispering in the sweet and quiet dark. Everyone here was with someone, here to make a promise with the new year that what they were doing in this moment would be what they would want for the rest of their year, maybe the rest of their lives. Was this what Luca wanted, then, for the rest of his year, the rest of his life? Bitter and freezing and huddled alone, struggling not to cry just because Imre had confirmed what Luca had known all along? He'd known what he was getting into. He had. It had always been temporary, a fantasy. It had only gone wrong when he'd broken the fantasy and tried to force it to be real. Fucking arsehole. Fucking arsehole, going and falling in love with Imre for real. Choking back a hiccup, he tilted his head back and looked up at the sky, picking out stars like he had when Imre had made stars on the ceiling. He guessed it was over now. He'd go back to get his things, and then Imre would ship him back to Sheffield and his father. There'd be a minute of confrontation, stiff disapproval, then Luca would stalk out of the house and go hide in Zave's dorm room until he could get a job and his own place. And just like that, the last things holding Luca's life, his family together, would be over. It had to happen sooner or later. "Luca?" Luca stiffened, his breaths stilling. He couldn't. That couldn't be Imre. He'd never told Imre where he was going, and even if he had, he'd torn Imre apart and then stormed off like a child. Imre would never— "Luca!" Scuff of footsteps on sand. And then Imre was there, wrapping Luca up, drowning him in every scent and heat and impression, dragging him into his arms with a choked, aching sound that tore Luca's heart like so much tissue paper as he suddenly strangely found himself enveloped in Imre, in everything beloved that made the world right. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And with a hoarse, ragged sob as the bubble of pain in his chest burst, he buried himself into Imre and dug his fingers into his jacket and held on tight.
Imre, you came. You came.
You scared the bloody shite out of me. Imre gasped roughly, his hold so tight it hurt. Luca didn't care. Imre had come for him. Imre was here. Imre drew back enough to look down at him. He looked a haggard mess, his beard wild, his eyes red-rimmed and stark, his hair wind-blown and tangled. Darkened eyes flicked over Luca's face.
I've been looking for you high and low. I looked all over Harrogate, all over Scarborough. I texted your father. I called the bloody police. What were you thinking?
He didn't get to answer, as Imre swept him up into a kiss so fierce and desperate it melted the cold from Luca's bones and lit a fire inside him that would never die, no matter how he tried to quell it, how he tried to smother it to nothing but the ash and embers of memories that should never be rekindled again.
Don't, he thought desperately. Don't do this to me.
Yet he couldn't pull away. Not when he needed Imre's kiss, not when he needed to know Imre cared, needed to know that even if this wasn't love, it was something. It mattered, that these days that had meant everything to Luca wouldn't fade from Imre's memory as easily as the turning of the seasons, moving on and left behind. And God, when Imre kissed him like this, deep, consuming, desperate, as ravenous as if he would devour Luca whole, he could almost believe it. Could almost believe he was as deep inside Imre as Imre was inside him, when he tasted salt on their trembling mated lips, and wasn't entirely certain those tears were his own. He broke back when breath failed him, when his heart threatened to shudder to a halt, panting raggedly, brokenly, as he leaned into Imre and clung as hard as he could.
I'm sorry, he whispered. I never should have run off. I shouldn't have been so awful and scared you.
I called, Imre rasped.
I called and called. Why didn't you pick up?
Luca winced.
My phone died on the bus. I was listening to my music.
Of course you were. Imre's lips creased in a pained smile, and he pulled Luca into him harder, gathering him into his lap.
If something had happened to you. Imre,
He couldn't seem to stop touching over Imre's face, the trimmed edge of his beard beneath the sabre thrust of his cheekbones, the wet trails glistening on his skin, the weathered lines creasing around his eyes and ridging between his brows. Familiar, beloved, just reminding himself desperately that Imre was here.
I'm sorry. I was upset. I wasn't thinking. I didn't think if I took off you'd get in trouble with Dad.
Imre stilled. Naked hurt flashed so clearly across his features, as if it had been written in ink.
Is that why you think I'm upset?
He cupped Luca's face in his palms, nearly dwarfing him, looking down at him with such intensity Luca couldn't stand it. That sheer, unfiltered honesty was too much when it was turned on him with the full force of Imre's emotions, drowning him in them, pulling him into every raw ache in that penetrating gaze. God, maybe he was lucky Imre couldn't love him. Luca didn't know if he'd survive the sheer power of it, if he could.
Luca, no,
Imre said gently, and brushed heated lips to Luca's.
Your father is my dearest and truest friend, and I dread the day he finds out what we've been about. But no.
He shook his head, offering a faint, almost tentative smile.
I was afraid of losing you, whether something had happened or you'd simply left. I was just afraid of losing you forever, Onyuka. I'm sorry I got so mad.
He dropped his gaze, shame making his cheeks hot, feeling as if his blush was captured against Imre's palms.
I feel like you see me as a child still, and
life would be easier if I could, but I've never been fond of the easy life. Imre coaxed him to look up, refusing to let him escape the dark depths of blue eyes.
I don't see you as a child, Luca. I've told you that. A young man, yes, but not a child. If I saw you as a child, I could not feel the way I do about you." "Don't make me ask," Luca pleaded. "Tell me something without making me ask. I can't take this anymore."
But Imre was silent, something hesitant, almost frightened in his stillness, something fragile, and it was then that Luca realized. Imre was afraid to get his heart broken too. He swallowed roughly and brushed his fingertips to Imre's lips. His heart twisted itself inside out and right side in again, struggling, laboring.
"How do you feel about me, Imre?" he whispered, and Imre closed his eyes with a groan, kissing his fingertips. "If I have not been so obvious in as many ways as I could, Onyulka, then let me teach you a phrase in Romani."
Luca bit his lip, trembling.
"Now? You can't even answer,
A thick finger pressed to his lips gently. A warm smile flitted across Imre's lips, breaking that desperation, that hesitation.
"This I think you will like. Chav tio ilo," he said slowly. Then again, his husky voice lingering on the words as if he could feel them, taste them, sounding each one out carefully once, and then again. "Chav tio ilo." Luca tried, his tear-swollen lips and fumbling tongue clumsy.
Chav tio, Imre corrected gently, something thick and strange and aching in the word.
Chav tio ilo.
Imre flushed deeply, a stark color underneath his bronze skin.
"Just so, Onyulka," he murmured. "It sounds lovely on your lips."
What did I say? What does it mean?"
"It means I eat your heart."
Imre pressed his palm to Luca's chest, just over the wild, sweet rabbit thump of his heart, a racing thing that fluttered and shivered against Luca's rib cage.
"It means I love you."
Luca had to close his eyes again. He couldn't look at Imre or he'd break. He'd fall apart, those words etching on him like a tattoo. He'd never thought Imre could or would. Not someone like Luca, useless and young and confused and just thrashing around, making a mess of everything, and he was almost afraid to believe it, because if it was real and true, he'd want it so much, he'd crush it trying to grasp onto it too much.
You love me."
"I have always loved you, in one way or another. It's simply changed, as you have changed." Even with Luca's eyes closed, Imre was so overwhelming, surrounding him, cocooning him in warmth and the rumbling baritone of his voice, soft and coaxing and honest and sweet.
"It's changed into something that consumes me, that demands I consume you. That is why we say, I eat your heart. Because love like this can devour all reason, all sense."
His entire body shook with a deep, ragged sound, shaking Luca with him.
"I am wild inside for you, Luca. You're driving me mad, and I'm so afraid of hurting you, but I don't know how to let you go."
"Then let me stay," Luca pleaded, opening his eyes, looking up at Imre desperately. "How can you love me and just... If it's not about Dad, please, let me stay. I can't just walk away and move on like this never happened." He shook his head, struggling not to burst out sobbing.
"I can't act like you never happened. It would break me."
But Imre faltered. A second's silence, but it might as well have clipped the strings of Luca's heart.
"Luca, I don't know if I can."
"Why?" God, he sounded such a right prat, but he didn't care. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair, and he at least deserved to know why Imre had been jerking him around like this. "Why did you even come out here, if it's just to tell me, I love you, now shove off?"
"That's not what it is."
"Then tell me what it is." Luca set his jaw. "Tell me what you're afraid of."
Imre's grip loosened as he looked away, dragging his fingers through his hair. "I'm afraid of hurting you, in ways that only I can. Like you haven't been hurting me this entire time? Like I haven't been hurting you? It's different. Imre's shoulders sagged. Weary eyes dragged back to Luca. I'm 26, nearly 27 years your senior, Luca. One day I'm going to die. And that day may seem far off now, but everything seems far off when you're 20 years old and the world is still new. There was something stark and desperate in his eyes, an open and bleeding wound. What if I love you, Luca? What if I love you and keep you, only to leave you with nothing when your life's barely half over, and all you'll have to remember me by is those last feeble, decrepit years when I'm no good to you or anyone? Oh, that bloody lunk. Suddenly Luca felt like the older one. Older, tired, but God, so much more sure of what he wanted than that haunted look in Imre's eyes would hint, even if Luca was just as raw and bleeding. Then I'll have those years to remember you by instead of nothing at all, he said firmly, and found a smile from somewhere, even if it felt fragile as paper. You can't know what will happen. You might live until you're 100 and I'm 70-something and wrinkled, or I might get sick, or have an accident and die before you're even 50. Something could happen to you tomorrow, or to me. So you can't look at one what-if and say that because of that one possibility that I'll lose you before I even have a chance to get old. It's better to have nothing than to have weeks or years or decades. He threaded his fingers into Imre's hair, brushing it back shyly. Nothing isn't better than something, Imre. I would live 50 years with the pain of losing you for just 50 days to have you. Imre gasped out roughly, almost a sob, and pressed his cheek into Luca's palm, one heavy hand grasping at Luca's wrist and holding fast. Luca, don't you get it? Luca leaned into him, resting their brows together, breathing Imre in with everything in him. How can you not understand how much I love you? How much I've always fucking loved you, you oversized rock? He choked on a watery laugh. I wasn't me for all the time I've been away from Lohara. I've spent 10 years growing up, and that whole time I wasn't me. I'm only me when I'm with you, and when I'm with you I'm everything I want to be. He kissed Imre's lips over and over again, stealing tastes of him between every word, in case this was it, this was everything, this was the end, and he would have to remember that taste for the rest of his life. I love you. I love you so much I couldn't even see it, because it's been a part of me so long. It's like breathing, my heartbeat, the blood in my veins. I don't even need to do it consciously, I just do. I don't realize I'm breathing until the breath's knocked out of me, and God, Imre, you take my breath away. You always have. This was Luca's heart on the line. Luca's heart pulled out of him and offered to Imre in both hands, beating and bleeding and fragile. If their hearts were glass cages, Luca felt as if his must be burning so brightly, so blindingly, that it would set the world ablaze. Isn't there anything you love about being with me? He begged softly, as he'd once begged. Isn't there anything about me that you could love, even one thing? Anything at all? Everything, Luca. Everything. Imre held him so close, so possessively. You would not have my heart if I did not love you so, and every moment we are together. Then let me stay. Luca pressed himself into Imre as tightly as he could. I'll do anything you want. Just don't make me leave Lohara. Don't say it that way, Imre growled. Don't say it like what? Like you're only... How can you love someone if you're constantly begging for their approval? That's not love, Luca. It's... Imre's brows drew together. It's pain. It's nothing but pain. Needing someone else so desperately you're afraid they'll thrust you away at the slightest provocation. Luca smiled bitterly. Won't you, though? You won't even let me stay? No, I won't. And God, Luca, I'm so sorry if I've made you feel that way. Imre gathered him up as if he would hold all Luca's hurt, shattered pieces together in one place. I'm not standing over you in judgment, waiting for you to balls everything up just because you're young and inexperienced. You don't stop making mistakes as you get older, Onyuka.
He laughed hoarsely. I'm living bloody proof of that. You just learn how to ride out the aftermath better and rebuild from what you've broken. You're going to make mistakes. I am too. Imre's expression was strange, almost wondering, his fingers gentle as they traced down Luca's cheek. But a relationship isn't a relationship on uneven footing. I'm trying to meet you in the middle, not looking down from on high. If you want to stay with me, I need you to meet me too. If you want to stay with me. Luca's entire body was one violent beating heart, shaking, throbbing. You want me to stay? Imre smiled, and even if it was raw with pain, with exhaustion, the emotion in it nearly cracked the last of Luca's fragile glass pieces to dust. I want you to stay, Anyoka. Damn, Marco, damn what may come in 10 years or 20 or 50. I bloody well love you, Luca Ward, and I can't keep tormenting us both this way. Imre. Luca flung himself against Imre, laughing, hugging him so tight, clutching, clinging. He didn't even know where he was grasping, only that he needed to hold on. If he didn't, he'd float away into the sky, explode over the night, bring in the new year with the fireworks of his heart, brighter than any moon or stars, brighter than the sun itself. Imre, he gasped again, his name a prayer baptized in tears, in laughter. Imre, Imre, Imre. Luca, Imre answered only once, and yet the weight of it was crushing and enormous and wondrous and beautiful. He didn't know when lips found lips. When they tangled up so close he could hardly tell one from the other. But it didn't matter. Luca sank into Imre wholeheartedly, willingly, yielding to every hard, breathless crush of Imre's lips, taking in kind when, even if his heart had always belonged to Imre, Imre was just as much his, and Luca wanted, needed, craved to leave the same kind of mark. He bit Imre's mouth until his lips tasted so sweet, so full, then licked and stroked and teased deeper, searching as if he could find the taste of Imre's love curled on his tongue, like a drop of sweet clover honey, melting between them on every shared breath, shared caress, shared whisper of wordless things that needed no form to mean everything. He was home, even sitting in the freezing cold on a beach in Scarborough. As long as Imre was here with him, he was home. Even when their lips parted, he couldn't speak. His throat was too tight, too full with emotion, and he only leaned into Imre, sheltering in the strength of his body, the firmness of his hold. Luca. Imre sighed his name, resting his chin to the top of Luca's head. Can you do that for me? Can you meet me halfway? Luca burrowed deeper into Imre. I can try, I'm afraid. What can I do to ease that fear, Anyoka? If you need time, I do too. God, he was more fucked up than he'd realized, when his chest stitched up tight in panic just at the thought of Imre looking at him like his parents looked at each other. Glassy and not really seeing each other, looking through each other as if they were just dry bottles and everything they'd ever been to each other had spilled out a long time ago. He swallowed, hunching into his shoulders. I just need time to believe you won't throw me out with the trash the second I fuck something up. Then I'll give you time, Luca, Imre said, and the quiet promise in his voice was everything Luca needed to ease that ache, that fear. And I'll be here while you take that time, as long as you'll let me. Always, Imre, I'll always let you. Always need you. Imre's gaze softened. Always? Yeah. Shyly, Luca pressed his lips to Imre's, stealing one more intoxicating kiss. You're kind of a dick, Imre, but I love you. Lucky me. Soft words shaped against Imre's mouth, the pressure of a smile printed against his lips. I love you too, Luca, and I think I always will. 81. Imre had never felt more shattered than he did in these quiet moments with Luca in his arms, silent and watching the water, watching the sky grow deeper and darker as faint sparks of light out on the floats warned that the show would be starting soon. Shattered, but maybe he had needed to break. He only now realized exactly how safe his life had been. Slow, careful decisions, deliberate and keeping him at one remove from everything. Somewhere along the way, his quiet withdrawal had turned into a shield, a cocoon, an excuse. His father had taught him to be patient and kind and calmly reasoned. He hadn't taught Imre to be a coward who hid from anything that might remotely threaten the safe shelter he'd built around himself for all these years. He'd been so afraid of being abandoned again, afraid of people who couldn't understand the way he loved, that he'd become afraid of love, period. And when Luca meant so very much to him, it would have destroyed him if Luca hadn't been able to understand, wouldn't have cared. So he'd been afraid and pushing Luca away, when he should have been willing to fight for him through anything. That was changing from this point forward. And even if he had to fight Marco Ward tooth and nail to get him to at least mind his own bloody business and let Luca and Imre's life be Luca and Imre's life, he'd do it. He'd been stubborn enough to almost lose Luca to his own fear once. He wouldn't do it again. Even if getting in a shouting row like the old uni days with Luca's father wasn't quite the same as asking a man for his son's hand in marriage. He couldn't help chuckling to himself as he squeezed Luca tighter. Luca tilted his head back against Imre's shoulder, a tired yet so very sweet smile playing about his lips. "What's so funny?" "Just remembering how Marco and I used to fight in university, and thinking we're due for another quite soon." Luca quirked a brow. "You, fightin'?" "If anyone could push me to it, it was Marco." Imre shook his head. "We'd get into right rows, shouting all up and down the halls." "Over what?" "I don't even remember." Imre laughed. "It was usually the most ridiculous things. I'd spark his temper, he'd spark mine, and next thing you know we'd be going at it." "I can't even picture you with a temper." "I had my days. Probably worked most of it out of me going spare at him." "Ah." Luca sighed, rubbing his cheek to Imre's chest in that cat-like way Imre loved. "I hate that you even have to fight with him over me. He's got to cut the cord one day." "Usually it's parents saying that about their children." Luca snorted. "I'm not sure which one of us is the child here." Not Luca, Imre thought. He thought perhaps even he hadn't been giving Luca enough credit, when Luca was the one with the clear head between them this time, the voice of reason who had talked Imre down from making the worst mistake of his life. Warmth bloomed in his chest as he looked down at the sleepy man tucked drowsily against him. Warmth, wonder, and pride. This fierce, wild, brilliant little cat of a man was his. Wanted to be his, with such depth and longing and loyalty that he'd put himself out there more times than Imre even really deserved, just to beg Imre to accept his love. While Imre had been doing exactly what Marco was doing, refusing to listen, simply by his actions telling Luca he wasn't good enough. "I'm sorry," he thought, but he wouldn't ruin that sweet, drowsy expression by saying it, by making Luca talk through these things again. He'd just have to show it, one way or another, every day, in every way he could think of. An explosion of sound drew him from his thoughts. He looked up as light roared over the sky in a burst of pink and blue sparks, showering out in rays before raining down, only to fade into nothing but embers. He nudged Luca gently. "Look." Luca yawned, then opened his eyes and shifted to look up. Sparklight reflected in his eyes in brilliant colors as he watched the sky, while Imre watched him. Luca smiled faintly. "Not exactly how I wanted to end up watching fireworks with you. But we made it here anyway." Imre caught Luca's hand, lacing their fingers together. "Happy New Year, my young Luca." Luca's smile strengthened, and he squeezed Imre's hand tight. "Happy New Year, Imre." Then his gaze dropped, a shy downsweep of his lashes as he shifted about a bit more to face Imre. "Kiss me?" he asked softly, then made a stammering, nervous sound. "Only I know it's silly, but people kiss on the New Year, and they say what you're doing when the New Year rings in. You're doing for the rest of the year. For the rest of my life, if I have any say. Of course, Luca." Yet still he hesitated. This kiss, more than any other, felt like a vow, and as many times, as many ways as he had thought of doing this, it had never been like this. Far from home, on a beach surrounded by 1,000 other people doing the exact same thing. So much of anything that had meaning for him was tied up at Lohara, this sense of home, this sense of something he had built with his own 2 hands until he was soaked into the earth. But if Lohara wasn't home without Luca, then Luca was home, and it didn't matter where they were, as long as Luca was there too. And so he cupped Luca's face in his palms, drew his beloved to him, and kissed him as the night grew wild and bright and furious overhead. He kissed Luca with everything in him, every quiet thing that had grown to raging in its deceptive stillness, everything that rioted through him until his silence became the roar of a heart that refused to be denied any longer. He kissed him as if he could make up for all the times he had smothered this love with his silence, kissed him as if the taste of Luca would light the darkness inside him, with all the brightness of fireworks lighting up a still and silent night. And when Luca melted against him with a soft, sighing moan of his name, slim fingers clutching so hard against his arms, Imre kissed him just to draw forth more of those sweet, whispered sounds. Just to feel Luca's body move against him, fitting them so close, as if they had been made in halves so long ago, and had been searching ever since to find that part of them that fit together just right, that once again made him whole. His every breath ached, spearing down to the center of his chest. His body burned, his mouth pulsed, tingling, his tongue hot with the taste of Luca and the sting of those taunting little nipping teeth. "Chav tioilo," he mouthed against Luca's lips, and felt Luca smile as he pressed deeper and deeper into the kiss. The fireworks had begun to fade, trailing off into a last few bright, wistful shimmers by the time they drew breathlessly apart. Imre's blood moved slow and hot, and he exhaled softly as he nuzzled at Luca's cheek, then paused, lingering on how ice-cold it was. "You're freezing." Luca's eyes drifted open, and he offered Imre a warm, lazily contented smile, almost drowsy. "I didn't think the beach would be too cold for just a hoodie." With a chuckle, Imre shrugged out of his heavy leather coat and draped it over Luca. "Yeah, but you'll catch a chill. It's just until we get to the car, I'll be fine." He tucked the jacket around Luca, wrapping him up in it until he nearly vanished into the folds of leather. "Let's go home, Anjuka." "Home?" Luca repeated, and there was something in his voice, in that soft note of entreaty, that said he was asking for more than confirmation. He was asking if home truly was home now. "Home," Imre repeated firmly, and kissed the center of Luca's palm. "We can send for your things from Sheffield first thing in the morning if you'd like." "Nah, not that soon. Let's avoid the explosion for a few more days." Luca ducked his head shyly, peeking out at Imre from beneath his lashes. "But soon." He grinned then, and nearly danced to his feet, tugging at Imre. "Come on, let's go home." 82. The drive back to Harrogate was quiet, a sweet silence that Imre settled into comfortably, broken only when Luca drifted over to tuck against his side, asleep within minutes. He must have really worn himself out, tromping around Harrogate and Scarborough. Imre smiled to himself, shifting to drive one-handed so he could drape the other over Luca's shoulders and stroke down his back. He was taking his Anjuka home. Once they passed through Harrogate and onto the farm roads, Imre guided the Land Rover through the tracks worn into the snow cover on the road, even in the after-midnight dark finding his way home unerringly. He could drive these roads in the worst storm and always find his way back to Lohera. Luca didn't stir until the faint glow of the lights Imre had left on in the house pierced the gloom, golden rectangles swimming out of the dark and reflecting from the snow dunes piled against the high house walls. As Imre drew the car into the yard and killed the ignition, Luca yawned, slitting one eye open, peeking out from the tangle of shaggy hair and the leather coat bunched up around him like a blanket. "Bed?" he murmured hopefully. "Bed," Imre agreed. "Unless you'd rather a hot bath first. Your skin is still like ice." Luca quirked a one-sided smile, biting down on one corner of his mouth. "Could warm me up in the bath." "Impudent wretch." Imre pushed the door open and slipped out, offering a hand to Luca. "Just for that you're bathing alone?" "I'm not." Luca took his hand and hopped down, then smiled up at him impishly. "You love me too much to do that to me." "You just want to hear me say it." "I do." Luca's grin widened. "Right here, freezing our bums off in the snow. Tell me you love me again." Imre sighed, yet his mouth wouldn't seem to stop dragging upwards at the corners, moving of its own volition. "I love you. That doesn't make you less of a wretch." "Whoever said it did?" Luca sang, then turned and nearly sailed toward the house, dragging Imre unceremoniously behind. Imre let himself be pulled, nearly stumbling over the threshold as Luca laughed and tugged on him. His laughter was infectious, and Imre found himself chuckling until the door swung closed behind them and Luca paused, staring wide-eyed at the coats strewn on the floor, the shoes tipped over, papers knocked from the desk in the living room and drifted into the foyer, scattered across the stone flooring. "What happened?" Luca asked. "Did someone break in?" Imre drew up short. Oh. His neck grew hot, and he cleared his throat. "I may have left in a bit of a rush," he confessed. He didn't even remember knocking things over, but it wasn't hard to track his path from the living room to the door. Those wide eyes turned on him. "You were that worried?" Imre grumbled it out, looking away. Bloody hell, he'd half wrecked the house charging through like a bull. It wasn't like him to be so rash, so impetuous. "You ran off?" "I did." Luca's voice softened. "And you came for me, even though I was such a brat." "I gave you every reason to leave," Imre said, and dragged his gaze back to find Luca watching him with a sweet, wondering smile. "I wasn't fair to you, Luca. I'm sorry." "Imre." With a happy little sound, Luca flung his arms around Imre's neck, pulling himself up on his toes and clinging like a slender burr. Imre laughed, catching him around the waist and lifting him up, spinning him around. He still hardly weighed a feather, yet if he was light, he was as light as Imre's heart. And as he slowed, as he set Luca on his feet, the lightness in his heart turned hot and slow, as pale green eyes caught him, asked a silent question that Imre was only too ready to answer. Luca drew himself up by handfuls of Imre's shirt. Imre bent to meet him, and their mouths crashed together like fire and wine. Intoxication set aflame and leaving him drunk on its hard, sweet burn. He couldn't breathe, not when every inhalation scoured his chest, swallowing sparks of need, until they built up inside him into something roaring and wild as a love he could no longer deny. He was dimly aware of Luca's hands on him, raking at his clothing, the moment of separation when his shirt tore off and spilled his hair everywhere and went flying to the side. Half cognizant, too, of fabric giving way under his raking hands until there was only soft, pale skin and the glow of firelight on smoothly toned, lean sinew as they fell from the foyer into the living room, shedding clothing with every step, their mouths a tangle of metallic bruise taste and the sweet explosive sting of taunting bites and the flick of Luca's tongue suggesting, inviting, luring Imre deeper into his mouth. His kiss, this consuming moment that was already too much, yet could never be enough. The last of their clothing fell away, Imre's ankle still tangled in the leg of his jeans as they tumbled down onto the couch. Luca settled astride his lap, slim thighs flanking his hips, and Imre couldn't help touching, gripping, stroking, digging his fingers into Luca's soft inner thighs just to leave his mark, just to drink Luca's cry from his lips. Heat fused them together, skin to skin, pressed together everywhere their bodies could meet, clutching at each other as if they would die were they parted. Imre's heart thundered as he tasted Luca again and again, consuming that ripe strawberry mouth, searching deep, so deep. God, he needed to be inside Luca, needed to touch and taste and devour his heart. Haste wasn't Imre's way. Yet this thing building between them wouldn't slow, tumbling like river rapids racing to the beat of Imre's pulse, driving them against each other in hard and hungry rhythm that made skin hiss and sigh together, that moulded the flex of his body to the flow of Luca's, that mated their hips until every movement slid his cock against Luca's in a rush of blazing, heated sensation, stroking hard and needy and igniting him with the craving for more. He couldn't wait. Gasping, biting at the delectable sweat-salted slickness of Luca's throat, he fumbled for the couch cushions, searching for the bottle of oil that had fallen through the other day when reading on the couch had turned into that molten desire that never, ever seemed to cool. His fingers touched smooth glass. He managed to fumble enough to spill it over his fingers, then pressed them to Luca's entrance. Luca rolled forward with a gasping, hotly thrilling cry that shot straight to Imre's cock, making it throb painfully as he eased his fingers into Luca's body. He should take it slow, one at a time, but he couldn't stand another moment when some feral, carnivorous part of him needed this. Needed the way Luca tossed his head back as Imre worked 2 fingers into him, needed the beautiful, tortured expression on Luca's face. The fire had died down to near nothing while Imre had been gone, and all that remained were glowing embers that licked their light against Luca's soft edges until he glowed like the first halo of sunlight cresting the morning. Beautiful. So fucking beautiful. And Imre's, for all that he'd almost been cruel enough to let him go. He worked his fingers inside Luca until he writhed like the little cat Imre called him, watching transfixed as he rocked back with that lovely body moving sinuous and sleek to meet the thrust of 2 fingers, 3, 4, and then Imre could no longer stand the suggestive pull of Luca's body, the bite of nails gouging into his shoulders. He pulled his fingers free, slicked his cock, then curled his hand around Luca's nape and drew him down, capturing that wet, panting, swollen mouth in a kiss. Chav tioilo, he whispered, tasting the words shared on twining, slicked tongues as he curled his hands against Luca's slender hips. Imre, Luca begged, every bit of love he'd craved for ages in that soft whisper of his name. Imre groaned, kissing his name from Luca's lips, and started to draw his lover downward, only for Luca to sink down to meet him, hot flesh pressing against him, enveloping him, drawing him into a melting heat, tightness, softness that slid slick and silky against his cock, scoring him with raw talons of deep-digging heat. He gasped, arching his back against the couch, fingers clutching at Luca's hips. But his onyulka didn't stop. With soft, erotic little sounds in the back of his throat, hitching and sweet, Luca worked himself down the length of Imre's cock, every twist of his hips jolting Imre with bursts of pleasure that built at his core until he struggled to breathe, his entire body aching with the force of the tension building inside him and locking his every muscle. Luca mewled, that soft, begging sound that made Imre feel so very filthy, so very hungry, and buried his face against Imre's throat, clinging, sweat-slick skin to sweat-slick skin. It trembled in Imre's hold, sinking just a little further, then stopping, his quivering thighs tight against Imre's hips, his lap. "Please," he whispered, throaty voice against Imre's ear. "Please." Imre gripped his hips tighter, unable to help the groan building in his chest, and dragged Luca down in one last hard thrust, lifting his hips to meet him and burying deep so fully that starbursts shot behind his eyes, fire sealing them together so perfectly. Luca gasped out a sharp, hoarse sound, curling into Imre, his every movement pulling and drawing at the tight cords of Imre's desire, until it took everything in him not to lose control and just take. Struggling to rein himself in, he pressed his mouth over a pale shoulder, wrapping Luca up tight and just holding him, fighting not to give in to the rhythm of conjoined heartbeats moving through them both, and making his blood sing. Yet his blood burned when Luca captured his face, soft fingers threading through his beard, stroking his cheeks, and lifted him up to kiss him. That kiss tore him apart with its trembling sweetness, something so deeply, darkly enticing about the way Luca teased at his mouth, the plush give of his lips, the wet and taunting dart of his tongue. Imre thought he would lose himself right then and there. He felt as though his veins were threaded in bright, hot gold, pouring through him and tracing slow, spidering filaments of perfect, shining warmth from his fingertips to his toes, to that sharply molten place where body met body, and they became not one and one, but a single gasping, shivering self. So caught was he in the taste of Luca's lips, in the heady depths of his mouth, that Imre hardly noticed slim fingers trailing down his arms, feathering soft touches, curling against his wrists. Not until Luca gently pressed his wrists back, pinning his arms to the couch either side of his shoulders, only to stroke his hands up to press palm for palm, fingers lacing between Imre's. Imre stilled, drawing back enough to look up at the sylph arched over him, that burn in the pit of his stomach deepening as he trailed his gaze over desire-darkened eyes and kiss-swollen lips. Any question died on his lips as he met Luca's eyes. As he saw the utter stripping focus in dilated pupils, how intently Luca looked at him, no lover had ever been able to make Imre feel vulnerable, exposed, and yet what he felt when Luca's gaze consumed him was more than that. He felt seen, as though Luca knew him, understood him the way no one else ever could, and loved him for everything he was, instead of everything he wished he could be. Imre's heart trembled, and he tightened their laced fingers, leaned up, and brushed his lips to Luca's. "Do as you please." Luca exhaled a shuddering gasp, leaning into Imre, his fingernails biting between Imre's knuckles. A soft whimper slipped past his lips, and then he lifted himself up, a mesmerizing ripple of tension flowing down his body, that gripping, sucking heat dragging along Imre's cock and rousing his own desperate, aching groan. But the sensation was nothing compared to the ocean of liquid heat that consumed him, as, head rolling back on his pale, glistening throat, Luca plunged down again, taking Imre in with a willingness that nearly gutted him as much as the rushing flow of tight, contracting pleasure. Never once did that intense gaze waver, as Luca lifted himself again, took Imre in again, holding Imre captured, spellbound, this pretty thing who hardly weighed a scrap, keeping the entirety of Imre captive to his will, to his body, to this mercurial mixture of control and complete and utter surrender, as volatile and strange and wild and beautiful as Luca himself, as Luca freely gave his body into rolling, fluid undulations that made his flesh lick and tease and grasp so perfectly around Imre's cock that made the shape of Imre's shaft press against his stomach in a mark of possession that pushed the fever in Imre's blood to the boiling point. Endless torment, endless pleasure, silence, save for rushed breath and kissing skin. Every breath came shorter, came tighter, until Imre's chest ached and he thought he would shatter, the heat inside him burning him thin and fragile until he was fire caged in a translucent paper skin. Luca was everything in this moment, everything he'd ever wanted, everything he'd never known he needed. Never again could he turn away from someone who knew him as intimately as he knew himself. Never again would he deny the truth, the weight, the strength of Luca's love. And never again would his bed be empty of that silken, writhing body that moved over him, pulling him closer and closer to the edge, as inexorably as a waterfall's current rushing toward a cliff. Luca's hips rocked faster, sharp and snapping, his breaths catching in little keens in the back of his throat. Imre strained toward him with a growl, this caged thing inside him desperate to break free. "Are you close?" he breathed, watching Luca's bliss-transformed face raptly. "Are you close, my Anyuka?" Luca whimpered, tossing his head back. "Yes, yes, oh God, Imre, yes." "Then hold fast to me." Imre pulled his fingers free from Luca's, then tumbled him forward, nearly breaking with the sharp movement as his cock shifted inside Luca, as they resettled with Luca sprawled on his back, pretty and perfect and spread open for Imre. Wide, startled eyes stared up at him above flushed cheeks. Luca's hair spread in coils over the sofa cushions, framing his face like a halo. Anyuka. Then his eyes snapped closed as Imre moved, pinning him down, taking control, needing this moment when he could own Luca completely and utterly. He found the hard throb of Luca's cock, curled it against his palm, stroked it until Luca thrashed and struggled against him, fighting him to push into his touch, slim fingers burying in Imre's hair and grasping, pulling. Imre snarled in the back of his throat, giving himself over into it, into the pleasure of pinning Luca beneath his weight, the delicious sound of his cries, the decadent fire of a welcoming, yielding body that took him deeper on every thrust, no matter how Luca writhed and whimpered. Imre couldn't stand another moment. Everything inside him was pulled too tight, drawn up into steel-hard knots, pressure building, and yet still he held, trembling to hold himself back until Luca suddenly stiffened, his neck arching, his chest rising and falling in sharp, shallow little gasps, frantic and needy. His thighs clutched at Imre's hips, his stomach tightened, and every clenching muscle inside him wrapped around Imre and crushed him with pleasure. Those trembling raspberry lips parted, tongue curling. Then, "Imre!" And Luca's body was jerking, arching, warm wetness spilling over Imre's fingers, tension catching and gripping Imre violently. Shuddering, gasping, Imre leaned down to catch Luca's mouth, taking the taste of his name from him again, shivering as he let himself go. He wanted it like this time, together. Luca's passion, his passion. Luca's breaking, his breaking. And he gave every ounce of himself into thrusting once, twice, again. And then shattered, something inside him shifting as though the weight of mountains had moved with the force of the pleasure, the wildness, the emotion quaking through him. He lost himself for a few moments. There was nothing but the haze of a sore, aching body, and the strange hyper-awareness of sweat cooling on his skin, and that tight, almost painful feeling of strain gathering in the base of his cock, too sensitive in the aftermath. Other feelings began to drift in slowly. Luca's fingers in his hair, the slender body underneath him heaving with rapid gasps. Sluggish, contented, Imre turned his head, nuzzling into Luca's throat. Luca made a soft purring sound, then trailed into a hoarsely murmured laugh. "I'm going to run away every day if you do that." Imre exhaled a chuckle, struggling to catch his breath. "And I will drag you back every time, brat. But next time, I'll take you over my knee." "Sorry, not into that." "Then what are you into?" Luca sighed, and soft lips touched Imre's cheek. "This," he murmured. "Just this." Imre smiled to himself, but said nothing. He only shifted to blindly seek out with one hand until his fingers caught in one of the quilts on the back of the couch. He dragged it down over them, then settled with both arms wrapped around Luca, nuzzling into his shoulder. With a laugh, Luca gently thumped his shoulder. "Oi, you're not going to fall asleep like this, are you great ox?"
"Might,"
Imre answered, and nipped Luca's collarbone.
"Comfortable."
"For you, maybe. I'm fit to wake up walking bow-legged." Imre fought back a laugh. Laughing hurt when Luca was still so tight around him. He pushed himself up, grinning down at his flushed, dishevelled little cat.
"I suppose if I absolutely
He stiffened at the sound of the kitchen door opening, the jingle of keys. Who the hell? Imre jerked his head up, looking over the back of the couch. Just in time for Luca Ward to come through the foyer door into the living room, dusting snow from his shoulders and his breaths clouded as smoke. "Imre, are you—" He froze, staring. Luca made a soft, panicked sound, eyes widening, and pushed himself up, fumbling against Imre and peering over the back of the couch. Marco went stiff, then pale, before a livid red flushed his face as his expression set grimly, brows lowering, eyes going flat.
"What the bloody rotten fuck?"
he snarled, and Luca groaned, slumping down hard enough to pull on Imre's cock in all the wrong places at all the wrong moments.
"Oh,"
Luca sighed, dragging a hand over his face.
"Oh, fuck."
83. Luca estimated approximately 3 seconds before the shouting started, and he was lying here naked under Imre, his arse full of cock, and his father staring at them in fury and horror. Luca hadn't heard Luca Ward raise his voice in years. He had a feeling that would change tonight. God, he wasn't in the mood for this. Wincing, he pushed himself up on his elbows, bracing his feet to either side of Imre's hips and pulling himself back, trying to separate their bodies. Fuck. Ow, ow, ow!
What the fuck?"
his father spluttered.
"Put some fucking clothes on."
"I'm bloody fucking trying," Lucas snapped, glaring over the back of the couch. "If you could turn the fuck around for a minute, eh?" Imre let out one of those patient sighs that, right now, made Luca want to put his teeth out. He caught Luca's hips gently and separated their bodies in a single smooth movement that left Luca hissing and scored inside. He curled up and snatched at the quilt, wrapping it around his naked body, while Imre calmly settled to sit on the couch completely starkers, one arm stretched along the back.
"If the entire ward contingent would just calm down, please," Imre rumbled.
Marco's entire face contorted into a mask of furious red ridges.
"Don't you fucking talk to me about calming down. Don't be rude, Marco. Rude? Rude?"
Marco's eyes bulged. Luca covered his face with one hand. Oh, God. His fucking father was going to have an aneurysm right the fuck here on Imre's floor.
"You didn't knock,"
Imre retorted blandly, and casually leaned forward to snag his jeans off the floor. Luca's were tangled in them, and Imre separated them and his boxers out before offering them with an arched brow. Marco flung a hand out. "I've never had to knock. I still have a key, and you never cared until you started shagging my—" He spluttered, a vein throbbing in his temple. "I sent my son here so you could raise him up, not core him out like a bloody apple." "Dad?" Luca gasped, heat suffusing his cheeks, fuck, his entire body. He snatched his things from Imre and wiggled into his boxers. "Christ, don't be naff." "Look at that," Marco snapped. "He's such a wee babe he can't even hear this without blushing." Imre heaved a slow sigh and started working into his clothing.
"He's blushing because his father is humiliating him, which you'd know if you would listen."
"Don't you lecture me. You text me that my son is missing, and then I show up to find you fucking him."
"Technically," Imre pointed out with a raised eyebrow, "we were quite finished fucking."
Marco's fists clenched, and he levelled a flat, deadly look on Imre.
Imre, if you think I'm too fucking old to punch you, you have another think coming. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Did you not think for half a second that I would find out about this?
I knew you would. Imre's gaze shifted to Luca for a moment, blue eyes warm, before he rested a hand to the top of Luca's head and stood, hitching his jeans up his hips, then pulling a weight around the sofa. He moved casually, as if the situation were utterly ordinary, as if he could quiet Marco with his own calm.
The question is why you're concerned that there's something to find out. You haven't even asked what this is. It's not anything, because my best friend is not fucking sleeping with my son.
Imre bent to fetch first his discarded shirt, then Luca's.
I'm capable of many things.
He tossed Luca's shirt over the back of the couch.
But travelling back in time to reverse what's already happened isn't one of them.
Luca snatched up his shirt and jerked it on, then stood to stuff his legs into his jeans. He couldn't look at them right now, either of them, especially when his father made a scornful, contemptuous sound and spat.
How could he possibly want this?
Closing his eyes, Luca turned away to smooth his clothing out, his heart a lump in the back of his throat. For fuck's sake, his father couldn't even— If he could speak to Imre that way, what kind of ugliness was Luca in for?
Try asking him what he wants, Imre said. Like hell. Luca, come here. We're leaving, now.
Marco bit off, but Luca didn't even have time to snarl out a response before it was followed by,
Imre, move!
Luca opened his eyes and looked over his shoulder, fingers instinctively drifting to pick at his lower lip. He could hardly see his father for Imre's broad back, standing between Luca and Marco like the mountain of stone he was. Any other day Luca would have been grateful for that protective shield, but right now he felt as though he was completely invisible to the two most important men in his life, while they fought over him as if he wasn't even there.
Marco,
Imre said softly,
I love you. You will always be my truest friend, but I will not let you railroad me on this. Have you ever actually listened to Luca?
Marco stared at him.
What? I know you love your son, but have you listened to him? Have you ever stopped to ask him why he's angry, frustrated, and lashing out?
Is that what I'm doing? Luca's mouth tightened. Lashing out? He couldn't stand this anymore. If he didn't say something, he was going to run, and neither Imre or his father would get him to come back. Not to this, not for this. His voice broke. He tried again, turning to face them. I can speak for myself, Imre. If everyone could stop talking about me like I'm bloody well invisible. Imre's shoulders stiffened. He glanced back, visible eye dark with chagrin.
My apologies, Onyulka.
I know, you want to protect me, it's all right. Luca edged around the couch and rested a hand to Imre's arm. He tried to smile, but it was hard, so hard. He felt so tired all of a sudden, so old. And he couldn't find it in him to even fake a grimace as he turned his gaze to his father, meeting his accusing, furious eyes. Dad? Marco drew himself up like he'd caught Luca pilfering from the biscuit jar after fibbing about it. What do you have to say for yourself, young man? Luca only looked at him, but his father wasn't wavering, and in his eyes was reflected exactly how his father saw him, still a little boy, barely knee-high to a lampshade, incapable of having a single thought of his own that wasn't influenced by someone else. Tired wasn't even a good enough word for the slow, sinking feeling falling through him. He shook his head. I'm not talking to you when you're like this, he said. We can talk when you calm down enough to actually listen to me. Marco blinked, brows twitching, before knotting up again. Excuse me, what gives you the right? The fact that it's my life and this was my choice. He'd let his father railroad him into coming out here. He wasn't going to let him railroad him into leaving. You can talk to me when you calm down, or not at all. Never again if you're going to look at me like I'm filth under your shoe for loving Imre. It should have felt good to say that, but it only left his throat raw, his chest tight, and fuck if he didn't want to be doing this, cutting those stitched-up threads that made them all a family. He took a step back, then shook his head again, pushing past his father and snatching up Imre's coat from the floor. "I'm done here. Luca!" His father reached for him, but he pushed past him and out the foyer door and shoved his feet into his boots. He wasn't going far, not going to bloody run away to Scarborough this time, but he just needed some goddamned air that tasted like snow instead of like his own impending tears. Imre's voice drifted after him. "Let him go." "I don't understand," Marco replied. "I don't understand any of this." "You don't have to," Imre said. Then the door slammed shut, leaving Luca alone with the snow, the stars, and the horrid cold feeling of winter inside his heart. 84. Imre shrugged into his shirt, then leaned against the wall, watching Marco. That could have gone better, really. Ripping the plaster off was supposed to make things easier, not worse. But Marco stood in the center of the living room, hands flexing helplessly, looking like a wee lost babe who'd just learned there was no St. Nicklaus after all, torn between confusion, pain, and pure dismayed rage. Imre supposed Marco had a right to feel that way, but he would not apologize for loving Luca. Marco made an odd glottal sound in the back of his throat. "What just happened?" "If you would like a recap, you walked in on Luca and I, post-coitus." Marco let out a strangled growl, glowering. "I don't need to be reminded of that." "And then proceeded to throw a tantrum at your adult son for either his choice of lovers or for exercising his autonomy. I'm not sure which." Marco flinched. "Do you have to put it that way?" "Am I wrong? Mind your own business." But Marco deflated, looking away, his mouth thinning. A shadow of pain haunted his brow. "How could you?" "Do you see it as a betrayal?" "Yes." "Why?" I don't know." Marco wrung his hands. "He's barely a child, Imre." Imre regarded Marco thoughtfully. There was a touch of desperation, almost a plea. He thought perhaps father and son were more alike than they realized, both afraid of losing what made them a family, both trying to hold on to it in ways that only hurt themselves and each other. "He's more than a child," Imre said. "He has been for some time. He grew up when you weren't looking, perhaps because you weren't looking." "You make me sound like a terrible parent." "No, just someone dealing with life's complications." Imre folded his arms over his chest. "As am I, as is Luca. We're all only trying to make our way. We're all equals in this." "Are you?" Marco threw his hands apart with a frustrated sound. "How can you be?" "Maybe you would be better off asking him that." "And if he—" Marco's voice rose into a shout, then choked off, came back again quieter, almost forlorn. "And if he won't speak to me?" "Try talking to him without bloody well railing at him and see if he'll listen." God, Marco looked so lost, so young in this moment. His Adam's apple bobbed in a swallow. "I don't know him any more, Imre, and it seems like you do." A smile twitched at Imre's lips, no matter how he tried to stop it. "You tend to get to know someone while falling in love with them, yes." "This is hurting my brain." Marco grimaced and raked a hand through his unruly mop of dark hair. "When did this start?" "It's hard to say." Imre shrugged one shoulder, thinking back. 1,000 moments, 1,000,000 denials. Luca on his mind, his name on every breath. "Sometimes I feel like just yesterday. Sometimes I feel like I've been ignoring it since the moment he stepped off the train." "Is that why he wanted to stay?" "I told you. Ask him, not me," Imre said. "I respect him enough not to speak for him." Marco studied him discerningly, eyes the same pale green as Luca's, but seamed at the corners by age, clouded by the weariness of life.
"You're serious about this?"
"Yes."
"Even with how old you are? All the more reason not to stall on important decisions, don't you think?"
Imre glanced toward the door. He didn't think Luca would run off again, but he'd been out there for a while. Even if Imre's coat was warmer than that thin hoodie, it was still frigid out there. He frowned. "Would you like me to go see if he'll speak to you?"
"No,"
Marco said.
"Let me."
Then he dragged his hand over his face.
"I don't know if I can deal with this, you being his lover."
"I love him, Marco."
"And I believe you."
Marco fixed Imre with a longer, steadier look, calmer, but there was something grimly fatalistic under his gaze.
"But he's my son. This is between us. Let us talk it out."
Imre lingered on Marco. It wasn't his business. He'd told himself that 1,000 times, but it became his business when he wanted to love Luca, to keep him safe, and Marco was one of the few people in this world who could damage his Onyulka beyond recovery. He wanted to trust that his friend hadn't changed that much, that he wouldn't try to willfully destroy his son, but... Marco smiled wryly.
"I know that look. I've known it my whole life. You don't have to glare at me that way. You want to protect him, I get it, and I'm glad, I really am. But if you really see him as an equal, let us talk this out without trying to shield him."
He laughed shakily.
"Though I might fuck this up, Imre."
"He'll still have a place to come home to," Imre promised softly.
"Good,"
Marco huffed. "That's the closest you'll get to my blessing. I never asked for it, because you're a stubborn bastard, and don't think I'm not still angry at you. But Luca comes first." Marco hesitated, fumbling with the zipper of his coat, then asked haltingly,
"Any pointers, since you seem to actually know him?"
"Listen to him," Imre said without hesitation.
"Listen, Marco, he's not you. He won't make your mistakes. He'll make his own mistakes. Perhaps I'm one of his mistakes, but you have to let him make them on his own."
"Fuck my life, this is weird." Marco squinted at Imre.
"You're not, like, projecting or anything? Going after Luca because it's like having me or something?"
Something cold hardened inside Imre, hardened enough to stab his heart right through.
"No."
His jaw tightened.
"That's insulting.
I was never in love with you." The expression on Marco's face warred between embarrassment and relief.
"Well, that's a hole in my ego. Why not?"
"Because you were my friend," Imre bit off.
"And an arrogant knob."
Marco just looked at him for long moments.
Imre knew that look,
knew it as well as Marco knew his silent glowers and body language. That look of lost, hopeless regret, a bloody, kicked puppy who already wished he could take it back but knew he couldn't, and was working himself up to say the right words so Imre would forgive him because Imre always did, tactless sod that Marco was.
"I'm sorry,"
Marco said thickly.
"That was callous of me. Selfish, cruel to you."
He smiled shakily.
"Wee bit, what's the word? Homophobic?"
"Shitty," Imre said. "That's a better word for it. Apologize to me later." He jerked his chin toward the door. "Apologize to Luca now."
"I will."
But still Marco lingered, watching Imre woefully.
"But I do owe you more than an apology. Been thinking about it ever since we shipped Luca off, and I suddenly remembered how long it had been since I'd seen you."
He ducked his head.
"We just left. I was so busy thinking about my own life and my own family that I just left you behind. It was always next summer that we'd come visit, and we never did."
His shoulders slumped.
"We left you alone, didn't we?"
"Life happens," Imre shrugged. He'd never expected Marco to have enough intuition to even suss that out without being told, but he wasn't quite ready to relent yet. Not after that great bloody wallop of an insult. But after a moment he added grudgingly, "But you should come see Luca more often." "I should come see both of you." Marco sighed. "You're the steadiest friend I've ever known, Imre. I never should have taken that for granted." "Then why did you?" Marco fell silent for a moment, then laughed weakly. "You know, I know it's that whole rose-coloured glasses thing, but—" Weary eyes fixed somewhere beyond Imre, distant and far-seeing. "My only memories of a perfect life were with you and Lucia back in uni. It felt like we made a promise back then, that we'd keep feeling everything with just that much intensity. We'd always be that loyal, that passionate, that true to each other. All of us." His gaze sharpened, focused on Imre again. "I felt like if I saw you, if I even spoke to you, you'd know Lucia and I already broke that promise ages ago. And the longer I stayed away, the easier it became to just be away." He looked down, staring at his worrying hands. "I don't know what's the worst betrayal, abandoning you or breaking that promise." Imre growled under his breath. Marco had a unique way of pissing him off the way no one else could, but he also had a unique way of making Imre feel sorry for that sad, tired, hangdog look. He wasn't one to hold on to his temper, but he'd like to just stay mad at Marco for 5 bloody minutes. Even if right now he was less angry than aching inside. Reliving those long, empty years, after the only family he'd had left had walked away without looking back. "It's only a betrayal if I felt betrayed," he replied, keeping his scowl by sheer force of will. "Didn't you?" "No." Imre sighed then, letting his tension go, looking at Marco. "I just felt left behind." "I'm sorry, Imre," Marco said softly. "I can never be sorry enough." Imre didn't answer at first. He couldn't say, "I forgive you." Not yet. Not when so many things still stung, so many things he'd been trying to be patient and accepting of for years, when sometimes lives just went in different directions, and there was nothing for it. But the ache of that wound was old and deep, and one "I'm sorry" wasn't enough to heal it. Not one, but maybe with time. He was willing to give it that chance, if it meant not losing his friend. His family, now in more ways than one. "Your son is waiting for you," he pointed out after gathering his thoughts. "No." Marco's lips quirked ruefully. "He's waiting for you, but I'll take care of things so I'm no longer in the way." Marco turned away, heading for the door. Imre watched him go, then called, "Marco?" Pausing, Marco glanced back. "Yeah? I'll be wanting that key back before you leave." Marco blinked, then laughed nervously. "Oh, right. Sorry, sure. When I come back." That nervous laugh turned almost frightened. "Luca's like as to kill me anyway, so no salt taking it off my corpse, eh?" He gulped. "Oh, God. I can do this." Imre couldn't help a faint smile. "Go." "Yep, right, go in. And Marco." Another pause, an exasperated look. "What now?" "No shouting." "Oh, right. Yes." Marco took a deep breath and squared his shoulders, then straightened his jacket and marched out the door. Imre moved to the door and watched through the window as Marco trudged across the snow, following the trail of Luca's prints. Imre only hoped he wouldn't be consoling an upset, furious Luca when this was over. But this part, at least, he needed to stay out of. He glanced back toward the stairs, frowning. He had to stay out of it, yes. But that didn't mean he couldn't distract Luca with something better once the explosions were over and the dust had settled. 85. Luca sat on the wall atop the hill and watched the starlight glitter off the snow. Breathing shallowly of the cold air, he scrubbed at his cheeks. Little crackles of frost came, burning, off his skin, wiping free in streaks. He didn't know what he'd expected. Maybe that if he went back to his father as this new, mature Luca, his father would recognize that it was time to cut the damned cord and let him be his own person. Only now he understood that the problem had never been Luca at all. His father only knew one way to do things, and that was his way or no way at all. Luca doubted that would change even when he was 80. Fine then. He could go back to bloody Sheffield alone. Luca had said all he was going to say about it. It was between him and Imre, and no one else. His father could bloody well bugger off and keep his nose out of it. He heard the faint creak of the kitchen door, and listened for the sound of the blue Camaro parked next to Imre's Land Rover. Instead, there came only the crunch of footsteps, slow through the snow and coming closer. Luca didn't want to look back. He didn't want to look back and see Imre with that look on his face that said he was sorry, but he'd changed his mind because of some horrid thing Luca's father had said. "Luca," his father said at his back. Luca stiffened, ice slipping down his spine, feelers of cold fury in his lungs. He tossed a glare over his shoulder. His father stood at the peak of the hill, hanging back a few feet, watching him with a forlorn, helpless look that just made Luca want to sock him right in the fucking gut. He turned away from his father, glaring across the fields. "Of course it's you. Why did it have to be you?" "I wouldn't let Imre come." Luca bristled. "You have no right. I have every right when it's not his fight." His father's voice moved closer, then stopped at his side and just a little behind. "You're not upset with him. You're upset with me. So we need to talk." Glaring straight forward, Luca hunched into Imre's stolen coat, pulling it up around his ears. "We're out of things to talk about." "Are we? Let's put it a different way." He shot a glower at his father from the corner of his eye. "I don't have anything to say to you, and I'm sick of everything you have to say to me." Marco pulled himself up onto the stone fence wall, settling next to Luca with one knee drawn up to brace his foot on the edge. He sighed, icy clouds billowing from his lips. "What if I say I'm sorry? I'd think you were lying, but I am. Sorry, that is." Luca eyed him and edged away. He didn't buy it for 1 second. "For what?" "Everything." Marco shrugged helplessly. "For not knowing what I'm doing? For being a shite dad?" He closed his eyes, then opened them again, tilting his head back and looking up at the sky. "It's funny. Settling down is supposed to ground you, but it only made me feel like my life was spinning even further out of control. And in trying to control my life, I tried too hard to control yours." His lips remained parted, working on soundless words before he continued. "I just didn't want to see you spinning the way I was, son. I didn't want you to be as lost as I am. And you seemed to be drifting, directionless." Luca said nothing. He didn't know what to say, when that was the most Marco Ward had said to him that wasn't a lecture in bloody effing years. He didn't know what to do when his father leveled with him, talked to him man to man instead of man to recalcitrant, defiant child. He wet his lips, considered. Fuck. He could only be honest, right? "I wasn't drifting. I was just trying to find true north. I'm not going to wank about doing nothing for the rest of my life, Dad. I just want to be sure that when I settle on something, it's something I love. That's all. I just needed a little more time to think about what I really wanted. And you wouldn't even give me that. You just saw me fucking around like a prat and thought that's all I was." His father gave him a flat look. "You did crash a motorcycle into a church." "Because you were being a prick," Luca retorted. "You're too old for a fucking midlife crisis motorcycle anyway." "Don't talk to me about too old." Marco screwed his face up. "You're shagging my best friend. He's my age,
He's older.
You? Imagine how I feel.
Luca glared.
I'm not talking about my sex life with you. I'd rather you didn't have a sex life at all, but God knows you can't keep teenagers celibate these days.
Wincing, Luca looked away again.
Not a teenager anymore.
Oh. Marco sighed.
I'm sorry I missed your birthday. I thought you wouldn't want to see me, and your mum agreed.
Marco made a faltering sound.
You know about us, don't you?
Yeah, Luca said bitterly.
I've known for a long time. But it was easier to smile after, even if it hurt, an awful feeling that crackled like the frozen tracks of tears on his cheeks. It's okay, you know. I won't stop loving either of you if you move out into some dodgy singles flat or such. I have a little cottage picked out on the north end of Sheffield, closer to work, a little quieter than the old neighbourhood. Mum's keeping the house. Something in his father's voice prompted Luca to look at him. Marco Ward sat with an odd, quiet stillness, as if he was just a seed husk with everything inside him emptied out, and if he moved, the wind would carry him away. He looked so fragile, so tired, so empty. And Luca couldn't help reaching for him, edging one hand over just enough that his fingers rested atop his father's on the stone ledge. "You going to be all right?" he asked. Marco's head lifted sharply, eyes widening, then softening as he smiled faintly. "I feel like I should be asking you that. Think I'm working my way toward okay? More than okay? Yeah?" Marco's smile strengthened. "Me too." They lingered then, quiet and watching the snow and the stars, and Luca thought, he could live with this. He could live with his father quiet and accepting, his father as broken as he was in his own way, both of them trying to find their own way. He'd wanted this for a long time, wanted to be able to lean on his father, and have his father lean on him. He'd never be the little boy his father had seen him as again, but he hoped, perhaps, he could be his father's friend. "Veterinary school," he murmured after a time. Marco shook himself and glanced at him. "I want to go to veterinary school. I really love working with the animals, and Imre says I'm good with them. There's this great vet, Myra, Miss Landers in Harrogate. She said she'll let me apprentice." He glanced at his father, biting his lip, his stomach knotting. "I think I'll really love it. It makes me happy when I can help them. That's a good thing to build a career on, isn't it?" Marco tilted his head, his expression awfully, forebodingly blank, before he smiled, easy and warm. "Yeah, son. Yeah." He squeezed Luca's hand reassuringly, and Luca's shoulders came down from around his ears. "That's a great thing to build a career on. I remember the Landers practice. Good people, good work. You picked a school yet?" "Somewhere close." Luca exhaled the tight, anxious breath that had bound up his chest. I don't want to leave Lohera." Marco cocked his head. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" "Dad?" "Yeah?" "I've loved Imre since I knew how to say his name." The words were tight in his throat, until he could almost taste the red heart's blood of his own raw, aching emotions. "Is that fucked up?" "No, Luca." Luca wasn't expecting the hand that curled against his shoulder, or how his father pulled him close, fierce, fast, drawing him into a tight hug. "No," Marco said, voice thick. "It's beautiful. I couldn't think of a better man to love." Luca fought back the sting of tears. Fuck. He wasn't going to break down just because his fucking wanker of a dad was actually hugging him, approving of this, instead of shouting at him like a fucking lout. He curled his hands in the front of his father's coat, just pressing into him for a moment. He'd almost forgotten how he smelled. Like soft cotton and new leaves, that smell he remembered from being young and thinking nothing in the world could ever break his family apart, until everything in the world finally did. "I know it won't be easy," he whispered.
I know that, but I want it anyway. I want him, and I want you to be there for us, even if that won't be easy either." Marco's body shook against him in a chuckle. "Nothing worth having is ever easy." Groaning, Luca shoved away from him, dashing at his eyes with a shaky laugh. "No dad quotes right now, please." Okay. Grinning, Marco held his hands up. "What about dad puns?" "No." "Shame. Been storing up some good ones while you were away." "Oh, fuck off. You've never had any good ones." "Hey!" The kitchen door creaked again. They both looked back to watch Imre step outside. From the look on his face as he looked up the hill, Imre half expected to find blood on the snow. A hard jolt of love and longing went through Luca at the sight of him. He wanted nothing more right now than to be in Imre's arms, and he tumbled off the fence, waving. "Imre!" he called. "Up here!" Imre cocked his head, a sheaf of hair tumbling across his face, then let the door bang shut and stepped forward to climb the hill. Luca flung himself down the slope to meet him, tripping in a spray of snow and falling forward only for Imre to catch him in strong, steady arms, looking down at him with that bland, quiet calm that barely hid the laughter sparking in his eyes. "Are you a lemming now?" he teased in a gravelly rumble. "Throwing yourself off cliffs?" Laughing, Luca flung his arms around Imre's neck and pressed into him. "Came down to warm you up. You came out without a coat." "Someone's wearing mine." "Which is why I need to keep you warm." Luca couldn't seem to stop smiling as he looked up at Imre. It took the sight of those intense blue eyes, deep and endless and as full of stars as the winter sky, to make him realize everything really would be all right. His father had blown his top and simmered down, and Imre wanted him instead of giving in to him. This was real. It was happening, and nothing was going to take that away. As if he had caught on to Luca's thoughts, Imre's gaze softened. He pressed a chilled hand to Luca's cheek. "Everything all right, then?" "Aye." Luca's grin widened. "Everything's perfect." "What he means," Marco said, climbing off the fence and drifting closer, "is that I stopped being an arse." "Not what I meant at all." Luca tossed over his shoulder. "Still an arse." "Oi, you're not too old for me to spank you." "Means something totally different when Imre threatens that, you know." "Oi!" Panic briefly flitted through Marco's eyes, and he covered his ears. "I can't hear this." Imre let out a deep, vibrato laugh. "Bloody hell, Luca, stop terrorizing your father." His brows knit. He stroked his beard, his other hand settling on Luca's waist. "I suppose if we get married, that would make him my father too." "I'll not be your bloody damned father," Marco spluttered. "You are not marrying my son, Imre." "Told you I wasn't asking you," Imre retorted, before returning his gaze to Luca. "Might just ask you one day, though," he said, a husky note darkening his voice. Luca fell still save for his heart, his body a frozen thing but his heart frantically jerking against its cage. Imre?" Imre chuckled. "Bit soon for that, perhaps. But keep that thought on the table until we find out if you can stand me in another 6 months. Until then, though." He fished into his pocket and plucked out something delicate, a little braided ring in deep wine purple, almost identical to the dried ring of grass in Imre's keepsake box. But this one was made of ribbon shot through with subtle silver threads. Luca sucked in a breath, ribs tightening as if they'd squeeze his lungs to bursting as he recognized it. One of the ribbons woven into Imre's mother's sash. Something so precious passed through his family, and he'd... His lips trembled as Imre caught his hand and turned it over, stroking his thumb along Luca's knuckles, as if trying to soothe his hand into no longer shaking. "I know I said rings aren't the ending to everything, or the reason for anything," Imre murmured. "But I've owed you this one for a long time. Let me at least make things even."
Luca parted his lips, trying to find words, but they flitted away from him, borne away on the tide of his racing pulse. His knees weakened, his stomach light and strange as, never taking those penetrating blue eyes from him, holding him transfixed with the heat, the affection, the trust, the promise in that gaze, Imre gently slid the ring onto Luca's finger. The ribbon braid smooth as silk against his skin and fitting so perfectly, so snugly. And when it settled into place, he felt as if the key had turned in the lock of his heart, unleashing a flood of emotion that he couldn't contain. "Imre," he choked, and buried himself against him, clutching tight. This was too much, too perfect, too right, and if Imre didn't hold him together, he was going to fall apart. Imre enveloped him tight, pulling him in close and surrounding him with the scent of Lohera, the heat of his body, the warmth of his love. "You remember what you said to me all that time ago," he whispered. "I'll always love you, Imre," Luca recited, the words branded on his heart. "I hope you meant it." A gentle touch nudged Luca to look upward, to fall into the depths of Imre's gaze. "Because I'll always love you, Luca." "Don't kiss in front of me," Marco muttered. Luca ignored him entirely. He smiled. He couldn't stop himself, not when his heart blazed as bright as the fireworks over Scarborough. "Chav tio ilo?" Marco made a panicked sound. "Don't kiss in front of me." "Shut up, Marco," Imre said mildly, then whispered, "Chav tio ilo." Luca leaned in closer, resting his hand, with its lovely braided ring, more perfect and more pure than gold or diamonds, against Imre's chest. "You meant always." "I meant always. Now," Imre said, as he drew Luca up and into a kiss that tasted of promises that could never be broken. "And forevermore." Epilogue. Kidding season was never easy, but Imre had never had one go quite as awry as this. Normally the nanny goats at least staggered their births throughout late March and early April. He was accustomed to 1 or 2 birthings a day, 3 at most, making for a grueling day of labor and birthing here and there, but nothing he couldn't handle. This season, however, the fractious, pregnant nannies had apparently come to a consensus. And that consensus was that they would all kid in a single week, dropping baby goats like they were coming down a conveyor belt and leaving Imre working round the clock to make sure every one was born healthy and hale and as safe as could be. He likely wouldn't have made it without Myra. She'd practically set up camp in his barn, refusing to even take one of the guest rooms when she wanted to stay with the goats, catching short naps here and there in a sleeping bag in the hay. But even more indispensable, to his everyday life, to the animals, to everything, had been Luca. Imre looked up from stroking the brow of a laboring nanny to watch Luca with one of the fresh-born babies. The squalling little thing bleated in his arms, sucking noisily at the nipple of a bottle Luca held so carefully, so tenderly. A few of the nanny's milk hadn't started yet, with the early birthing throwing them off cycle. But Luca had been tireless in making sure that every last one of the kids was properly nourished. Even now, he wore his veterinary lab coat, twin to Myra's. Technically, he was working. This counted as part of his apprenticeship. But Imre had a hard time getting him to take the bloody coat off even at home, when he was so damned proud of the thing. Imre didn't blame him. Imre was pretty damned proud of him too. And that pride swelled in his chest, along with a love that had only grown day by day, as he watched Luca so utterly absorbed in the kid cradled in his arms. He fed the baby goat until its eyes began to droop, before he gently laid it into a nest of hay next to its dam, who, aided by an over-eager Myrta, began grooming the little baby intensely. Luca laughed, taking a step back, and nearly tripped over a few of the days-old kidlets who were already up on their feet, bouncing around like little horned kittens on spring-loaded hooves. "Oi, oi!" he said, laughing that sweet throaty laugh of his with that husky burr.
You've got your own food. Go find your mum's. You too, Leah." He chided one who clung when the others scattered, leaning down and scratching between a perky black and white kid's little nubby horns, then drifted closer to Imre. He met Imre's gaze for long moments, and the softness in those pale green eyes, just for him, made Imre's heart beat faster. He'd thought the effect would dull over time, yet it only grew stronger until his heart was a mighty machine roaring in his chest. "Getting on all right with them?" he asked.
"Oh,
Luca answered with a merry little shrug, and sank down next to Imre, leaning shoulder to shoulder with him, and stroking sure, capable hands over the nanny lying in the hay, so much more confident than he had been before.
"How far off is she?"
"A few hours at most. She's the last." Imre glanced over his shoulder. "Where's Myra?"
"Snoring in her sleeping bag."
"And your father?"
Luca snorted. "Weeding clover, whinging about going back to Sheffield, and swearing he'll go gay if he ever watches another goat give birth, lazy tosser."
"We've not all got your knack for it.
Your da'll be glad for the office again come Monday."
Imre grinned, leaning in to nuzzle Luca's hair.
"So, we've got a few hours alone, and free of afterbirth."
Luca eyed him slyly.
"Do you ever bloody stop?"
"Not since you've moved in."
"And I've got the limp to prove it."
Chuckling, Luca pushed up and kissed Imre's cheek before his low whisper teased at Imre's ear, lips soft against its curve.
"Tonight, we don't want to wake Myra."
Imre turned his head and caught Luca's mouth, stealing a taste, a nibble of those impudent raspberry lips.
"It's just biology. She won't mind."
"So impatient."
"It's been a few days."
Imre leaned harder into Luca, kissing him again, savouring how that sweet mouth went soft and yielding against his, how Luca moaned with such helpless surrender. He felt like a newlywed with how easily his Angyolka could stir the embers inside him into flame, until Imre needed him every hour of each day, each night, without fail and without end, as if he could fill the years of loneliness in his life in a single instant, a single breath, as if every time he kissed Luca, touched Luca, tasted him, took him, he reminded himself, and Luca alike, that Lohara was once again a home. Even in 5 short months, Luca had changed, more confident in himself, in his path, in his decisions, quieter and more considered, until something sparked off an impulsively rash temper that only made him burn more beautifully, more brightly. That new confidence was there now as Luca curled his hands in the front of Imre's shirt and drew him down to kiss him with a lazy, promising sensuality, a taunt and a taste that said he knew exactly what he was doing to Imre, and exactly what Imre would do to him after days of holding himself back. Imre groaned, snaring an arm around his waist, slanting to capture and claim that wicked mouth more thoroughly, only to draw up short as something went thudding against his side. He pulled back, arching a brow, and lifted his arm to look down. One of the kids had launched itself bodily against his side, head-butting him. He sighed and scooped the little off-white thing up, stroking his fingers through its short, stubby, soft fur.
"Someone's jealous," he said.
"Aye," Myra called groggily from her sleeping bag. "And it's me. I haven't seen my husband for a bloody week, and the two of you are making out practically on top of me." Luca tossed a laugh over his shoulder. "Go back to sleep so we can go back to it." The only answer was a slim brown middle finger rising over the fence of one of the pens before it dropped away. Snickering, Luca pushed himself to his feet. "I'll go up into the house and make some sandwiches." He slipped a hand into the pocket of his lab coat and retrieved the little purple braided ribbon ring. It was still as smooth as the night Imre had slipped it on Luca's finger, when Luca cared for it as if it was the most precious thing in the world, and took it off for safe-keeping the moment it seemed like it might get damaged or stained. Imre's heart warmed to watch the care with which he slipped it onto his finger,
But as Luca started to turn away, he reached out, caught his hand, and drew it to his lips to kiss the ring.
"When will you let me replace this with a real one?" he murmured.
"Never." Luca leaned down and kissed their twined knuckles with a teasing smile. "This is real enough for me. I don't need a fancy ring." Imre's eyes narrowed, and he dragged Luca closer with a playful little tug.
"That's not what I'm asking."
"Then what are you asking?" What was he asking? But then, what had he always wanted? Even when he hadn't known that Luca was, and always would be, the answer to that unspoken question, that yearning inside him. He lingered on the ring, stroking his thumb over it, then lifted his gaze to Luca's. His heart was a quiet murmur, as if soft and holding its breath in anticipation.
"Do you need me to say it?"
Luca's eyes widened briefly, a faint tremor of his lashes, a touch of color in his cheeks. "No," he said softly, and in his voice was an understanding, spoken in the language of silences that had built between them, a language in which they knew each other's thoughts by touch and each other's hearts in wordless sighs. "But if you don't need to say it, then neither do I."
"I want to hear it anyway."
Imre drew Luca down to him. The barn, the pleading goats, the world around them might as well have not existed, for all he saw was the pale, lovely man in his arms, watching him with those shy eyes the color of spring and clear-running brooks. "Yes," Luca answered, barely a whisper, barely a shaking breath, and Imre's entire body trembled.
"Yes?"
"You knew that already, Imre." Luca leaned into him with a smile like a secret between them, one that they would keep forever. "You had to know."
"Luca,"
Imre said, and drew him in for another kiss as their fingers laced together with the slender ribbon ring between them.
"I've known since the moment I saw you."
This concludes Over and Over Again by Cole McCade, narrated by Philip Alsace. Copyright 2018 by Cole McCade. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cole McCade and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.